started as an ordinary drive, a late-night trip down a deserted highway, headlights cutting through the darkness as the familiar hum of my car echoed around me. The road stretched out like a black ribbon ahead, endless and empty, with nothing but the faint glow of stars above. I wasn't in a hurry, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The air felt too thick, the silence too deep, and my heartbeat, well, it was a little faster than usual. I've done plenty of night drives before. I actually kind of like them. There's a certain peace in the stillness, just me and the open road, the world asleep around me. But that night, something felt different, like the calm before a storm. It was around midnight when I noticed the car behind me. At first, it was nothing unusual, just another set of headlights in my rearview mirror, maybe 100 yards back, moving at the same speed as me. But after a few miles, I realized something strange. The car hadn't passed me, hadn't even tried to. No matter how long the road stretched out ahead of us, it stayed right there, tailing me at a careful distance. Close enough to make me aware of it, but not so close that it felt aggressive. I shrugged it off at first, figuring maybe they were going the same way. After all, it was just a random car. But the farther we went, the more uneasy I became. I tried speeding up, just a little, to see if they would pass. They didn't. I slowed down, thinking maybe they'd go around me. Nothing. They just kept the same pace, matching my every move. A knot of anxiety formed in my stomach, and I turned up the radio, hoping some background noise would distract me. It didn't. My grip on the steering wheel tightened as I took a deep breath and forced myself to focus on the road ahead. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid. It was late, and maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But that car, it was like a shadow, lurking just far enough behind to make its presence known, yet keeping its intentions hidden. About 20 miles down the road, I passed a sign for a rest stop. Without thinking twice, I flicked on my turn signal and pulled off the highway, hoping to shake the car off my tail. The moment I turned onto the ramp, I glanced into the mirror again, half expecting to see them zoom past me on the highway. But they didn't. Instead, they followed me onto the exit. My pulse quickened. This was getting weird. Too weird. I told myself they were probably just stopping for gas or a quick bathroom break, but the pit in my stomach grew heavier. The rest stop was dimly lit and eerily quiet, just a few flickering streetlights illuminating a handful of empty parking spaces. I pulled into a spot near the entrance and cut the engine, trying to act natural as I glanced in my rearview mirror again. The car parked 2 spaces over. It didn't make sense. Why park so close when there were plenty of open spots? My fingers hovered over the ignition for a second, and I thought about driving off, but something stopped me. Maybe I was just being ridiculous, overthinking things. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I got out of the car, pretending to stretch my legs, and casually glanced over at the vehicle. The windows were tinted, so I couldn't make out the driver. My heart thudded in my chest as I quickly made my way toward the rest stop's small convenience store, telling myself I just needed a bottle of water, maybe a snack, something to calm my nerves. Inside, the store was as empty as the parking lot. A bored-looking clerk sat behind the counter, scrolling on his phone, barely glancing up as I entered. I wandered the aisles, my mind racing, trying to act like I wasn't freaking out. After grabbing a bottle of water, I went to the register. That's when I noticed the car through the store's front window. It hadn't moved. The engine was still running, headlights on, casting long shadows across the lot. Whoever was inside wasn't coming out. "Busy night?" I asked the clerk, trying to sound casual as I handed him a $5 bill. He looked up, then shrugged. "Not really, just you." I glanced outside again, feeling my stomach twist. "You ever notice people hanging around here late at night?" The clerk raised an eyebrow, following my gaze to the car. "Sometimes, weird stuff happens on the highway, you know?" His words didn't help. I grabbed my change and hurried out of the store, hoping I'd find the car gone by the time I got back to mine. But no, it was still there. And as I walked across the lot, I saw it, The driver's side door cracked open, just slightly. My breath hitched as I quickened my pace, fumbling for my keys. I reached my car, yanked the door open, and slid inside, locking the doors with shaky fingers. My hands were slick with sweat as I started the engine, but my eyes kept darting to the other car. Whoever was inside hadn't stepped out, but I could feel the weight of their gaze, like they were waiting for something, or someone. Without thinking, I threw the car into reverse and peeled out of the lot, tires screeching as I merged back onto the highway. My heart was racing, and I told myself I was in the clear. Whatever that had been, it was over. But as I checked my rearview mirror, I saw them again, those same headlights. They were following me. Again. This time, they were closer. Panic surged through me. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator, but the other car stayed right behind me, its headlights growing brighter in my mirrors. I tried to shake them by weaving through the lanes, taking random exits, but no matter where I went, they followed. At one point, I slowed down just enough to let them pass, hoping to catch a glimpse of the driver. But instead of speeding past, the car pulled up alongside me, keeping pace for a few terrifying seconds. My eyes flicked over, and in the dim light, I saw a silhouette behind the wheel. A shadowy figure, their face obscured, staring straight ahead. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears as I accelerated again, trying to put as much distance between us as possible. For a moment, the car fell back, and I thought maybe, just maybe, I'd lost them. But then they sped up again, closing the gap. I had no idea what they wanted, but I wasn't about to stick around and find out. My only goal was to get somewhere, anywhere, where there were more people, somewhere safe. After what felt like an eternity of driving with the car still in pursuit, I finally spotted the glow of a gas station ahead, its bright lights spilling out onto the dark highway. I veered off the road and pulled into the lot, my heart hammering in my chest. I half expected the car to follow me in, but to my relief, it didn't. Instead, it sped past, its taillights fading into the distance as it disappeared down the road. I sat there for a long moment, breathing hard, trying to calm the rush of adrenaline still coursing through my veins. The gas station attendant gave me a curious glance from behind the counter, but I didn't care. All I knew was that I wasn't alone anymore, and that was enough. Eventually, I pulled myself together and continued my drive. The rest of the night passed in a blur, my nerves still on edge, but the car never returned. To this day, I have no idea who was following me or why. Maybe it was some prank, or maybe it was something more sinister. Either way, that drive left me with an unsettling truth. Even on the most familiar roads, you never really know who's watching. I'll never forget that eerie evening. The sun had barely dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of purple and orange. But out on the farm, the light was already fading fast. Dusk settles in quickly when you're surrounded by open fields and nothing but trees in the distance. That's when everything feels a little too still, a little too quiet. I had been working on the tractor all afternoon, trying to get the old thing running smoothly again. It wasn't unusual for me to stay out late fixing equipment, but there was something about the air that evening. It was heavy, almost suffocating, like the calm before a storm. And I wasn't alone in noticing it. The cows were acting up, pacing around the edges of the pasture with their heads lowered, snorting and huffing. They're usually docile, so seeing them that agitated put me on edge. I told myself they were just restless, maybe spooked by a coyote or some other animal that had wandered too close. But deep down, I had this uneasy feeling I couldn't shake. I stood up from under the hood of the tractor, wiping the grease off my hands onto a rag. That's when I first saw it, or rather, them. At the far edge of my property, right where the field meets the thick line of trees, I noticed a figure standing there. It was hard to tell who it was from that distance, but they weren't moving, just standing perfectly still, like a statue, facing my direction. I squinted, thinking maybe it was one of my neighbors, but something about their posture was off. The way they were standing, almost too rigid, didn't feel natural. I glanced around, looking for any sign of another person or a vehicle that might have brought them here. But there was nothing. Just that figure, and the growing shadows as the light faded. My first instinct was to shout, ask if they needed help. But the words stuck in my throat. Something told me not to. Instead, I stared, trying to make sense of it. As I stood there, frozen in place, I felt that strange heaviness in the air deepen. The cows were now huddled together near the fence, their snorts turning into low, anxious moos. That was when the figure moved. It wasn't a casual walk or even a turn. No, it was a sudden jerk, like someone yanking a puppet by the strings. They shifted just a step closer, and even though it was just a small movement, it made my skin crawl. Every alarm bell in my body went off at once. I backed up, trying to keep my eyes on them while making my way toward the barn. If this was some prank, it was a damn good one. I wasn't about to let some stranger sneak up on me in the middle of my own field. By the time I reached the barn door, the figure had taken another step forward, and then another. But they weren't walking like a normal person would. It was more like they were gliding. With each step, they got closer. But their movements were so stiff, like their legs weren't bending. My hands fumbled for the latch on the barn door, my breath coming quicker as I yanked it open and slipped inside. I didn't even realize I'd been holding my breath until I slammed the door shut and leaned against it, listening for any sound outside. The barn was quiet, the only noise being the shuffling of the animals inside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That figure was still out there. I knew it. Peering through a crack in the door, I scanned the field. At first, I didn't see anything, and I felt a small sense of relief. Maybe they had left, given up on whatever game they were playing. But then, I spotted movement again. Only this time, there wasn't just one figure. There were three. My stomach dropped. All three stood in the same place, near the tree line, their heads tilted slightly in unison, like they were watching me. None of them moved, but the sense of dread was overwhelming. I wasn't sure if they could see me peeking through the barn door, but I didn't want to find out. I stepped back, my heart racing in my chest. What the hell was going on? This wasn't normal. I'd lived out here for years and never seen anything like this. No one would be stupid enough to play a joke like this in the middle of nowhere. And besides, something about the way they stood, the unnatural stillness, wasn't human. I needed to get inside the house. The barn felt too open, too exposed. But between me and the safety of my home was a whole lot of empty field, and I'd have to cross right in front of those figures to make it there. For a moment, I considered calling someone, my neighbor, maybe, or even the police. But when I reached for my phone, but it wasn't in my pocket, I must have left it on the tractor. My pulse quickened as I tried to think of a plan. I couldn't just sit there in the barn all night. I had to get inside, lock the doors, and figure out what the hell was happening. Taking a deep breath, I decided to make a run for it. If they were just standing there, maybe they wouldn't follow. I peeked through the crack again. The figures hadn't moved. They were still standing, heads tilted slightly, staring in my direction. On the count of 3, I threw the barn door open and sprinted toward the house, my boots pounding against the dirt. I didn't dare look back. The whole time, I expected to hear footsteps behind me, or worse, see one of them suddenly appear in front of me. But there was nothing, just the sound of my breathing, ragged and panicked, and the distant mooing of the cows. I reached the porch, nearly tripping over the steps in my rush to get inside, slamming the door behind me. I locked it and backed away, trying to catch my breath. I glanced out the window, hoping, praying, that the figures were gone. But they weren't. They were closer now, standing just at the edge of the field, their outlines barely visible in the fading light. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched them, their heads still tilted, their bodies motionless. For a moment, It felt like time stopped. The air was thick with tension, like the whole world was holding its breath. Then, one of them moved. Not toward me. No, it just lifted its arm, slowly, and pointed right at me. I stepped back from the window, my hands shaking. This wasn't some prank. This wasn't anything I could explain. I didn't know who or what those figures were, but they weren't human. I could feel it in my bones. I turned away from the window and grabbed the phone off the kitchen counter, my fingers trembling as I dialed my neighbor's number. The phone rang and rang, but no one picked up. I tried again. Still nothing. Panic set in. I felt trapped, like the walls of the house were closing in on me. I couldn't stay here, not with those things outside. But I didn't know where to go, and I sure as hell didn't want to step back outside. For the next hour, I paced around the house, checking the windows every few minutes. The figures never came any closer, but they didn't leave either. They just stood there, watching, waiting. Eventually, the sky grew darker, and the field was swallowed up by the night. I could no longer see the figures, but I knew they were still out there. I could feel them. I stayed up all night, too afraid to sleep, my eyes glued to the window. When the first rays of sunlight finally broke over the horizon, I breathed a sigh of relief. The figures were gone. But even now, as I sit here writing this, I can't shake the feeling that they're still out there, somewhere in the shadows, watching, waiting. And I can't help but wonder, what were they? What did they want? And most importantly, will they come back? There's something about road trips that I've always loved. The freedom of the open road, the promise of adventure, and the feeling that anything could happen. My friends and I had been planning this trip for months, a long drive across the country, stopping wherever the mood struck us. No real itinerary, just a loose plan to hit a few landmarks along the way. It was supposed to be the kind of trip where you made memories, not necessarily kept to a schedule. But looking back, I wish we had been a little more rigid with our plans that day. It was our third day on the road, cruising through the flat plains of the Midwest. The sun was starting to set, casting an orange glow across the horizon, and we were all in high spirits. We had the music turned up, snacks scattered across the back seat, and no worries in the world. That was until Jason, who was driving, suggested we take a detour. "There's this old scenic road up ahead," he said, glancing over his shoulder at us in the back seat. "We'll get to see some old towns, maybe even find a cool spot to camp for the night." I wasn't sure about the idea. The GPS had us on a major highway, a straight shot to the next town where we had planned to grab dinner and find a motel. But Jason was adamant about getting off the beaten path, and everyone else seemed to think it would be fun. So, against my better judgment, we agreed. That was our first mistake. The moment we turned off the highway onto that narrow two-lane road, something shifted. The pavement was cracked and uneven, lined with thick trees that seemed to lean in as if watching us pass. The sunlight filtered through the branches in long, eerie shafts, and the air felt heavier, like the atmosphere had changed as soon as we left the highway. Still, no one said anything at first. We were too busy marveling at how isolated it felt, like we'd stumbled onto a forgotten road that no one had driven in years. About half an hour into the detour, I noticed the GPS had lost signal. The small blue dot that had been tracking us was now stuck in place, refusing to load. I mentioned it to Jason, but he just shrugged it off. "It's probably just the trees messing with the signal," he said. "We'll hit an open area soon enough." I wasn't convinced, but I didn't want to be the buzzkill, so I let it go. The road kept winding through the trees, growing narrower with each mile. We hadn't seen another car since we'd turned off, and the farther we drove, the more the sense of isolation crept in. About an hour later, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and we were plunged into near darkness. The headlights of the car barely cut through the thick shadows of the trees, and the mood inside the car had shifted. The chatter had died down, and everyone was staring out the windows, looking for some sign of life, any sign of where we were. That's when we realized we had been driving in circles. "Wait, is that the same sign we passed an hour ago?" I asked, leaning forward to peer through the windshield. There, on the side of the road, was a rusted metal sign, half hidden by overgrown weeds. It looked familiar, too familiar. Jason slowed down, frowning. "No way. I've been following the road. We couldn't have looped back." But deep down, we all knew we had. Somehow, we were right back where we started. That creeping sense of unease settled in my chest like a weight, and I glanced at my phone again. Still no signal. We were completely cut off. "Maybe we should turn around," Sarah, my best friend, said from the back seat, her voice tight with worry. "This doesn't feel right." Jason hesitated, but nodded. "Yeah, I think you're right. We'll head back to the highway." He put the car in reverse, turned around, and started driving back the way we came. For the first few minutes, I felt a flicker of relief. We'd retrace our steps, get back on the highway, and laugh about how we'd gotten spooked for nothing. But as we drove, the road started to look different. The twists and turns were sharper, the trees denser, and the headlights seemed to barely penetrate the growing darkness. The road wasn't the same as when we had come in. That's when the panic started to set in. "I swear this isn't the same way we came," I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. "Just keep driving," Sarah said, her voice shaky. "We'll find our way back." But I could hear the doubt in her voice. We all felt it. The road kept twisting, stretching out farther into the night, and soon, the only sound in the car was the rhythmic hum of the tires on the cracked pavement. After what felt like hours, Jason slammed on the brakes. We skidded to a stop in the middle of the road, and I felt my heart jump into my throat. Up ahead, barely visible in the dim glow of the headlights, was an old gas station. The sign out front flickered weakly, casting a pale light over the building, and a single rusty pump stood out front, covered in dust and cobwebs. "We'll stop and ask for directions," Jason said, though his voice didn't sound confident. I glanced around, half expecting someone to be inside, but the place looked abandoned, had probably been abandoned for years. Still, we had no other options. We pulled up next to the pump, and Jason got out. I watched as he walked toward the gas station's front door, peering inside the dark windows. The rest of us stayed in the car, our eyes glued to the empty road behind us. Minutes passed, and Jason didn't come back. "Where the hell is he?" Sarah muttered, her hands gripping the seat in front of her. "I don't know," I said, my throat dry. "Maybe no one's here." Before we could decide what to do, the front door of the gas station creaked open, and Jason stepped out, his face pale. He climbed back into the car, not saying a word. "What happened?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "There's no one here," he said, staring straight ahead. "The place is completely empty, but—" He trailed off, his eyes wide. "But what?" Sarah pressed, leaning forward. "There's food inside. Fresh food, cans, snacks, even soda. But it looks like no one's touched the place in years. Like someone's been stocking it, but no one's around." A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't right. None of it was right. "Let's get out of here," I said, my voice trembling. "We'll keep driving until we find the highway." Jason nodded, his hands shaking as he gripped the steering wheel. We pulled back onto the road, the gas station disappearing into the night behind us. But as we drove, the sense of dread only deepened. The road stretched on, winding through the dark forest like a snake, and every turn felt like it was leading us farther from civilization. Then, out of nowhere, We saw headlights in the distance. My heart leapt. Another car. Finally. We weren't alone out here, but as the car approached, something about it felt wrong. The lights were blinding, but there was no sound. No engine, no tires on the pavement. Nothing. Just the blinding headlights barreling toward us, faster and faster. Jason swerved to the side, pulling off the road just in time. The car sped past, its headlights disappearing into the distance as quickly as they had appeared. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I turned around to look back. There was no car, no taillights, nothing. "What the hell was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice barely audible. None of us had an answer. We were too shaken, too confused. We kept driving, the silence in the car thick with fear. Every mile felt like we were sinking deeper into something we didn't understand, something we couldn't escape. The road, the trees, the darkness, they all seemed to blur together, and soon I lost all sense of time. Eventually, we saw the sign for the highway again, but by then, none of us felt relieved. We had been driving in circles, sure, but this wasn't a normal detour. Something was wrong with that road, and we knew it. We didn't stop until we reached the next town, hours later, our nerves frayed and our hands shaking. When we finally pulled into the parking lot of a small motel, we sat there in silence, too stunned to even speak. None of us talked about what had happened that night. We didn't want to acknowledge it, didn't want to give it any more power than it already had. But I still think about it sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone. And I can't help but wonder, what would have happened if we hadn't found our way out? You ever get that strange feeling that something is wrong, even when everything around you seems perfectly normal? It's like a creeping sensation that starts in your stomach and makes its way up to your throat, a low hum of unease that you can't explain. That's what it felt like the first night aboard the cruise ship. It should have been the most relaxing vacation of my life. Just me and my husband, Tim, spending 10 days at sea, with nothing but blue skies and calm waters. But almost as soon as we set sail, something felt off. It was subtle at first, just little things. The way the air in the hallways felt stale, even though we were out in the open ocean. The strange flicker of the lights when we passed certain parts of the ship, the distant hum of machinery that never seemed to stop. And the passengers, most seemed perfectly fine, laughing and lounging by the pool. But there were a few who, well, let's just say their behavior didn't quite sit right with me. It was our second night aboard when things really started to get strange. Tim and I had just finished dinner in the main dining hall and were walking back to our cabin. The halls were quiet, except for the faint sound of music drifting from the ballroom, where some kind of formal event was going on. Tim was making jokes about how we should crash it, but my mind was elsewhere. Something was bothering me, though I couldn't put my finger on it. That's when I first noticed her. An older woman, maybe in her late 70s, sitting alone at a small table near one of the windows, staring out at the dark ocean. She wasn't dressed for dinner like everyone else, just a plain, old-fashioned dress, the kind you'd wear to a casual gathering. Her face was pale, almost too pale, and her eyes looked distant, like she wasn't really there with the rest of us. I nudged Tim and nodded toward her. "Do you see her?" He glanced over, shrugged. "Yeah, probably just a widow or something. Cruises attract all kinds, as you know." But something about her felt off. She didn't move, didn't react to anything around her. She just sat there, staring out at the water like she was waiting for something. I couldn't shake the feeling, even after we got back to our cabin. I lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, listening to the gentle creaks and groans of the ship as it moved through the water. Tim fell asleep right away, but I couldn't stop thinking about that woman. Why was she sitting there alone? Why hadn't she looked up when we passed? The next day, We decided to explore more of the ship. It was huge, almost like a floating city, with shops, restaurants, and even a small theater. We spent the day lounging by the pool, sipping cocktails, and soaking up the sun. By the time the evening rolled around, I'd almost forgotten about the woman. Almost. Later that night, we found ourselves in the same hallway as before, making our way back to the cabin after another late dinner. I glanced over at the spot by the window, half expecting the woman to be gone, but she wasn't. She was still sitting there, in the same exact spot, staring out at the ocean like she hadn't moved in 24 hours. The same pale dress, the same distant look in her eyes. I stopped walking, my stomach turning with unease. "Tim, she's there again?" He followed my gaze and frowned. "Weird? Think she's okay?" "I don't know." I felt a chill run down my spine. It's like she hasn't moved at all. Tim shifted uncomfortably. "Maybe she's just lonely. Do you want to check on her?" I hesitated, torn between my growing sense of dread and the nagging feeling that I should do something. Before I could make up my mind, a member of the ship's crew appeared from around the corner, walking briskly toward us. He was a young guy, probably in his mid-20s, with a neat uniform and a polite smile plastered on his face. "Is everything all right?" he asked, looking between us. I pointed to the woman. "We've seen her sitting there 2 nights in a row. She hasn't moved. Is she okay?" The crew member's smile faltered for a split second, just enough for me to notice. He glanced over at the woman, then quickly turned back to us, his face composed again. "Oh, I'm sure she's fine. Some passengers enjoy spending their time in the quiet areas of the ship." I wasn't convinced. "She looks like she's been sitting there for a long time." The crew member's smile grew tighter. "I'll make sure someone checks on her, but I wouldn't worry. Enjoy the rest of your evening." With that, he turned on his heel and walked away, leaving Tim and me standing there, feeling more unsettled than before. "I don't like this," I muttered as we continued down the hallway. "Something's not right." Tim sighed, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "You're probably overthinking it. Let's just get some sleep." But sleep didn't come easy that night. I kept replaying the scene in my head, the woman's blank stare, the crew member's strained smile. Something wasn't adding up. The next day, I couldn't help myself. I started asking around, casually bringing up the old woman in conversations with other passengers. Most of them hadn't noticed her, but one couple, a pair of retirees from Florida, seemed to know what I was talking about. "Oh, you mean the lady in the window seat?" the woman said, her face lighting up. "We've seen her a few times. Strange, isn't it? She never seems to leave that spot." "Do you know who she is?" I asked, feeling a mix of relief and curiosity. The couple exchanged a glance, and the man shrugged. "We asked one of the crew members about her yesterday. He said there's no one registered on the ship that fits her description." I blinked. "What?" "That's what he said," the woman added, her voice lowering as if she were sharing a secret. "No one matching her age or appearance is on the passenger list, but we've seen her, just like you. So, who knows?" That sent a chill through me. If she wasn't a registered passenger, then who was she? And why hadn't anyone from the crew seemed concerned? That night, I couldn't resist. After dinner, I dragged Tim back to the same spot by the window, and sure enough, she was there again, sitting in the same position, staring out at the dark waves. "Okay, this is getting creepy," Tim muttered, glancing around as if hoping someone else would confirm what we were seeing. But the hallway was empty, just us and her. "Let's go," I whispered, suddenly feeling the weight of the silence around us. This isn't right. We turned to leave, but just as we were about to step away, I heard something, a faint whisper, barely audible over the hum of the ship. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice trembling. Tim shook his head. Hear what? I strained my ears, listening. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. But then, I heard it again, soft, like a breath on the wind. Help. I whipped around, my eyes locking on the woman. Her head hadn't moved, but her lips, they were moving, just barely. The same blank stare, the same pale face. But now, her mouth was forming words. Help. Me. I grabbed Tim's arm, my whole body shaking. She's saying something. He took a step back, his face pale. We need to get out of here. We practically ran back to our cabin, slamming the door behind us. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what we'd just seen. Who was she? Why was she asking for help? And why did the crew act like she didn't exist? The next morning, I couldn't take it anymore. I went to the front desk and demanded to speak to someone in charge. After some back and forth, they finally agreed to send a senior crew member to meet with me. When he arrived, I explained everything. The woman, the strange behavior, the whispers. He listened patiently, nodding along, but when I finished, his expression was unreadable. I understand your concern, he said, his voice calm. But I assure you, there's no one on this ship fitting that description. I stared at him in disbelief. But we've seen her, multiple times. Other passengers have seen her too. He didn't budge. Sometimes, the mind can play tricks, especially in unfamiliar environments. I suggest you try to enjoy the rest of your trip. I left the meeting feeling more confused than ever. I knew what I'd seen. I knew she was real. But if no one would acknowledge her existence, what could I do? We disembarked a few days later, and I never saw the woman again. But even now, as I sit here recalling the events of that trip, I can't shake the feeling that I left something or someone behind. And I still wonder, what would have happened if I had listened to her plea for help? There's a certain kind of quiet you can only find in the deep woods. It's the kind that presses in on you, heavy and thick, where the usual sounds of life, birds, insects, the wind through the trees, fade into a silence that feels unnatural. That's the quiet I found myself in when I set up camp in a remote section of the national forest, miles from the nearest trail, completely alone, or at least, that's what I thought at first. I'd been on countless solo camping trips before. It's my way of unplugging, getting away from the constant noise of life, works, and people. I've always felt at home in the wilderness, just me, the trees, and the stars. This trip wasn't supposed to be any different. In fact, I'd been looking forward to it for weeks. The first day went as planned. I hiked in with my pack, found a perfect clearing to set up camp, and spent the afternoon exploring the surrounding area. The sun was out, the air was crisp, and the forest felt alive. I even caught glimpses of deer and a family of rabbits near a stream that cut through the woods. It was exactly what I needed. By the time night fell, I had a fire going and my tent pitched, ready to settle in for a peaceful night under the stars. The silence didn't bother me, not at first. In fact, I welcomed it. There's something comforting about the steady crackle of a campfire and the deep darkness that you only find far away from any city lights. But as the hours passed and the fire began to die down, I started to notice something odd. The usual forest sounds, the rustling of leaves, the distant call of an owl, had stopped. It was as if the woods were holding their breath. I told myself it was nothing, that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. After all, I was alone out here, completely disconnected from everything. Of course, things would feel different in the stillness. But then, I heard it, a soft crunch just outside the ring of light from my dying fire. A footstep. I froze, my body tensing as my mind raced through the possibilities. It could be a deer, I told myself. Maybe a raccoon or some other animal curious about the campsite. But as I sat there, listening, I realized the footsteps weren't random. They were slow, deliberate, as if someone or something was circling my camp. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the sound. Another crunch, closer this time. My heart pounded in my chest, and I instinctively reached for the flashlight I had set next to me. Shining it into the darkness, I swept the beam across the trees, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing. The light revealed only the dense line of trees, their shadows long and eerie in the flickering firelight. I exhaled slowly, trying to calm myself. It had to be an animal. There was no one else out here. No one even knew I was here. I decided to throw a few more logs on the fire, hoping the bright flames would scare off whatever was lurking out there. As the fire roared back to life, the footsteps stopped. I stood there for a moment, listening, my body tense and alert. Nothing. Just the crackling of the fire and the occasional pop of the wood. I stayed up for another hour, sitting close to the fire, listening intently for any other sounds. But the footsteps didn't return, and eventually, my eyelids grew heavy. I convinced myself it was just a curious animal, and after checking my surroundings one last time, I crawled into my tent and zipped it up tightly. But sleep didn't come easily. Every little sound outside seemed amplified in the stillness, and my mind kept replaying those footsteps, the way they had circled me in the dark. I lay there for what felt like hours, my senses on high alert, listening for any sign of movement. Sometime in the middle of the night, I finally drifted off. It couldn't have been long before I was jolted awake by the sound of footsteps again, this time much closer. They weren't just outside the camp, they were right outside my tent. I held my breath, my heart hammering in my chest as I listened. The steps were slow, deliberate, like someone or something was pacing around the tent. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling with the zipper of my sleeping bag as quietly as I could. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. Who would be out here? I was miles from any trail, and I hadn't seen another person all day. The thought of some stranger wandering through the woods in the middle of the night, silently circling my tent, sent a cold shiver down my spine. The footsteps stopped. I gripped the flashlight tightly, my hand trembling, and slowly unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. I swept the light around the campsite, my pulse pounding in my ears. There was nothing there. No one. But I could feel it. I wasn't alone. I crawled out of the tent, standing cautiously by the fire, which had burned down to embers. The woods around me were still, but the sense of being watched was overwhelming. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave, to pack up and get out of there as fast as I could. But where would I go? It was the middle of the night, and I was deep in the forest, far from any help. I decided to rebuild the fire, piling on as much wood as I could find, letting the flames grow high and bright. I didn't know if it would keep whatever was out there away, but the light made me feel safer, at least. For the next few hours, I sat by the fire, gripping my flashlight, scanning the trees. I never heard the footsteps again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, watching, waiting. Eventually, dawn broke, and the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees. The sense of dread that had gripped me all night began to lift, and I finally allowed myself to relax a little. I was exhausted, both physically and mentally, but the daylight brought with it a sense of safety. I packed up my camp as quickly as I could, eager to get out of the woods and back to civilization. As I hiked back toward my car, I couldn't stop glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something following me. But the forest was quiet again, and I saw no sign of anyone. It wasn't until I reached the edge of the woods, my car finally in sight, that I allowed myself to take a deep breath. I never told anyone about what happened that night. Part of me still wonders if I imagined it all, if the isolation of the woods played tricks on my mind. But deep down, I know what I heard. Those footsteps weren't my imagination. Something or someone was out there watching me from the shadows. And the scariest part, I'll never know who or what it was. There's something about truck stops in the middle of the night that always feels a little off. The bright lights casting long shadows, the eerie quiet, and the sense that time itself has slowed down. I've been a trucker for over 10 years, and I've seen my fair share of strange things on the road. But nothing, not even the countless empty highways or the fog-covered mountain passes, prepared me for what I experienced that night. I'd been driving for nearly 14 hours straight, and the exhaustion was hitting me hard. My eyes were heavy, my hands stiff on the steering wheel, and the endless stretch of road in front of me felt like it was never going to end. I knew I needed to stop, get some sleep, or at least a cup of coffee to keep me going until I reached my next drop-off. That's when I spotted it. A truck stop glowing like a beacon in the distance, its fluorescent lights cutting through the darkness. It wasn't on my usual route, but out in the middle of nowhere. You take what you can get. I signaled, eased off the highway, and pulled into the parking lot, my rig rumbling to a stop near the edge. As I stepped out of the cab, I was greeted by the crisp night air. But something about the place felt wrong. It was too quiet. Sure, there were a few other trucks parked here and there, their drivers likely asleep in their cabs, but there wasn't a single soul walking around. The gas pump stood abandoned, the convenience store dimly lit, but no movement inside. The only sound was the faint hum of my truck cooling down. I shook off the unease. I'd been on the road too long, that's all. My mind was playing tricks on me. I needed to stretch my legs, grab a coffee, and maybe catch an hour or two of sleep before I hit the road again. I headed toward the small convenience store, the fluorescent lights flickering overhead as I stepped through the automatic doors. The place was empty, just as I expected, and the cold air inside hit me like a wall. There was a cashier behind the counter, but he didn't look up when I walked in. He was hunched over, his face hidden under a baseball cap, and his hands were clasped together on the counter like he was deep in thought. "Evening," I mumbled as I made my way to the coffee machine. No response. The coffee machine sputtered as it poured the last dregs into the cup. Great, lukewarm, stale coffee. I took a sip and grimaced. Still, it was better than nothing. I grabbed a pack of gum and a bottle of water from the shelf and headed back to the counter. The cashier didn't move. He didn't even acknowledge I was there. I placed the items down, waiting for him to ring them up, but the silence dragged on. "Hey man," I said, my voice louder now, tinged with frustration. "You okay?" He finally moved. Slowly, his head tilted up just enough for me to catch a glimpse of his face. His eyes, there was something off about them. They were dull, almost lifeless, like he wasn't fully there. He didn't say anything, just stared at me for a moment before his hands moved in a stiff, robotic motion, scanning my items. The uneasy feeling from earlier came rushing back, stronger now. I suddenly wanted to get out of there, get back to my truck, and put as much distance between me and this place as possible. I shoved a few bills onto the counter and grabbed my things, not even bothering to wait for my change. As I turned to leave, I heard a faint sound behind me, a low, distorted hum, almost like static. I glanced back over my shoulder, expecting to see the cashier fiddling with a radio or something. But he was just standing there, completely still, his hands resting on the counter, his head slightly tilted to one side. The static sound grew louder, like it was coming from the walls themselves. I didn't stick around to find out what it was. I hurried out of the store, my heart pounding, and made my way back to my truck. The parking lot felt even more deserted than before, the lights casting long, eerie shadows that seemed to move as I walked. I climbed into the cab, locked the doors, and sat there for a moment, trying to shake the unease that had settled over me. I turned the engine on, hoping the familiar rumble would calm my nerves. It didn't. As I pulled out of the parking lot, I couldn't help but glance in my rearview mirror. The convenience store was still there, glowing under the harsh lights, but something caught my eye. Near the edge of the lot, just at the edge of the shadows, there was a figure standing there. It was hard to make out any details, but it looked like a person, just standing there, perfectly still, facing my direction. A chill ran down my spine. I pressed down on the gas, eager to get back on the road, but the figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching, until the store and the lot disappeared from my view entirely. I told myself I was overreacting. I was tired, running on fumes, and my mind was playing tricks on me. But as the miles ticked by, the feeling of dread didn't fade. If anything, it grew stronger. The next few hours were a blur. The road stretched out in front of me, dark and empty, the occasional sign whizzing past in the headlights. But no matter how far I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, that I wasn't alone. At some point, I decided to pull off to the side of the road to catch some sleep. I parked at a rest area, a small, quiet spot with a few benches and a vending machine. There were no other vehicles around, but that didn't surprise me. It was the middle of the night, after all. I turned off the engine, settled back in the driver's seat, and closed my eyes. But sleep didn't come. It started as a faint tapping, just a light, rhythmic sound coming from somewhere outside the cab. I opened my eyes, my heart immediately speeding up. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up, looking around, but there was nothing. The road was empty, the rest area silent. I told myself it was just the wind, or maybe a branch brushing against the side of the truck. But the tapping continued, soft but deliberate, like someone was knocking on the door. I grabbed my flashlight and hesitated for a moment before rolling down the window just a crack. I shined the light outside, sweeping it across the lot, the road, and the trees beyond. Nothing. I closed the window, my hands trembling, and locked the doors again. But the tapping didn't stop. It was coming from the passenger side now, like someone or something was moving around the truck, knocking on the windows. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice cracking. The tapping stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I sat there, breathing hard, waiting for something, anything, to happen. Minutes passed, and the only sound was the faint hum of the engine as it cooled. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even move. I sat there in my seat, wide awake, until the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. When I finally mustered the courage to step outside and check the truck, there was nothing there. No footprints, no signs of anyone, or anything, having been near me at all. But as I climbed back into the cab, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. On the passenger side window, smeared in the dust, was a single handprint. I never stopped at that truck stop again. In fact, I've gone out of my way to avoid that entire stretch of highway ever since. Whatever happened that night, whatever I heard, whatever was out there, I don't want to know. And the next time I'm driving late at night and feel that sense of unease creeping in, I'll listen to it. Because out on the open road, in the middle of nowhere, sometimes your instincts are all you've got. Growing up on a farm, you get used to the quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear the wind rustling through the crops, the occasional distant hum of a tractor, or the soft cluck of chickens in the distance. But there's a different kind of quiet that settles in just before something goes wrong. It's a silence that feels too thick, too still, like the land itself is holding its breath. That's what I felt the night something strange showed up in our cornfield. It was late October and the harvest was just about done. My dad had already brought in most of the corn, leaving only a few rows standing on the far side of the property. It was late, and the day had been long, but I liked to take a walk around the fields before heading to bed, just to clear my head and listen to the night. That evening, the air was crisp, the sky clear, and the moon was full, casting a soft glow over the fields. It was perfect weather for a quiet walk, but as soon as I stepped off the porch, I could tell something was off. The usual sounds of the farm, the crickets, The distant call of an owl were gone. It was dead silent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, but I shrugged it off. Maybe it was just the change in the weather. After all, autumn nights could be unpredictable. I made my way down the gravel path that cut through the fields, my boots crunching with each step. The rows of corn towered over me on either side, their dry leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The moonlight cast long shadows, making the stalks look like dark, swaying figures in the night. As I walked, I noticed something strange. The animals, the cows in the pasture, the chickens in the coop, were unusually restless. The cows were pacing, snorting and huffing, and the chickens were huddled together, quiet and alert. It was like they sensed something I couldn't. Then I heard it, a faint rustling sound coming from the cornfield. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable over the wind, but it grew louder the closer I got to the edge of the field. I stopped, squinting into the darkness, trying to see what might be causing it. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but the way the sound moved, it wasn't natural. It was rhythmic, like footsteps. My heart started to race, and I told myself it was probably just a deer or maybe a raccoon. We'd had issues with wildlife getting into the crops before, so it wasn't out of the ordinary, but something about the sound felt different. It was too steady, too purposeful, like whatever was making it wasn't just wandering, it was walking. Curiosity got the best of me, and I stepped into the cornfield, pushing through the tall stalks as quietly as I could. The dry leaves scratched at my arms, and the rustling grew louder. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint where it was coming from, but the sound seemed to move, like it was circling me, just out of sight. That's when I saw it. At first, it was just a shadow, barely visible in the moonlight. A tall, slender figure, moving through the rows of corn, just ahead of me. I froze, my breath catching in my throat as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't a person, at least, not any person I'd ever seen. It was too tall, its limbs too long, and the way it moved, almost gliding between the stalks, was unnatural. I stood there, rooted to the spot, watching as it disappeared deeper into the field. My heart was pounding, and every instinct in me screamed to turn around, to go back to the house, to lock the doors and forget I'd ever seen it. But something, some twisted sense of curiosity, kept me moving forward. I followed the figure, careful to stay hidden in the shadows of the corn. The further I went, the more I realized I was heading toward the part of the field that hadn't been harvested yet. The tall stalks loomed over me, casting long, eerie shadows in the moonlight. Suddenly, the rustling stopped. I crouched down, holding my breath, listening. The air was thick with tension, and the silence was deafening. Whatever was out there, it had stopped moving. It was waiting. I slowly stood up, scanning the field, my eyes darting from one shadow to the next. The figure was gone. At least, I couldn't see it anymore. But I knew it was still there. I could feel it, the same way the animals had felt it. A cold dread settled over me, and I turned to leave, deciding I'd had enough. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it again. This time, it was closer, much closer. It was standing at the edge of the unharvested corn, partially hidden by the tall stalks. But I could see its outline, tall, unnaturally thin, with long arms that seemed to stretch down past its knees. Its head was tilted slightly, as if it were watching me, studying me. I took a step back, my heart racing. Every instinct in me screamed to run, to get out of there as fast as I could. But I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, staring at this thing, whatever it was. Then, without warning, it took a step toward me. The corn around it rustled, and the sound of its movement was unmistakable, like dry leaves being dragged across the ground. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet as I scrambled to get away. I ran, crashing through the corn, not caring about the noise I was making. I didn't stop until I reached the edge of the field, panting and out of breath. I turned around, half expecting to see the figure standing right behind me. But the field was empty. The only sound was the wind rustling through the corn. I didn't waste any time. I sprinted back to the house, my heart pounding in my chest, my mind racing with questions I didn't want to answer. I slammed the door behind me, locking it, and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. For the rest of the night, I didn't sleep. I couldn't shake the image of that figure from my mind. I kept replaying the way it had moved, the way it had seemed to follow me, silently watching from the shadows. The next morning, I went back to the field. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find. Maybe signs of an animal, tracks, or something that would explain what I had seen. But there was nothing. No footprints, no broken stalks, no sign that anything had been out there at all. Except for one thing. In the middle of the field, right where I had seen the figure standing, there was a single, deep impression in the dirt. It wasn't a footprint, not exactly, but it was large, roughly the shape of a foot, with long, claw-like indentations at the front. I stood there, staring at it, my mind racing. Whatever had been out there the night before, it hadn't been a deer or a raccoon, and it certainly wasn't human. I don't walk through the fields at night anymore. In fact, I don't go out there after dark at all. I've told myself it was just my imagination, that maybe I was overtired, or that I'd let the silence of the night get to me. But deep down, I know that's not true. There's something out there, something that doesn't belong. And every time the wind rustles through the corn, I can't help but wonder if it's still watching, waiting for the right moment to come back. And next time, I might not be lucky enough to get away. You ever see something so out of place that your brain tries to make sense of it in the most rational way possible? Like when you're driving late at night, and you spot something in the sky, and your first instinct is to tell yourself it's a plane, or maybe a distant tower. That's how it all started for me. Just a late night drive home, nothing unusual, until I saw those lights hovering above the field. It was around 11 p.m., and I was driving back from a weekend trip with my girlfriend, Jess. We were on one of those long stretches of highway where the road seems to disappear into the dark, and there's not a single car for miles. It was just us, the road, and the stars. I remember the first time I saw the lights. They looked like they were pretty far off in the distance. They were faint, just barely noticeable above a field that stretched out to our right. At first, I thought it might have been a distant airplane or maybe the reflection of something from the ground. Jess hadn't noticed them yet, so I didn't say anything. We'd been driving for hours, and I figured I was just tired. But as the miles passed, the lights got brighter. They weren't blinking like plane lights, though, and they didn't move like anything I'd ever seen. Instead of traveling across the sky like you'd expect from a plane, they hovered, staying in one spot, then shifting positions suddenly in a way that didn't make any sense. "Hey, do you see that?" I asked Jess, trying to keep my voice casual, though my stomach was already doing somersaults. She looked up from her phone, squinting out the passenger window. "See what?" "Those lights," I said, nodding toward the field. "Right there." She leaned forward, frowning. "What the hell is that?" I was relieved she could see them too. At least I wasn't imagining things. The lights were brighter now, 3 or 4 of them, hovering in a tight cluster, almost like they were observing something. "Maybe it's some kind of drone," Jess suggested, though her voice was more uncertain than confident. I didn't respond. I was too focused on watching the lights as they suddenly split apart, moving in different directions before stopping again, completely still. There was something unsettling about the way they moved. Too fast, too smooth, not at all like anything I'd seen before. I pressed down on the gas, suddenly eager to put some distance between us and whatever was out there. Jess turned back to me, her eyes wide with concern. "What do you think it is?" "I don't know," I admitted, But it's weird, right? She nodded, chewing on her lip as she glanced back at the lights. Yeah, really weird. We drove in silence for a few more minutes, both of us occasionally stealing glances at the lights. They didn't seem to be getting closer, but they weren't fading away either. It was like they were keeping pace with us, staying just out of reach but close enough to make their presence known. That's when the engine sputtered. I frowned, glancing at the dashboard. The lights flickered, the radio cut out for a second, and the car jerked, as if something had momentarily drained the power. My heart skipped a beat, and I eased off the gas, hoping it was just a fluke. But then it happened again. The car stuttered, the headlights dimmed, and the engine made a low, strained sound, like it was struggling to keep going. "What's happening?" Jess asked, her voice rising in panic. "I don't know," I muttered, my grip tightening on the wheel. I slowed the car to a crawl, scanning the road for a safe place to pull over. We were in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by empty fields, with no buildings or streetlights in sight. The car lurched one final time before the engine cut out completely. We coasted to a stop on the side of the road, the only sound the faint rustle of the wind through the fields. Jess and I sat there in stunned silence for a moment, both of us staring at the dashboard as if willing the car to start up again. But the engine was dead, and the headlights had dimmed to a soft glow before fading out entirely. "This can't be happening," Jess whispered, her hands shaking as she fumbled for her phone. She held it up, but her face dropped when she saw the screen. No signal. I checked my phone too, but it was the same. No bars, no way to call for help. My stomach twisted with unease, and I turned my attention back to the field. The lights were still there, hovering above the field like they were watching us. And now, without the car's engine humming or the radio playing, the silence around us felt oppressive. I unbuckled my seatbelt and opened the door, stepping out into the cool night air. Jess shot me a panicked look. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to check the engine," I said, though part of me wasn't sure if I even wanted to. I popped the hood and leaned in, shining the flashlight from my phone over the engine. Everything looked fine. No smoke, no signs of overheating. But that didn't explain why the car had just died on us. Suddenly, Jess gasped from inside the car. "Oh my God, they're getting closer." I straightened up and turned toward the field. Sure enough, the lights were moving. Slowly, but unmistakably. They were drifting toward us, their glow brighter and more intense than before. My heart pounded in my chest as I slammed the hood shut and hurried back to the driver's side. "Get in," Jess urged, her voice shaking. I climbed back into the car, locking the doors behind me, though I wasn't sure what good that would do. The lights were still advancing, closing the distance between us and the field. They weren't moving erratically anymore. Now, they were coming straight for us. "What do we do?" Jess whispered, her eyes locked on the lights. I didn't have an answer. I tried turning the key in the ignition again, but the engine didn't make a sound. We were stuck. The lights drew closer, so close now that I could see the way they flickered and pulsed, casting long shadows over the field. The air around us felt heavy, charged with something I couldn't quite explain, like static electricity right before a storm. Then, just as quickly as they'd appeared, the lights stopped. They hovered there, maybe 50 yards from the car, glowing in eerie silence. Jess and I stared, frozen in place, waiting for something to happen. But for several long moments, nothing did. And then, slowly, one by one, the lights began to rise, higher and higher, until they were just faint points of light in the night sky, blending in with the stars. I sat there, my heart still racing, watching as the lights disappeared into the darkness. The air around us seemed to lighten, the heaviness lifting, and suddenly, the car's dashboard flickered back to life. The headlights came on, and the engine rumbled to life, as if nothing had ever been wrong in the first place. Jess and I exchanged a look of disbelief. Drive, she whispered. Please, just drive. I didn't need to be told twice. I slammed the car into gear and peeled out of there, the tires kicking up gravel as we sped down the road. We didn't stop until we reached the next town, where we pulled into a gas station and sat there for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. Neither of us had an explanation for the lights. I wanted to believe it was just some kind of bizarre atmospheric phenomenon, maybe a trick of the light or a drone test gone wrong. But deep down, I knew it was something more than that, something I couldn't explain. To this day, I don't know what we saw out there on that stretch of road, but every time I drive that way now, I can't help but glance at the fields, half expecting to see those strange lights again. And every time I do, I remember the way they moved, how they seemed to follow us, how they watched. People always say national parks are places of beauty, peace, and nature's purest form. But no one ever tells you how easy it is to get lost in them. And not just physically lost, though that's bad enough, but lost in a way that makes you question everything you think you know about the world. That's exactly what happened to me and my friends when we decided to take a quick hike through one of the park's lesser-known trails. It was supposed to be an easy day trip, a fun little adventure before heading back to the campsite. But what we found out there in those woods was anything but fun. It was early autumn, and the trees were just starting to turn. The air was crisp, the sky a perfect blue, and the trail we picked was supposed to be an easy loop, one of those beginner-friendly paths that led you past a creek and through some scenic lookouts. There were 4 of us, me, my best friend Chloe, and 2 other friends, Jake and Emma. We'd all been hiking before, and none of us were worried about getting lost or running into any trouble. After all, it was a marked trail, and the map made it seem straightforward. We started off in high spirits, laughing, taking pictures, and enjoying the day. The trail was quiet, with just the sounds of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves underfoot. At first, everything was perfect. We stopped by the creek to skip stones, climbed up to one of the lookouts to take in the view, and even joked about how we should have brought snacks because the hike wasn't challenging enough. But somewhere along the way, things started to feel off. I can't pinpoint exactly when it happened, but the forest seemed to grow denser. The trees, which had been spaced out and easy to walk through, suddenly felt like they were closing in on us. The trail markers, those little blazes on the trees that were supposed to guide us, became harder and harder to spot. It wasn't until we realized we hadn't seen one in a while that the unease really set in. "Are we still on the trail?" Jake asked, slowing down to scan the trees. His voice had lost its carefree edge, replaced by a note of uncertainty. Chloe, always the optimist, waved him off. "We've just got to keep going. The trail loops back eventually, right?" I glanced around, feeling that same uncertainty. The problem was, the woods all looked the same now, just a never-ending stretch of tall trees, thick underbrush, and shadows. I didn't want to admit it, but a pit of anxiety was growing in my stomach. We hadn't seen another hiker in hours, and the light was starting to fade. Emma, usually quiet and reserved, finally spoke up. "I think we missed a turn or something. Shouldn't we have seen that creek again by now?" "Yeah," I agreed, my voice a little shakier than I intended. "Maybe we should go back the way we came." Jake pulled out his phone to check the GPS, but we all knew what was coming. "No service," he said, shaking his head. "And this map app isn't loading." Of course it wasn't. We were too deep into the park, and none of us had thought to bring a physical map. Classic mistake, right? Chloe took charge, like she always did in situations like this. "Let's just keep moving forward. We'll hit the trail eventually." We all agreed, though none of us were feeling as confident as we had that morning. The sun was starting to sink lower in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, and the temperature was dropping fast. But there was something else too. Something more than just the fading light or the growing chill. The woods felt wrong. It's hard to explain, but it was like the forest was watching us. The birds had gone silent, and the usual sounds of wildlife had disappeared completely. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig underfoot, felt amplified, like it was coming from something just out of sight. More than once I glanced over my shoulder, sure I'd seen movement between the trees, but whenever I looked again, there was nothing. "We should stop and figure this out," Emma said, her voice tight with worry. "I don't like this." But Chloe kept moving forward. "We're fine, Em. We just need to find the trail again. It's got to be close." We trudged on for another hour, the light fading to a dusky orange. The deeper we went, the less familiar everything looked. It didn't help that the woods had started to feel unnatural. The trees were all the same height, standing eerily straight, with their branches reaching out like twisted fingers. The air was so still it felt like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then we found the other group. At first, I thought it was a joke, like one of those reality show pranks where another group of hikers shows up to mess with you. But as we got closer, it became clear that something was wrong. The group was standing in the middle of the trail, or at least what we thought was the trail, huddled together, their backs to us. There were 3 of them, dressed in hiking gear, but something about the way they stood so still and stiff gave me chills. "Hey," Jake called out, his voice echoing strangely in the silence. "You guys lost too?" No answer. Not even a flinch. We stopped a few yards away, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was definitely wrong. Their stillness, the way they didn't even turn to acknowledge us, it wasn't normal. "Maybe they didn't hear you," Chloe suggested, though she didn't sound convinced. I stepped forward, trying to get a better look. "Excuse me," I said, my voice quieter now. "We're kind of lost. Do you know where the trail picks back up?" Again, no response, no movement. It was like they were frozen in place, not even breathing. Emma grabbed my arm, her fingers digging into my skin. "Let's get out of here. Now." I didn't need to be told twice. Every instinct I had was screaming to leave, to put as much distance between us and those people as possible. I turned to go, but that's when it happened. One of the figures, the tallest one, slowly turned its head toward us. I'll never forget that moment. The way its head moved, the slow, jerking motion, as if it hadn't turned its neck in years. And the face, it wasn't right. It was too pale, too blank, with eyes that were just slightly too wide. And the way it stared at us, unblinking, like it was looking through us rather than at us, I can't explain it. But there was no life in those eyes. None. "Run," Chloe whispered, her voice barely audible. We didn't need to be told twice. We bolted, sprinting through the woods, dodging branches and leaping over roots, our hearts pounding in our chests. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see. We ran until we couldn't anymore, finally collapsing in a small clearing, gasping for breath. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the woods were now bathed in the eerie glow of twilight. "What the hell was that?" Jake panted, his face pale and his hands shaking. "I don't know," I admitted, my voice trembling. "But I don't think they were hikers." We sat there for a long moment, trying to collect ourselves, trying to make sense of what had just happened. But none of us had any answers. Eventually, we found our way back to the main trail, though I still don't know how. It was like the woods had shifted, like the forest itself had decided to let us go. We made it back to the campsite just as night fully fell, our legs sore and our minds racing. None of us talked much after that. The drive home was quiet, and we never really discussed what we'd seen in the woods. Maybe we didn't want to believe it had happened. Maybe we didn't want to think too hard about who or what those figures were. But sometimes, late at night, I still think about those hikers standing so still in the woods, waiting for something. And I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't run. It was supposed to be a peaceful weekend getaway, just me and my girlfriend, Kate, spending a few nights in a secluded cabin in the woods. No phones, no emails, no stress. Just the two of us, away from the constant buzz of our daily lives. The drive up had been picturesque, winding roads through dense forests, the autumn leaves turning vibrant shades of red and orange. It was everything we'd hoped for. But from the moment we stepped into the cabin, something felt off. The place was charming enough, rustic but cozy, with wooden beams and a stone fireplace. There was even an old guest book on the coffee table, a little extra touch that made the place feel even more quaint. I figured it'd be full of comments from previous guests about how much they enjoyed their stay, or maybe some tips about the best hiking trails in the area. After we unpacked, Kate plopped down on the couch and grabbed the guest book, flipping through the first few pages with a smile. "Look at this," she said, laughing as she read aloud. "Had a great time here. The view from the deck is amazing." I smiled, but something about the cabin was bothering me. I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe it was just the isolation, the way the thick woods pressed in around us, the silence almost too perfect. But I pushed the feeling aside. We were here to relax, and I didn't want to start the weekend off with any weird vibes. We spent the first night curled up by the fireplace, drinking wine and talking about everything and nothing. It was peaceful, exactly what we'd needed. But even as the flames crackled and the warmth filled the room, I couldn't shake the strange feeling that had settled in my chest. It was like the cabin was too quiet, like the woods outside were watching, waiting for something. The next morning, I woke up early and made some coffee while Kate slept in. The light streaming through the windows made the cabin look less intimidating, and for a while, I started to relax. I sat down on the couch with my mug, glancing at the guest book Kate had left open on the coffee table. I hadn't really paid much attention to it the night before, but now, with the early morning light spilling across the pages, I found myself curious. I flipped through the entries, most of them cheerful and positive. People had written about how much they loved the peace and quiet, how they spent their days hiking or sitting by the fire. But as I got further into the book, the tone of the entries started to change. At first, it was subtle. One entry mentioned hearing strange noises outside at night. Another talked about how they couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, though they brushed it off as just their imagination. I frowned, flipping through more pages. The entries became shorter, more frantic. Woke up to footsteps outside the cabin. No one there when I checked. Hear knocking at the windows. Too dark to see anything. This place feels wrong. We're leaving early. A cold chill ran down my spine as I read the last one. The handwriting was shaky, like the person had scribbled it in a hurry. Kate stirred in the bedroom, and I quickly closed the book, not wanting to alarm her. I sat there for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest. Maybe it was just a prank, someone trying to scare the next guest for a laugh. But the fear in those words, it felt too real. Kate came out of the bedroom, stretching and smiling. "Morning," she said, walking over to kiss me on the cheek. "What's up? You look weird." I forced a smile, shaking off the unease. "Nothing. Just woke up early. Ready for breakfast?" The rest of the day was uneventful. We hiked one of the nearby trails, took pictures of the leaves, and spent the afternoon sitting out on the deck, enjoying the view. The strange feeling from that morning had faded, and I almost forgot about the guest book entirely. But that night, everything changed. We'd gone to bed early, exhausted from the hike, and I was just starting to drift off when I heard it. A faint tapping sound, like someone lightly knocking on the window. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I held my breath, listening, hoping it was just a branch or maybe an animal brushing up against the glass. But then it happened again. Tap, tap, tap. "Did you hear that?" Kate whispered beside me, her voice barely audible. "Yeah," I breathed, sitting up in bed. "Stay here." I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and slowly climbed out of bed, my pulse racing. The tapping continued, soft and rhythmic, like someone, or something, was testing the window, waiting for us to react. I crept toward the window, every muscle in my body tense. The curtains were drawn, and I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should even look. Part of me didn't want to know what was out there, but curiosity got the better of me. I slowly pulled back the curtain and shined the flashlight out into the night. There was nothing, just the trees, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. No sign of anyone or anything that could have been making the noise. I let out a shaky breath and turned back to Kate. "Probably just the wind," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Nothing out there." She didn't look convinced, but we both tried to go back to sleep. I lay there in the dark, listening, waiting for the sound to return, but the rest of the night passed in silence. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The tapping, the strange entries in the guest book, it was all adding up to something I didn't want to acknowledge. After breakfast, I went back to the guest book, flipping to the last few entries, hoping to find some explanation, some reassurance that it was all just in my head. But what I found instead made my blood run cold. There, scrawled in the same shaky handwriting as the previous entry, was a message that hadn't been there the day before. "They're watching us. They're waiting. Don't look outside." I slammed the book shut, my heart racing. How had it appeared overnight? There was no way we could have missed it the first time. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone sneaking into the cabin while we slept? Was it some kind of twisted joke? I didn't tell Kate about the new entry. I didn't want to scare her. But the rest of the day, I couldn't stop thinking about it. The tapping at the window, the eerie silence of the woods. It all felt connected, like the cabin itself was trying to tell us something. That night, I hardly slept. Every creak, every rustle outside sent a jolt of fear through me. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for the tapping to start again. But it didn't. Instead, just as I was starting to drift off, I heard something else, something much worse. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, circling the cabin. They were soft at first, almost imperceptible, but as they grew closer I could hear them clearly, crunching through the fallen leaves outside. My blood turned to ice as I realized the footsteps were stopping directly outside the bedroom window. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just lay there, my heart pounding in my chest, waiting for the sound to go away. But it didn't. Instead, I heard the faintest whisper, so soft, I almost thought I was imagining it. "Don't look outside." I squeezed my eyes shut, my body trembling with fear. The footsteps lingered for what felt like hours before finally fading into the distance. The next morning, we left the cabin. We didn't pack carefully, didn't clean up. We just threw our things into the car and got the hell out of there. I never told Kate about the message I'd found in the guest book, but as we drove away, I couldn't help but glance back at the cabin, sitting there in the woods, as if it were waiting for the next guests. And I couldn't help but wonder who or what was watching us out there in the dark, and what would have happened if we had looked outside. I've always believed that you don't stop for hitchhikers. It's a rule I set for myself early in my career as a long-haul trucker, and I've stuck to it for years. Not because I'm heartless or unwilling to help, but because you hear too many stories out here on the road, the kind that make you think twice about letting a stranger into your cab. So when I spotted the figure standing on the side of the highway that night, thumb outstretched, every instinct I had told me to keep driving. But something was different this time. It was late, around 2 a.m., and the highway was practically deserted. The only light came from the moon hanging low in the sky, and the occasional flicker of my headlights bouncing off the reflective signs. I'd been driving for hours, and the hum of the engine had settled into a comforting rhythm. That's when I saw him. A man, standing by the shoulder of the road, alone, with his thumb raised in that universal gesture for "please stop." At first, I thought I'd imagined it. It's not often you see hitchhikers this far out in the middle of nowhere, especially not at this time of night. But as I got closer, there was no mistaking it. He was real, standing tall, wearing what looked like an old, tattered jacket and a baseball cap pulled low over his face. He didn't seem desperate or panicked, just standing there like he'd been waiting for something, or someone. For a moment, I debated with myself. I'd always told myself I'd never stop, but something about the guy gnawed at me. What if he was stranded? What if he needed help? Maybe his car had broken down, and this stretch of highway didn't exactly get a lot of traffic at night. Against my better judgment, I found myself easing off the gas, slowing the rig until I came to a stop just a few yards ahead of him. "Are you seriously stopping?" I muttered to myself, shaking my head. I didn't know why I was doing this, but something had pulled me in. I glanced in the rearview mirror as the man jogged up to the side of the truck, his figure moving almost too quickly for someone who'd been standing out there in the cold. My hand hesitated over the door lock for a moment before I pressed it, hearing the faint click as the door unlocked. He opened the passenger door and climbed in without a word. The cab felt immediately smaller with him inside, his presence looming larger than I expected. He settled into the seat, pulling the door shut with a quiet thud. "Thanks for stopping," he said, his voice low and gravelly, almost as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. His face was still partially hidden by the cap, and his jacket looked even more worn up close, frayed at the edges, like it had seen better days. "No problem," I replied, trying to sound casual even though my gut was tying itself into knots. "Where you headed?" "Just up the road a bit," he said, not offering any specifics. His answer was vague, and something about it made me uneasy. But I'd already let him in, and there wasn't much I could do about it now. I pressed down on the gas, and the truck rumbled back to life, rolling down the empty highway. The cab fell into an awkward silence, with only the hum of the engine and the faint sound of the tires on the asphalt filling the space. I kept my eyes on the road, resisting the urge to glance at him too often. He hadn't said much after climbing in, just staring straight ahead, like he wasn't interested in conversation. After a few minutes, I decided to break the silence. "So, you from around here?" "No," he answered, his voice flat. "Just passing through." I nodded, not pushing for more. He clearly wasn't in the mood to chat, and honestly, I wasn't sure I wanted to know much more about him. The miles stretched on, and the longer we drove, the more the unease in my gut grew. It wasn't just the man's silence that was getting to me. It was the way he sat, perfectly still, not fidgeting or moving like most people would. He kept his hands folded in his lap, his face hidden in the shadows from the brim of his cap, almost like he was trying not to be seen too clearly. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. "So, how'd you end up out here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. For a long moment, he didn't answer. Just when I thought he might ignore me entirely, he spoke, his voice quieter now. "Got stuck. Needed a lift?" I frowned. "Stuck where?" He didn't answer this time, just kept staring ahead, his eyes fixed on the road like he was lost in thought. A cold shiver crept down my spine, and I found myself gripping the steering wheel a little tighter. We passed a mile marker, and I glanced over at him again, hoping he'd give me some indication of where he wanted to be dropped off. But he didn't say anything. His gaze remained locked on the dark highway, like he was waiting for something. My heart started to race. I'd been on the road long enough to know when things didn't feel right, and everything about this situation was setting off alarm bells in my head. "I should be able to drop you off at the next rest stop," I said, my voice a little too loud in the quiet cab. "Shouldn't be too far from here." "No," he said, his voice sharper this time. "I'm not stopping there." A chill ran through me. His tone had changed, and there was an edge to it that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I forced a laugh, trying to keep things light. Well, it's the only stop for a while, so I'm afraid that's where I'm headed. For the first time, he turned his head to look at me. I could feel his eyes on me, though I still couldn't see his face clearly under the brim of his cap. But there was something in the way he stared, something that made my stomach twist. I said, "I'm not stopping there." The words hung in the air like a threat, and suddenly the quiet cab felt suffocating. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't know who this guy was or what he wanted, but I knew I didn't want him in my truck any longer. I swallowed hard, keeping my voice calm. "Look, man, I'm just trying to help you out. If you don't want to stop, that's fine, but this is as far as I can take you." Silence again. The only sound was the hum of the engine and the steady thrum of the tires on the road. And then, without warning, he reached up and grabbed the brim of his cap, pulling it down lower over his face. "Fine," he said, his voice barely audible. "Just drop me off at the next mile marker." I nodded, my heart still racing, and kept my eyes on the road. A few miles passed in tense silence, and when I spotted the next mile marker, I eased the truck over to the shoulder, bringing it to a stop. "Here you go," I said, trying to sound casual. "Hope you find your way." The man didn't respond. He opened the door and stepped out into the night, closing it softly behind him. I watched in the rearview mirror as he stood there for a moment, staring up at the sky before disappearing into the darkness. I didn't stick around to see where he went. As soon as the door was closed, I pressed down on the gas and got the hell out of there, my heart pounding in my chest the entire way. It wasn't until I reached the next truck stop that I finally allowed myself to relax. I pulled into the lot, turned off the engine, and sat there for a long time, my hands still gripping the steering wheel, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I never saw the man again, and to this day, I don't know who he was or what he wanted. But I do know one thing: I'll never pick up another hitchhiker, no matter how stranded they seem. I've always enjoyed the quiet moments on a cruise, the ones where the world feels still, and the ocean stretches out endlessly in every direction, like you're floating between worlds. It's a kind of peace you can't find anywhere else, surrounded by nothing but water and sky. That's why I was excited when my girlfriend Emily and I booked a week-long cruise. We needed a break, and I couldn't wait to enjoy that serene, isolated feeling. But what I didn't expect was how unsettling that same silence could become when someone, wasn't quite right. It was our second night on the ship when I first noticed her. We were in the dining hall, the usual chatter and clinking of silverware filling the air, when my gaze drifted across the room and landed on an elderly woman sitting by herself. She wasn't eating or talking, just sitting there, staring down at her hands, her white hair neatly pinned up in a way that seemed too formal for the casual atmosphere. What struck me was how still she was. In a room full of movement, she seemed frozen, like a statue. "Do you see her?" I whispered to Emily, nodding in the woman's direction. Emily glanced over, frowning slightly. "Yeah, that's kind of sad. Maybe she's waiting for someone." "Maybe," I said, though something about it didn't feel right. I couldn't stop looking at her. The other tables were full of couples and families chatting and laughing, but she was completely alone, not even a waiter stopping by to check on her. We finished dinner and left the dining hall, and I didn't think much more about the woman that night. I figured she was just a solo traveler or someone who'd lost her companion on the trip, which, in itself, was sad but not unusual. But the next night, when we went back for dinner, she was there again, in the same seat, wearing the same outfit, staring at her hands just like before. "That's weird," I muttered, leaning closer to Emily. "She's still sitting there." Emily shrugged. "Maybe she likes that spot." I wasn't convinced. Something about the way she sat, so perfectly still, gave me a strange feeling. And once again, no one seemed to be paying her any attention. No waiter, no other passengers, nothing. For the rest of the evening, I couldn't shake the image of her sitting there. It was like she didn't belong. The ship was lively. There were poolside parties, karaoke in the lounge, and even live music at the bar. But she wasn't part of any of it. She was just there in the periphery, existing in her own silent world. The next day, we spent most of our time lounging by the pool and exploring the ship. It was a beautiful day, and for a while, I forgot about the woman. But later that afternoon, as we made our way to one of the lower decks to grab a drink, I saw her again. She was sitting alone on a bench near the window, looking out at the ocean. The light from the setting sun cast long shadows across the hallway, and she was bathed in a golden glow that somehow made her seem even more out of place. Once again, she didn't move. She just sat there, staring ahead with that same blank expression. "That's the third time I've seen her," I whispered to Emily, feeling a knot of unease forming in my stomach. Always sitting alone, never talking to anyone. Emily glanced at the woman but didn't seem as bothered by it. Maybe she's just shy, or maybe she likes being alone. Some people do. I nodded, but the feeling didn't go away. The ship was full of life, but she seemed disconnected from all of it, like she was just a ghost passing through. That night, after dinner, I couldn't stop thinking about her. As we walked back to our cabin, I decided to ask one of the crew members about her. We passed a young woman in uniform near the elevator, and I stopped her. "Excuse me," I said, trying to sound casual. "There's an older woman I've seen around the ship. She's always sitting alone, white hair, kind of dressed up. Do you know if she's okay?" The crew member's smile faltered for just a second, but it was enough for me to notice. She glanced around before answering. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not sure who you're referring to. We have a lot of passengers." I frowned. "She's been in the dining hall the last 2 nights, always in the same spot." The crew member gave me a tight-lipped smile. "I'll make a note to check on her, but if you don't mind, we ask that guests not disturb other passengers' privacy." Her response didn't sit right with me. It was too vague, like she was brushing me off. But I didn't push it. Emily was already tugging on my arm, urging me to let it go. "Just forget about it," Emily said as we reached our cabin. "She's probably fine. You're overthinking it." But I couldn't forget about it. The next night, I insisted we sit near the woman's table in the dining hall. I wanted to get a closer look, maybe even strike up a conversation. I figured if I could talk to her, it would put my mind at ease. Maybe she really was just a quiet, lonely traveler. When we walked into the dining hall, I immediately spotted her, sitting in the same chair, at the same table, wearing the same outfit. I led Emily to a table just a few feet away, close enough that I could watch her without being too obvious. She hadn't moved since we'd come in, her hands resting lightly on the table in front of her, her head slightly bowed as if she were deep in thought. We ordered our food, and I spent most of the meal sneaking glances in her direction. The more I watched, the more unnerved I became. It wasn't just her stillness that was unsettling. It was the fact that no one seemed to notice her. The waiters walked past her table without stopping. The other guests didn't so much as glance her way. It was like she didn't exist. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up, determined to go over and say something, even if it was just a polite hello. But as I approached her table, I stopped in my tracks. Her chair was empty. I blinked, sure I'd seen her just moments before. I looked around the room, but there was no sign of her. The dining hall was bustling with people, but the woman was gone, vanished without a trace. I turned back to Emily, who was watching me with wide eyes. "What happened? Where did she go?" I don't know," I stammered, feeling the weight of the room pressing in on me. "She was just here." We left the dining hall quickly, both of us spooked by the sudden disappearance. Back in the cabin, I tried to make sense of it. How could she have disappeared so suddenly? she hadn't left the dining hall, I would have seen her. That night, I barely slept. I kept replaying the scene in my mind, trying to figure out where she could have gone. But no matter how many times I thought it over, I couldn't come up with an explanation that made sense. The next morning, I asked another crew member about her, describing her in detail. But again, I got the same vague response. No one fitting that description was listed as a passenger on the ship. For the rest of the cruise, I didn't see the woman again. But I couldn't shake the feeling that she was still there, somewhere on the ship, watching, waiting. And sometimes, late at night, when the ship was quiet and the only sound was the gentle rocking of the waves, I could almost hear the faint whisper of her presence, just out of sight. It was like she was still sitting at that table, still staring at her hands, waiting for someone to notice her. To this day, I don't know who or what that woman was, but I've been on plenty of cruises since, and I always find myself scanning the dining hall, looking for her. And every time I wonder if she's still out there, quietly waiting for someone to see her. Because I did. There's a certain sinking feeling you get when your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere. It's like all the safety and security you feel inside the metal shell of your car just evaporates, leaving you exposed, vulnerable. That's exactly how I felt the night my car decided to die on a lonely stretch of road, miles away from any town or gas station. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and the only light came from the faint glow of the moon and my hazard lights flashing in the dark. I'd been driving back from a weekend visit to a friend's cabin, taking the scenic route through rural roads, which now felt like a mistake. I hadn't seen another car in over an hour, and my phone, of course, had no signal. Classic, right? There I was, stranded, miles from anywhere, with no way to call for help and no clue what had gone wrong with the engine. I tried to restart the car for what must have been the 10th time. The engine made that sad sputtering sound again, but it wasn't catching. I slumped back in my seat, staring out at the empty road ahead, wondering how long I'd be stuck out here. And that's when I saw the headlights. They were faint at first, just a glimmer in the distance, but they were definitely there. Relief washed over me. Maybe someone could give me a lift to the nearest town, or at least let me use their phone to call for a tow. I climbed out of the car and stood by the side of the road, waving my arms as the vehicle approached. The car, a beat-up old truck, slowed to a stop just a few feet in front of me. The engine idled softly as the driver rolled down the window. He was a man in his late 40s or early 50s, wearing a faded baseball cap and a weathered jacket. His face was shadowed, but I could see enough to tell he had a serious, no-nonsense look about him. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice rough but not unkind. I nodded. "Yeah, it just died on me. I can't get it to start again, and my phone's got no signal out here." The man glanced down at my car, then back at me. "You want me to take a look?" I hesitated for a moment. Something about the way he asked the question gave me pause, but I quickly shook it off. I was stranded, and he was offering help. What choice did I have? "That'd be great. Thanks," I said, stepping aside to let him take a look under the hood. He climbed out of the truck and walked over to my car, popping the hood and shining a flashlight into the engine. I stood by, trying to stay out of his way, but I couldn't help feeling uneasy. The way the beam of his flashlight flickered over the engine and his silence as he worked made the night feel even darker, even quieter. "Looks like your alternator might be shot," he said after a minute, his voice flat and matter-of-fact. "That's why it won't turn over." I had no idea what that meant. I'm not exactly the most mechanically inclined person, so I just nodded, hoping that sounded right. "Is it fixable?" "Not out here," he said, closing the hood with a heavy thud. "You'll need a tow." Great, I thought. Just what I needed. "I can give you a ride to the nearest town," he offered, motioning to his truck. "It's not too far, about 20 miles down the road." Again, I hesitated. 20 miles. That seemed like a long way to go, especially in the middle of the night. But what choice did I have? I wasn't going to get anywhere sitting out here with a dead car. Yeah, okay, I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. That'd be a huge help. He nodded, his face still shadowed under the brim of his cap, and gestured for me to get in the truck. I grabbed my bag from the passenger seat of my car and slid into the passenger seat of his truck, the worn leather creaking beneath me. The interior smelled faintly of old cigarettes and motor oil, but it was warm, and for that, I was grateful. The truck rumbled back to life, and we pulled back onto the dark road. The silence between us was thick, and the only sound came from the low hum of the engine and the occasional creak of the truck's suspension as we hit a bump in the road. I stared out the window, watching the trees blur by in the dim glow of the headlights, trying to push down the nervous feeling gnawing at my gut. So, do you live around here? I asked, trying to break the tension. He shrugged, his eyes fixed on the road. Not too far. I waited for him to say more, but he didn't. Instead, the silence stretched out again, heavier than before. As we drove, I couldn't help but notice that the road didn't seem to be heading anywhere. There were no signs, no mile markers, and no hint of a town in the distance, just endless trees, stretching out on either side of us. My unease grew with each passing minute. How far did you say the town was? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Not too far, he repeated, his tone the same as before. Something about the way he said it sent a chill down my spine. I glanced at the dashboard, hoping for some clue as to where we were, but there was nothing to indicate we were getting closer to anything. No street signs, no buildings, just darkness. I shifted in my seat, my fingers tightening around the strap of my bag. I don't mean to be rude, but are we still headed toward town? The man didn't answer right away. He just kept driving, his face expressionless, eyes fixed on the road ahead. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and almost amused. We're getting there. That was it. That was the moment when my unease turned to full-blown fear. Something wasn't right. We'd been driving for what felt like far too long, and there was no sign of civilization. No other cars, no lights, just the empty, endless roads stretching out into the night. I swallowed hard, my heart racing. You know what? Maybe I should go back to the car, I said, trying to keep my voice calm. I think I'll just wait for the morning when I can get a tow. The man didn't respond right away, but I could feel the tension in the air thickening. His hands tightened on the steering wheel, and for a moment, I thought he wasn't going to stop. But then, without a word, he slowed the truck down, pulling off to the side of the road. I breathed a sigh of relief as he brought the truck to a stop. Thanks for the ride, I muttered, fumbling with the door handle. I'll just... Before I could finish, he reached across the seat, his hand gripping my wrist with surprising strength. You sure you want to get out here? He asked, his voice cold and quiet. We're in the middle of nowhere. No one's gonna find you out here. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. His grip tightened for a second, just long enough to send a wave of panic through me. But then, just as suddenly, he let go. Suit yourself, he said, leaning back in his seat, his expression unreadable. I didn't wait for him to change his mind. I yanked open the door, scrambling out of the truck and onto the side of the road. My heart was pounding, my mind racing as I slammed the door shut behind me. The man sat there for a moment, watching me from the driver's seat, his eyes hidden in the shadows. Then, without another word, he pulled back onto the road and drove off, the taillights of his truck disappearing into the darkness. I stood there for a long time, my heart still racing, the sound of the truck's engine fading into the distance. The cold night air wrapped around me, but I didn't care. I was just glad to be out of that truck. I never found out what that man's intentions were, and honestly, I don't want to know. But from that night on, I made myself another rule. If your car breaks down in the middle of nowhere, be careful who you accept help from, because sometimes getting a ride is more dangerous than being stranded. There's something about camping that makes you feel like you're stepping outside of time. The fire crackles, the stars shimmer overhead, and the quiet of the wilderness surrounds you. It's a kind of peace that you can't find in the city, where the hum of life never really stops. That's why my buddies and I made it a point to take these trips into the woods as often as we could. But one particular trip, the last one we ever took, still sticks with me. Not for the peace or the beauty of the forest, but because of what happened during the long, dark hours when the fire burned low and the night felt too quiet. It was just the three of us that weekend, me, Matt, and Kyle. We'd picked a campsite deep in the forest, miles away from the nearest town, right by a small, isolated lake. It was perfect. No other campers around, just trees and water as far as the eye could see. We set up our tents, got the fire going, and spent the day fishing and joking around like we always did. Everything felt normal, and by the time the sun started to set, we were relaxed and ready to settle in for the night. As the darkness fell, the temperature dropped, and we huddled around the fire, roasting marshmallows and swapping stories. Matt was in the middle of telling some ridiculous ghost story when we heard the first sound. It was a faint rustling just beyond the light of the fire. At first, we all thought it was a raccoon or maybe a deer wandering through the trees. "You hear that?" Kyle asked, peering into the darkness. "Probably just an animal," I said, though my ears were already straining to pick up any other sounds. The woods around us had been quiet all evening, and now, with the night fully settled in, every noise felt amplified. Matt waved it off, laughing. "Dude, we're in the middle of the woods. Of course there's going to be animals." We all agreed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The rustling had stopped, but the hairs on the back of my neck were still standing up. The firelight flickered, casting long shadows that danced at the edge of the trees, and for the first time since we'd arrived, the woods felt a little too still. We tried to brush it off, focusing on keeping the conversation light, but the mood had shifted. Every few minutes, I'd glance over my shoulder, half expecting to see something, or someone, lurking just beyond the fire's glow. After a while, we decided to call it a night. The fire was dying down, and the chill in the air had grown sharper. We put out the remaining flames, packed away the food, and retreated to our tents. I zipped mine up and lay down, listening to the soft rustling of the trees outside, trying to calm the unease that had settled deep in my gut. That's when the footsteps started. At first, I thought I was imagining it. A soft, rhythmic crunching, like someone walking slowly through the underbrush. My heart rate spiked, and I held my breath, straining to listen. It was faint, but unmistakable, steady footsteps, moving just outside the circle of tents. I sat up, my hand reaching for the flashlight I'd left by my sleeping bag. I hesitated for a second, not wanting to alert Matt or Kyle if it was nothing, but the sound continued. It wasn't an animal. Animals don't walk like that. This was deliberate. I unzipped the tent just enough to poke my head out, shining the flashlight into the trees. The beam cut through the darkness, but I didn't see anything. No movement, no figure, nothing but the trees swaying gently in the breeze. But the footsteps didn't stop. They circled the campsite, moving slowly, methodically, like someone was pacing just outside our reach. I crawled out of the tent, my heart pounding in my chest, and quietly made my way over to Matt's tent. "Hey," I whispered, tapping on the side. "Matt, you awake?" It took a moment, but Matt finally unzipped his tent, blinking groggily. "What's up?" "Do you hear that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. I didn't want to speak too loudly, didn't want to give away the fact that I was onto whatever, or whoever, was out there. He frowned, rubbing his eyes. Hear what? The footsteps, I said, glancing nervously toward the trees. Someone's out there walking around. Matt listened for a second, his expression slowly changing as he, too, picked up on the sound. His eyes widened, and he nodded, suddenly fully awake. We woke Kyle next, and the three of us stood there in the middle of the campsite, flashlights in hand, listening. The footsteps were still there, circling us. They never got closer, never moved farther away, just kept circling. We should call out, Kyle suggested, his voice shaky. Maybe it's just someone lost or messing with us. But none of us moved. Something about the sound, the deliberate, unhurried pace, made my skin crawl. Whoever was out there wasn't lost. They weren't trying to find their way back to the trail. They were watching us. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was even worse. My heart was hammering in my chest, and I could feel the tension between us, all of us waiting, listening, hoping the sound wouldn't start again. Okay, Matt whispered, his voice tight. Let's just get back in the tents. We'll pack up first thing in the morning and get out of here. I nodded, but as I turned back to my tent, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there wasn't done with us yet. I crawled back into my sleeping bag, but sleep was out of the question. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch had me on edge. Hours passed in a tense, sleepless silence. I don't know what time it was, but at some point, I must have dozed off. It wasn't until the faint light of dawn started creeping through the trees that I finally started to relax, convinced that the worst was over. But just as I was beginning to drift into a deeper sleep, I heard something again. This time, it wasn't footsteps. It was a low, steady breathing, coming from right outside my tent. My eyes snapped open, and I lay there, frozen, my heart racing. The sound was soft but unmistakable. Someone, or something, was standing just inches from where I lay, breathing slowly, deeply. I didn't dare move. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. Didn't want to let whoever or whatever was out there know that I was awake. I just lay there, listening, every muscle in my body tensed. After what felt like an eternity, the breathing finally stopped. There was a long, agonizing silence. And then, the faint sound of footsteps again, moving away from the tent, back into the trees. I waited until I was sure the sound was gone, then slowly, quietly, unzipped the tent and crawled out into the dim morning light. Matt and Kyle were already up, packing their gear in tense silence. Neither of them said a word, but I could see the fear in their eyes. They'd heard it too. We packed up as quickly as we could, not bothering with breakfast or even talking about what had happened. We just wanted to get out of there, back to civilization, back to safety. As we hiked back to the car, the forest seemed different, less welcoming, more oppressive. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone, or something, following us. But the woods were empty, as if whatever had been out there during the night had vanished with the sunrise. We never talked about that trip again. It wasn't like we made some kind of pact not to. It was just one of those things you don't bring up, like a bad dream you'd rather forget. But I'll never forget that night. The way the footsteps circled our camp, the sound of the breathing just outside my tent, and I haven't been camping since. There's a weird sort of calm that comes over you when you're driving alone at night. It's just you, the empty road, and the hum of your tires against the asphalt. It's peaceful, in a way, until it isn't. Until something makes you realize just how isolated you really are. That's what happened to me one night when I pulled into a rest stop in the middle of nowhere, thinking I'd catch a quick break. I wasn't expecting to meet anyone, certainly not him. I'd been driving for hours, trying to make it back home after a weekend away. It was late, well past midnight, and the road had been dead for miles. No cars, No lights, just the occasional reflective road sign flashing past. I could feel the exhaustion creeping up on me, so when I spotted a sign for a rest stop ahead, I figured it was a good chance to stretch my legs and maybe grab a quick nap before getting back on the road. The rest stop was nothing special, just a small lot with a couple of vending machines and a bathroom. The kind of place you stop at when there's nothing else around, but you're too tired to keep going. I pulled in, parked under one of the dim streetlights, and cut the engine. The light flickered overhead, casting a pale glow over the empty lot. As soon as I stepped out of the car, the cold air hit me. It was that sharp, biting kind of cold that comes when you're deep in the middle of nowhere. I wrapped my jacket tighter around me and headed toward the vending machines, hoping to grab a soda or something to keep me awake for the next leg of the trip. That's when I saw him. At first, I thought I was alone, but as I approached the vending machines, I noticed a figure standing just at the edge of the light, leaning against the wall by the bathrooms. He was tall, with his hands shoved deep into the pockets of a long, dark coat. The hood of the coat was pulled up, obscuring most of his face, but I could tell he was watching me. I stopped in my tracks, my heart skipping a beat. Something about the way he stood, so still and so silent, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. He didn't say anything, didn't move, just stood there, staring. I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling creeping up my spine. It was late, and I was tired. Maybe he was just another traveler, waiting for someone, taking a break like I was. But there was something about his presence that felt off. I fumbled for my wallet, trying to focus on the vending machine, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole time. My fingers trembled slightly as I fed a few bills into the machine and pressed the button for a soda. The can clattered down into the tray, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness of the night. I grabbed the can and turned to leave, hoping to make it back to my car without any kind of interaction. But as soon as I took a step, the man spoke. "Long night, huh?" His voice was low, raspy, and sent a shiver down my spine. I stopped, glancing over at him, unsure if I should respond. He hadn't moved from his spot, still leaning against the wall, his face mostly hidden in shadow. "Yeah," I said, forcing a small smile, trying to keep my voice casual. "Just passing through." He didn't respond right away, just kept staring. The silence between us stretched out, thick and uncomfortable, until finally, he spoke again. "Where you headed?" Something about the question made me pause. It wasn't just the question itself, it was the way he asked it, like he already knew the answer and was just waiting for me to confirm it. "Home," I said, keeping my response short, my nerves on edge. Again, he didn't say anything for a long moment, just stood there, watching me. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I could feel his eyes on me, sharp and unsettling. The whole situation felt wrong, like I was standing on the edge of something I couldn't quite understand. "You shouldn't stop here," he said finally, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Not tonight." My heart skipped a beat. "What?" "This place," he said, his head tilting slightly as if he were listening to something only he could hear. "It's not safe. Not for people like you." A cold chill ran down my spine. People like me. What did that mean? I took a step back, my pulse quickening. "I'm just passing through," I repeated, trying to sound calm, though my hands were shaking now. "I'll be gone in a minute." "You should leave now," he said, his voice a little sharper this time, "before it gets dark." I stared at him, confused. It was already dark, and had been for hours. What was he talking about? "Look," I said, backing toward my car, "I'm just trying to get home." For the first time, the man moved, stepping out of the shadow and into the pale light of the flickering street lamp. I finally got a good look at his face, and what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. His skin was pale, almost sickly, with deep shadows under his eyes. But it wasn't just that. There was something off about his expression, like he was seeing something that wasn't there. His eyes were too wide, too focused, as if he were waiting for something to happen. "Get in your car," he said, his voice low and urgent. "Drive. Now." I didn't need to be told again. My heart was pounding in my chest as I scrambled back to my car, fumbling with my keys in my haste to unlock the door. I glanced back at the man one last time as I climbed into the driver's seat, but he was already gone, vanished into the shadows like he'd never been there at all. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands shaking as I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out of the rest stop, the tires kicking up gravel as I sped back onto the highway. For the first few miles, I couldn't stop checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the man standing in the middle of the road behind me. But the highway was empty, just an endless stretch of darkness and the distant glow of the moon. I drove for what felt like hours, my mind racing, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Who was that man? And what had he meant when he said it wasn't safe? I still don't know. But here's the thing. About an hour after I left that rest stop, I heard about an accident on the same stretch of highway. A car had lost control and crashed into the trees near the rest stop I'd been at. The driver didn't make it. They said he'd likely fallen asleep at the wheel, exhausted from a long drive. And ever since then, I've wondered, if I hadn't stopped, if I hadn't met that strange man who told me to leave, would that have been me? I don't know who he was or how he knew, but I've never stopped at a rest stop like that again, and I don't think I ever will. You know that feeling when something just doesn't sit right, like a strange heaviness that settles in the pit of your stomach, even though everything looks perfectly normal on the surface. That's the feeling I had the moment we stepped onto that trail. It was supposed to be an easy hike, a simple out and back through a popular park. But that day, the woods felt different. And by the time I realized how wrong everything was, it was already too late. I'd been hiking with my best friend Lucas Nia for years. It was our thing, getting away from the city, clearing our heads in the peace and quiet of nature. We'd covered trails all over the country, from dense forest to towering mountain ranges. But this time, we decided to keep it simple and stick to a trail we both knew well, one we'd hiked a dozen times before. It was a sunny afternoon, the kind where the light filters through the trees in golden beams, and the forest feels alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves. Nothing unusual, just another day on the trail. We parked at the trailhead, laced up our boots, and set off, our backpacks light with just the essentials: water, snacks, a map. Not that we thought we'd need it. The first half of the hike was perfect. The trail was well worn, winding through the trees with the familiar crunch of dirt and leaves underfoot. We talked about work, weekend plans, and the usual stuff. Lucas was always the faster hiker, so he stayed ahead, setting a pace that kept me working to keep up. I didn't mind, though. The exercise felt good, and the woods had a way of calming my mind. But around the halfway point, things started to shift. It was subtle at first. The sunlight that had been streaming through the trees suddenly felt dimmer, like a cloud had passed in front of the sun, even though the sky had been clear when we started. The birds that had been chirping all around us had gone quiet, and the usual hum of the forest seemed to fade into a heavy, unnatural silence. I didn't say anything at first, thinking I was just imagining things. But after another mile or so, the silence became impossible to ignore. "Do you hear that?" I called out to Lucas, who was a few paces ahead. He slowed down, turning to look at me with a puzzled expression. "Hear what?" "Exactly," I said, stopping in my tracks. "It's too quiet. Where are the birds? Where's the wind?" Lucas shrugged, but I could tell he felt it too. "I don't know. Maybe we're just in a weird pocket of the woods or something." I wasn't convinced. We'd hiked this trail enough times to know that something wasn't right. The air felt heavier, thicker, like the woods were holding their breath. Still, We pressed on. The trail was supposed to loop around, leading us back to the car within an hour or two, so I figured we'd push through and be back at the trailhead soon enough. But as we kept walking, the trail began to change. The trees, which had been spaced out and familiar, started to grow closer together, their branches twisting and intertwining overhead like a canopy that blocked out most of the light. The dirt path beneath our feet became narrower, more uneven, and soon, we found ourselves stepping over large roots and rocks that hadn't been there before. "Are you sure we're still on the trail?" I asked, my voice tight with unease. Lucas pulled out the map, glancing at it before looking around. "I think so," he said, though there was hesitation in his voice. The trail markers should be up ahead. But there weren't any markers. The further we went, the more the trail seemed to disappear, swallowed by the dense forest. The trees loomed over us, casting long shadows that made it hard to tell where the trail ended and the woods began. After what felt like an eternity, Lucas stopped, turning to face me with a frown. "I think we should head back," he said, his voice low. "This doesn't feel right." I nodded, relieved that he was finally admitting what I'd been feeling for the past hour. "Yeah, let's go." We turned around and started retracing our steps, but something was wrong. The path we'd come down didn't look the same. The trees seemed closer together, the underbrush thicker, and the familiar landmarks we'd passed, like the fallen log near the creek, were nowhere to be seen. "We didn't come this way," I muttered, my heart pounding in my chest. "Did we?" Lucas didn't answer right away, his eyes scanning the dense woods around us. "I don't know," he said, his voice tight. "But we'll figure it out. Let's just keep moving." We walked for what felt like hours, but the more we tried to backtrack, the more lost we became. The trail, which had been so clear and obvious when we started, had vanished completely, swallowed by the forest. The trees pressed in on us from all sides, and the silence was suffocating. Panic started to creep in. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, in the way my breath came faster and my steps grew quicker. Lucas, always the calm one, was starting to show signs of frustration too. He kept checking the map, even though it was useless now. Nothing around us matched what was on the page. At one point, we came to a small clearing, a patch of open ground surrounded by trees so thick, it was like a wall of wood and leaves. I glanced at Lucas, and for the first time, I saw real fear in his eyes. "We're going in circles," he said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. I didn't want to believe it. But he was right. The same clearing we'd stumbled into earlier was now in front of us again, even though we'd been walking in a straight line for what felt like miles. "This doesn't make any sense," I said, my voice shaking. "We should have been out of here by now." Lucas didn't say anything. He just stared at the ground, his jaw clenched, as if trying to figure out what to do next. "We need to stay calm," he said finally, though I could hear the strain in his voice. "We'll find our way out. We just need to..." Before he could finish, something moved in the trees. It was just a flicker of movement, out of the corner of my eye. I turned, my heart racing, but whatever it was had already disappeared. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. Lucas shook his head. "See what?" "There's something out there," I said, my throat dry. "I saw something move." Lucas scanned the trees, but the woods were still, the shadows long and deep. "You're just spooked," he said, though he didn't sound convinced. "There's nothing out there." But I knew what I'd seen. Something, or someone, was watching us. We stood there for a long moment, both of us on edge, waiting for something to happen. But the forest remained silent, the trees unmoving. Finally, Lucas broke the tension. "Let's keep moving," he said, his voice firm. "We'll find the trail again. We have to." I wanted to believe him, but deep down I knew we were in trouble. We were lost, and the woods weren't giving us any clues as to how to get out. We walked for hours, maybe longer. The sky, which had been bright and clear when we started, had turned a dull, oppressive gray. The sun was sinking lower, casting long shadows that twisted and stretched as we made our way through the trees, but the trail never reappeared. As night began to fall, Lucas and I made a decision we never wanted to make. We'd camp here in the middle of the unknown. We found a flat patch of ground, set up our tent, and tried to convince ourselves that everything would be fine in the morning. But as the darkness closed in around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. We never found our way back to the car. The next day, a search party did. They found Lucas's gear near the trailhead, neatly packed away. But me? I never came back. It's strange how certain places can get under your skin. You pass them day after day, never giving them much thought, but then one day, something changes. A shift in the light, a shadow where there wasn't one before, and suddenly you can't stop thinking about it. That's how it was with the old barn on the outskirts of town. I'd driven past it 100 times, never really paying attention, until that one evening when I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, was watching me from the dark windows. The barn was a relic of a time long gone, tucked away at the edge of a field that had long since been left to grow wild. The roof sagged in places, and the wood had weathered to a grayish hue, but it still stood, looming over the landscape like a forgotten monument. Nobody ever went there, as far as I knew. The land it sat on had been abandoned years ago when the owners passed away, and the property had been left to rot. That day I was coming back from work, taking the usual back roads, when I felt it. A cold chill ran down my spine, and my eyes drifted to the barn. It was just sitting there like always, but something about it looked different. The windows were black, darker than they should have been with the fading daylight, and for a split second, I thought I saw movement inside. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling. I was probably just tired, but as I drove past, I found myself slowing down, my gaze locked on the barn. I don't know what came over me, but before I even realized what I was doing, I'd pulled over to the side of the road and stepped out of the car. The air was cool, carrying the scent of the overgrown grass that swayed lazily in the breeze. I stood there for a moment, staring at the barn, my heart pounding a little harder than it should have been. It was just an old building, after all. There was nothing to be afraid of. But that didn't stop the unease from creeping in as I crossed the field toward it. With each step, the barn seemed to grow taller, more imposing. The closer I got, the more I could see just how dilapidated it really was. The windows were grimy, covered in years of dust and cobwebs, and the wooden doors hung slightly ajar, creaking ever so slightly in the breeze. I stopped in front of the doors, my hand hovering over the rough wood. Part of me wanted to turn around and go back to the safety of my car, to forget I'd ever stopped. But there was another part of me, a part I couldn't ignore, that needed to know what was inside. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open. The hinges groaned loudly in the silence, and the smell of damp wood and dust hit me as I stepped inside. The barn was bigger than it looked from the outside, the high rafters disappearing into shadow. The only light came from the few cracks in the walls where the setting sun filtered through, casting thin beams of light across the dirt floor. At first glance, the place seemed empty. Just old farm equipment, a few broken crates, and piles of hay that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades. But as I ventured further in, something caught my eye. In the far corner, partially hidden behind a stack of rotting wood, was an old ladder leading up to a loft. It was rickety and worn, the kind of thing you wouldn't trust to hold your weight. But there was something strange about it, something that made me feel like it hadn't always been there. I hesitated, glancing around the barn one last time before making my way to the ladder. My heart was racing now, and every instinct I had was telling me to leave, to get back in my car and drive as far away as possible. But I couldn't stop myself. I had to see what was up there. The ladder creaked under my weight, and for a moment, I thought it might give way. But somehow, I made it to the top. The loft was small, just a cramped space tucked under the barn's roof, with the same smell of damp and decay that filled the rest of the building. But there, in the middle of the floor, was something that didn't belong. A wooden chest. It was old, much older than anything else in the barn. The wood was dark and polished, with intricate carvings that had been worn smooth with time. A thick layer of dust covered it, but it looked untouched, like it had been hidden up here for years, waiting for someone to find it. My hands were shaking as I knelt down in front of the chest, brushing away the dust. The carvings were strange, almost like symbols, though I couldn't quite make out what they were supposed to represent. I hesitated for a moment, my fingers hovering over the latch, before finally giving in to the curiosity that had led me this far. The latch clicked open, and I lifted the lid. Inside the chest, nestled in a bed of faded velvet, was a small, weathered journal. Its leather cover was cracked and brittle, but the pages inside were still intact, their edges yellowed with age. I picked it up carefully, my hands trembling as I opened it to the first page. The handwriting was old-fashioned, looping, and elegant, but the words themselves were barely legible. Faded, almost erased, as if someone had tried to remove them. I trying to make sense of the faint script. November 17th, 1922. It's here. I saw it again tonight, in the barn, watching me from the shadows. It's always watching. I don't know how much longer I can stay here. The nights are worse now. It won't let me sleep. I can feel it. Waiting. A cold chill ran down my spine as I read the words. My hands were shaking so badly that I almost dropped the journal. What was this? Who had written it? And what had they seen in the barn? I flipped through the pages, but most of the entries were just as faint, the words barely visible, as if someone, or something, had been trying to erase them from existence. But one thing was clear. Whoever had written this had been terrified. Something had haunted them in this barn, something they couldn't escape. Suddenly, a loud creak echoed through the barn, and I froze. I wasn't alone. My heart pounded in my chest as I slowly stood up, clutching the journal to my chest. The sound had come from below, from the barn floor. Someone, or something, was down there, moving around. I edged toward the ladder, my hands slick with sweat, as the sound of footsteps grew louder. I peered over the edge, my breath catching in my throat. The barn was empty, but the footsteps hadn't stopped. They were still there, pacing around the barn, moving in slow, deliberate circles. I couldn't see anyone, couldn't make out a figure in the dim light, but I could feel it, the same presence that the journal had described, the same sense of being watched. I scrambled down the ladder, my hands slipping on the worn wood, and bolted for the door. The footsteps followed, growing faster, closer, as if something was chasing me, something I couldn't see. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I burst out of the barn and ran across the field, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My car was still parked on the side of the road, the engine still off, the world still silent, but the feeling, the presence, was still there, watching me, following me as I raced toward the safety of my car. I didn't stop until I was back behind the wheel, the engine roaring to life as I sped away from the barn, the journal still clutched in my hands. My heart didn't stop pounding until the barn had disappeared in my rearview mirror, swallowed by the fading light of the evening. I never went back to that barn, never told anyone what I'd found, what I'd heard. But sometimes, late at night, I take out the journal and stare at the pages, the faint words that still haunt me. And I wonder, what was watching me in that barn? And is it still there, waiting for someone else to find it? Have you you ever had that gut feeling that something was wrong before you even realized what it was? It's like your body knows something your mind hasn't caught up to yet, and all you can do is trust that instinct. That's exactly how I felt when we pulled into that empty campsite. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend in the woods, just me and a couple of friends. But from the moment we arrived, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It started small, like a whisper at the back of my mind, telling me that the place was off somehow. It was nothing I could put my finger on, and I didn't want to be that person, the one who ruins a good trip with paranoia. But as we unpacked the car and set up our tents, the feeling only grew stronger. We had driven a few hours out of town, deep into a national forest where the trees stretched for miles and the sound of civilization was left far behind. The campsite wasn't on any official map, but Kyle, one of my best friends, had found it online through some outdoor enthusiast forum. He said it was off the beaten path, perfect for getting away from everything. I liked the idea in theory, peace and quiet, no other campers, no distractions, but standing there, surrounded by nothing but trees, the silence didn't feel peaceful. It felt heavy. Pretty cool, right? Kyle grinned as he tossed a bag of firewood onto the ground. We've got the whole place to ourselves. Yeah, I replied, trying to sound enthusiastic. Definitely secluded. Emily, my girlfriend, was already pulling out the cooler, humming to herself. She didn't seem bothered by the isolation, but then again, she was always more adventurous than I was. She loved these trips, the chance to disconnect, but I found myself glancing around more than I usually did, scanning the tree line like I was expecting to see something. The afternoon passed without incident. We built a fire, roasted some marshmallows, and laughed about old times, the usual camping stuff. But even as the sun started to set and the glow of the fire flickered warmly against the trees, I couldn't relax. There was something strange about how quiet the woods were. No birds, no insects, not even the sound of wind rustling through the branches. Just the crackling of our fire and our voices echoing too loudly in the stillness. "You're awfully quiet tonight," Emily said, nudging me playfully. "Everything okay?" "Yeah, I'm fine," I lied, forcing a smile. "Just tired, I guess." She didn't push it, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. Still, we settled into a comfortable rhythm, passing the time with stories and jokes, and eventually, I managed to push the unease to the back of my mind. But as the night wore on, things started to feel even stranger. Around midnight, we all decided to turn in. The fire had burned down to embers, and the temperature had dropped enough that the idea of crawling into our sleeping bags sounded more appealing than staying up any longer. I zipped up our tent and lay down next to Emily, staring at the canvas above me as she quickly drifted off to sleep. The woods outside were still deathly quiet, and for some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I must have dozed off at some point because the next thing I knew, I woke up to a faint sound, like someone or something was moving outside the tent. I sat up, my heart immediately pounding in my chest. The sound was subtle, just the soft crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. But in the absolute silence of the forest, it might as well have been thunder. I listened, holding my breath, trying to convince myself it was just Kyle heading to the trees for a bathroom break or some animal wandering too close to camp. But the footsteps were too deliberate, too slow. I gently shook Emily awake. "Hey, do you hear that?" She groaned softly, half asleep. "What?" There's someone outside," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Emily blinked, her tired brain trying to catch up. "It's probably Kyle." But I wasn't so sure. I glanced toward the small mesh window of the tent, but it was too dark to see anything. The fire had long since died, leaving the campsite bathed in shadows. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Just the oppressive silence of the woods pressing in on all sides. I slowly unzipped the tent, careful not to make any noise, and poked my head out. The moon was high, casting a pale light over the campsite, but there was no sign of anyone. Kyle's tent was still zipped up, his silhouette faintly visible inside. Whatever had been moving around wasn't him. I scanned the tree line, my eyes darting between the trees, but there was nothing. No sign of anyone, or anything. Just the empty campsite and the dark woods beyond. Emily sat up behind me, her voice quiet but tense. "Do you see anything?" I shook my head, still staring out into the darkness. "No, but something's out there." We waited for what felt like forever, listening, but the footsteps didn't come back. After a while, Emily convinced me to lay back down, though I didn't sleep. I lay there, wide awake, listening to the silence, waiting for the sound to return, but it never did. Morning came, and with the sunlight, my anxiety from the night before felt almost foolish. Almost. The woods looked normal again. The unease from the previous night faded, though not completely gone. Kyle was already up, poking at the remnants of the fire, oblivious to the strange tension that had settled over me and Emily. "Morning," he called cheerfully. "Sleep well?" "Yeah," I lied again. "You?" "Like a rock," he grinned. I didn't tell him about the footsteps. It felt silly now, like maybe I'd imagined it, or maybe it really was just an animal. But that nagging feeling in my gut didn't go away. Something had been out there. The plan was to pack up after breakfast and head back to town, but as we started gathering our things, we noticed something odd. The path we'd taken to get to the campsite, the one that had been so clear when we arrived, was gone. Completely. We stood there, confused, staring at the dense trees where the trail should have been. I was sure we'd come this way. The car wasn't far, just a short hike through the woods. But now, there was no sign of the trail. It was like the forest had swallowed it up overnight. "That doesn't make any sense," Kyle muttered, scratching his head. "It was right here." "Are you sure we're looking in the right spot?" Emily asked, though I could hear the doubt in her voice. "Yeah, this is it," I said, my heart starting to race again. We didn't come that far. The trail was right here. We spent the next hour circling the campsite, trying to find the path we'd taken the day before, but it was gone, completely gone. The trees, which had seemed familiar when we arrived, now looked the same in every direction. No markers, no trail, just endless woods. Panic started to set in. We had no cell signal, no map, nothing to help us find our way back. We were completely disoriented, and the more we searched, the more lost we became. "We need to stay calm," Kyle said, though I could hear the strain in his voice. "We'll find it. We just need to retrace our steps." But there were no steps to retrace. The woods had changed overnight, twisted into something unrecognizable. It was like the forest itself had decided we weren't going anywhere. By late afternoon, the tension was unbearable. The silence that had unnerved me the day before was back, heavier than ever. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, waiting for the right moment. As the sun started to dip below the trees, casting long shadows over the campsite, I realized something else, something that made my blood run cold. We weren't the first ones to get lost here. Near the edge of the clearing, half hidden in the underbrush, was the remnants of an old campsite. Torn tents, rusted cans, and a half-buried cooler, like someone had been here before, and like us, they'd never left. I don't know what happened to them, and I don't know what's going to happen to us. But if you're ever driving through these woods and think about stopping to camp, don't. There are some things you just don't forget, no matter how much time passes. The kind of experiences that settle in the back of your mind, waiting to resurface when you least expect it. For me, It was the year I spent in college, sharing an apartment with a guy no one else seemed to remember. At first, I thought it was all in my head, that maybe I was just misinterpreting things. But the more time I spent there, the more I realized that something wasn't right. It was my sophomore year when I moved off campus into a small 2-bedroom apartment. The place wasn't fancy, cheap rent, worn-down carpets, and a view of the parking lot. But it was a step up from the dorms, and I was glad to have my own space. When I first signed the lease, I was told I'd have a roommate, someone named David, who had already been living there for a year. That was fine by me. I'd always gotten along with my roommates in the past, so I didn't expect any problems. The first couple of weeks were uneventful. David kept to himself most of the time, rarely leaving his room except for the occasional trip to the kitchen or bathroom. We exchanged pleasantries, but there was never much conversation. I didn't think much of it at first. Some people are just quiet, I figured. He was probably busy with schoolwork or something. But then things started to feel off. It began with small things. I'd come home after class and find the door to David's room slightly ajar, even though I knew I hadn't seen him leave. Or I'd hear strange noises at night, soft footsteps, faint whispers coming from his room, even when I thought he wasn't home. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was just hearing things. Maybe the apartment had thin walls, and the sounds were coming from the neighbors. One night, I came home late from studying at the library. The apartment was dark, and David's door was closed, as usual. I figured he was asleep, so I quietly made my way to my room, not wanting to disturb him. As I passed his door, though, I noticed something strange. There was a light coming from under the door, but it wasn't the usual warm glow of a lamp or overhead light. It was faint, almost like the light from a screen, flickering. I paused, debating whether or not to knock, but something stopped me. The apartment was eerily quiet, the only sound the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I stood there for a moment longer before deciding to leave it alone. Whatever David was doing in there was his business, and I didn't want to be nosy. The next morning, I got up early for class and noticed something odd. David's door was wide open, but his room was completely empty. The bed was made, the desk cleared, and there were no signs that anyone had been in there recently. I stood in the doorway for a moment, confused. Had he left early? Maybe he had a class or something. But as I glanced around the room, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Later that day, I ran into a mutual friend, Sarah, at the campus coffee shop. We got to chatting, and I mentioned David, asking if she knew him. She gave me a blank look. "David? Who's that?" I frowned. "My roommate. He's been living with me for a few months now." Sarah shook her head, laughing. "I thought you lived alone." I stared at her, completely baffled. "No, I definitely have a roommate. His name's David. You've probably just never met him. He keeps to himself a lot." But Sarah didn't seem convinced. "I've never heard you mention him before, and you've always said it's just you in that apartment." The conversation left me unsettled. How could Sarah not know about David? We'd been friends for years, and I'd definitely mentioned him in passing before. Hadn't I? Over the next few weeks, things only got stranger. David's presence became more and more inconsistent. Some days, I'd come home, and it was like he wasn't even there. No sounds from his room, no dishes left in the sink. Other days, I'd catch fleeting glimpses of him as he moved around the apartment, but he never stayed long enough for a conversation. It was like he was slipping in and out of existence. One night, after a long day of classes and work, I sat down to dinner with some friends. The topic of roommates came up, and I mentioned David again. "Wait," one of my friends said, setting her fork down. "You've been living with someone this whole time. I thought you had a single apartment." I looked around the table, confused. "Yeah, David. I've told you guys about him before." But they all shook their heads. "You've never mentioned a David," another friend said, furrowing her brow. "Are you sure you're not mixing things up?" A cold chill ran down my spine. How could they not remember? I was certain I'd talked about David before, at least in passing, but the more they insisted, the more I began to doubt myself. Had I really been living with someone, or had I just imagined the whole thing? That night, I went home, my mind racing. I stood outside David's door, staring at it, wondering if I should knock. I needed to talk to him, to confirm that I wasn't losing my mind. But something about the silence coming from the other side of the door made me hesitate. I turned the knob slowly, pushing the door open. The room was empty, completely empty. There were no clothes in the closet, no books on the desk, no signs that anyone had ever lived there. The bed was stripped bare, and the walls were blank, like a room that had been uninhabited for months. I stood there, frozen, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. How could this be possible? David had been living with me. He'd been here. I'd seen him. We'd talked, shared the same space. I wasn't imagining it. I couldn't be. But as I looked around the room, a horrible thought began to creep into my mind. What if David had never existed? I backed out of the room, my heart pounding in my chest. The apartment felt different now. Colder, emptier. I locked myself in my bedroom, trying to shake the overwhelming sense of dread that had settled over me. I kept telling myself that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe David had moved out while I was at class. Maybe he was playing some kind of prank on me. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The next day, I went to the apartment office to ask about David, hoping they'd have some answers. When I asked about my roommate, the woman behind the desk gave me a strange look. "David," she repeated, flipping through her files. "There's no one by that name listed on your lease. You've been living there alone since you moved in." I stared at her, my heart sinking. "That's not possible. He's been there the whole time." She shook her head. "I'm sorry, but there's no record of anyone else living in your apartment." I left the office in a daze, my mind spinning. How could this be happening? How could I have lived with someone for months, only for him to vanish without a trace? No one else remembered him. There was no evidence he'd ever been there. To this day, I still don't know what happened. Maybe David was real, and he simply disappeared without anyone noticing. Maybe he was some kind of figment of my imagination, a creation of my mind. Or maybe there was something darker at play, something I'll never fully understand. But one thing's for sure, I've never felt truly alone in that apartment since. Sometimes late at night, I still hear the faint sound of footsteps, the quiet creak of a door opening and closing, like someone is still there, like David is still there, watching, waiting, and I don't think he's ever really left. It started with a phone call in the middle of the night, one of those that jolts you awake with a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread. I wasn't sure why I'd even answered it, especially since I didn't recognize the number, but something about the incessant ringing made me feel like I had to. You know that feeling. Like it's not just a phone call, but something important, something you can't ignore. I wish I hadn't picked up that night, though. I wish I'd just let it ring. The voice on the other end was faint, almost muffled, like they were speaking from far away, or through a bad connection. It was hard to make out the words at first, but the tone was unmistakable. They were scared. There was panic in their voice, the kind that makes your skin crawl because you don't know what's coming next. "Help me," they whispered. "Please, help me." I sat up in bed, fully awake now, my heart racing. Who is this? But there was no answer. Just the soft crackle of static and the faint sound of heavy breathing. For a moment, I thought it might be a prank, but something about the fear in that voice felt too real. "Who is this?" I asked again, louder this time. The line went dead. I sat there in the dark, the phone still pressed to my ear, trying to shake off the lingering unease. Maybe it was just a wrong number, I told myself. Someone had called the wrong person, realized their mistake, and hung up. But as I lay back down, the voice echoed in my mind. Please, help me. The next day, I tried to forget about the call. It was probably nothing, just someone in distress who dialed the wrong number. But the voice, it stuck with me. There was something in the way they'd said, "Help me." Something that felt like more than just fear. It felt like desperation. Still, I convinced myself it was best to leave it alone. A week passed with no more strange calls, and I started to think maybe it was just an isolated incident. But then, late one night, it happened again. The phone rang, the same unknown number flashing on the screen. This time, I didn't hesitate. I answered immediately. "Hello?" Again. There was a long pause. The same crackling static. The same faint breathing on the other end. I felt my chest tighten with that same inexplicable dread, my pulse quickening as I waited for the voice. "Please. Help me," they whispered, just like before. "Who are you?" I demanded. "What do you want?" The line crackled, and for a moment, I thought I heard something else in the background, like the sound of footsteps or maybe distant voices. But it was too faint to be sure. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. Why would someone be calling me, a complete stranger, asking for help in the middle of the night? "Where are you?" I asked, my voice softer now, more cautious. This time, there was an answer, barely more than a whisper. "I don't know. I'm trapped." A chill ran down my spine. "Trapped where? What do you mean?" I don't know how long I've been here," the voice continued, their words disjointed, like they were struggling to stay focused. "It's dark. I'm scared." I glanced around my dark bedroom, the faint glow of the streetlight filtering through the blinds. The room felt colder suddenly, and my skin prickled with an uneasy tension. "Tell me where you are," I said again. "I can help you, but you need to tell me where you are." The voice didn't respond right away. There was a long stretch of silence, followed by another crackle of static. "Don't let it find me," they whispered. "Please, don't let it find me." My heart skipped a beat. What? What are you talking about? What's trying to find you?" But before I could get an answer, the line went dead again. This time, I didn't sleep. I spent the rest of the night staring at my phone, waiting for it to ring again, half expecting the voice to come back. But it didn't. I thought about calling the police, telling them about the strange calls. But what could I say? That someone was calling me, asking for help. It wasn't like I had any useful information to give them. No name, no location, nothing but a voice. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, trying to make sense of it. Who was this person? Why were they calling me? And what had they meant by "don't let it find me"? That evening, as the sun began to set, I felt the tension building in my chest again. I hadn't heard from the mysterious caller all day, but something told me it wasn't over. Sure enough, just after midnight, my phone rang. The same number. I hesitated for a moment, my thumb hovering over the answer button. I didn't want to pick up, but something in me needed to know. I answered. "Please," the voice whispered, more urgent this time. "It's getting closer." My heart raced. Who is? What's getting closer? "They're coming," the voice said, their words trembling. "I can't see it, but I can hear it. It's been watching me. I don't have much time." Panic surged through me, but I tried to keep my voice calm. "Tell me where you are. I can help you." There was a brief pause, and then, in the softest whisper, they said, "I'm right here." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean? Right where?" "I'm with you." The air around me seemed to grow colder, and I instinctively glanced around the room. It was empty, just me, sitting alone in my bedroom. But something about the way they'd said those words made me feel like I wasn't alone anymore. "What do you mean?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "Where are you?" "You have to stop it," the voice continued, their words becoming more frantic. "It's close. It's almost found me." I stood up, pacing around the room, my mind racing. "I don't understand. What do you want me to do?" "Don't let it in," they whispered, their voice trembling. "Don't let it—" The line went dead again. I stood there in the middle of my bedroom, my heart pounding in my chest, the phone still clutched in my hand. The silence was deafening. I stared at the screen, waiting for the call to come back, but it didn't. And then I heard it, a faint sound, coming from somewhere just outside my apartment. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but as I listened, the sound grew louder, a soft, rhythmic tapping, like someone knocking on a door. I froze, my blood running cold. The tapping was steady, persistent, and it was coming from the front door. I didn't move. The knocking continued, slow and deliberate, each tap sending a jolt of fear through my body. I wanted to go to the door, to look through the peephole and see who, or what, was on the other side. But something in me knew that wasn't a good idea. "Don't let it in." The words echoed in my mind over and over again. Whoever had been calling me had warned me. They'd told me not to let it find them, not to let it in. The knocking stopped. I waited, every muscle in my body tense, listening for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, just the silence, thick and oppressive, filling the apartment like a suffocating blanket. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. I sat in the corner of my room, phone in hand, waiting for it to ring again. But it never did. The calls stopped after that night. I never heard from the mysterious voice again. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that faint tapping, like someone, or something, is knocking, waiting to be let in. And every time, I remember the voice's last words. "Don't let it in." You ever get that feeling when you're about to do something and a small voice in your head tells you not to? It's subtle, barely a whisper, but it's there, urging you to reconsider. I felt it the moment we decided to rent the cabin. I can't explain why. It was just a little getaway, something my girlfriend, Jessie, and I had planned for months. But standing there at the edge of the woods, staring up at the place, I couldn't shake the feeling that we should have turned back. We'd found the cabin online, one of those hidden gems people rave about in blog posts. Secluded, peaceful, and perfect for a weekend escape from the grind of city life. The pictures looked amazing, with a cozy fireplace, a wraparound porch, and a view of the mountains that seemed too good to be true. But now, standing in front of it, something about the place felt wrong. "Isn't it perfect?" Jess said, her eyes lighting up as she grabbed our bags from the car. She didn't seem to notice my hesitation. I forced a smile, trying to ignore the knot in my stomach. "Yeah, perfect," I echoed, though the word felt hollow in my mouth. The cabin was old, much older than it had looked in the photos. The wood was weathered, the windows clouded with dust, and the porch creaked under our weight as we stepped up to the front door. Still, it was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of silence that feels unnatural, like the forest around us was holding its breath. Jess didn't seem bothered. She unlocked the door, pushing it open with a slight groan from the rusty hinges. "Come on, let's get settled," she called over her shoulder. I followed her inside, my eyes scanning the room. The interior was as rustic as you'd expect, wooden beams, a stone fireplace, and furniture that looked like it had seen better days. There was a musty smell, the kind that comes from a place being shut up for too long. But other than that, it seemed normal enough. Still, I couldn't shake that uneasy feeling. We spent the rest of the afternoon unpacking, exploring the area around the cabin, cool and trying to relax. By the time the sun began to set, I had almost convinced myself that everything was fine. Almost. Jess had started a fire in the fireplace, and we sat on the couch, sipping wine and watching the flames dance, the warmth slowly driving away the chill that had settled into my bones. "You're quiet," Jess said, nudging me with her elbow. "You okay?" "Yeah," I replied, trying to sound convincing. "Just tired from the drive." She didn't push it, but I could see the concern in her eyes. I wasn't usually this jumpy, and I knew I wasn't doing a good job hiding it. The night crept in, the darkness swallowing the cabin whole. The forest outside became an impenetrable wall of black, and the silence deepened. We went to bed early, the exhaustion from the day finally catching up with us. That's when things started to get weird. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me from sleep, maybe the cold or the sound of the wind outside. But then I realized there was something else. A sound. Faint, but distinct. A slow, rhythmic creaking, like someone was walking on the porch. I held my breath, listening, my pulse quickening. The creaking continued, moving back and forth, like someone, or something, was pacing just outside the front door. I glanced over at Jess, who was still sound asleep, oblivious to the noise. For a moment, I debated waking her, but something stopped me. I didn't want to scare her. I didn't want to admit that I was scared. Instead, I slipped out of bed as quietly as I could and crept to the window. The curtains were thin, and through the small gap, I could see the porch bathed in the pale light of the moon. But there was nothing there. No one. Just the empty porch swaying slightly in the wind. The creaking stopped. I stood there for a long moment, staring out into the night, waiting for the sound to return. But everything was still. The forest silent once more. After what felt like forever, I went back to bed, convincing myself that it was just the wind, just the old wood of the porch settling. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. The next day, I didn't mention the noise to Jess. It seemed pointless. She was in a great mood, excited to explore the trails around the cabin, and I didn't want to ruin the weekend with my paranoia. So I shoved the thought to the back of my mind and tried to enjoy the day. But the feeling of being watched never left me. Everywhere we went, I felt eyes on us, watchful, hidden eyes lurking in the shadows of the trees. I couldn't shake the sense that we weren't alone, that something was out there, just beyond the edge of our vision, waiting. Jess didn't seem to notice, laughing and chatting as we hiked through the woods, snapping pictures and pointing out wildlife. But I noticed every sound, every rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. By the time we got back to the cabin, the sun was starting to set again, and the uneasy feeling had only grown stronger. I wanted to tell Jess, to suggest we leave early, but I knew how ridiculous it would sound. We'd only been there for a day, and there was nothing concrete at least, that should have made me feel this way. Still, that night, the creaking started again. This time, I didn't even try to sleep. As soon as I heard the first groan of the porch boards, I sat up, my heart racing. The sound was the same as before, slow, deliberate, like footsteps pacing back and forth. I didn't bother with the window this time. Instead, I grabbed the flashlight from the nightstand and slipped out of bed, making my way to the front door. My hand hovered over the doorknob for a moment, the cold metal sending a chill through me. Every instinct I had was telling me not to open it, not to look outside, but I did it anyway. The door creaked open, and I stepped onto the porch, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The air was cold, biting, and the forest was still as death. I shined the light across the porch, my heart thudding in my chest. There was no one there. The porch was empty, but the creaking hadn't stopped. I turned, aiming the light toward the far end of the porch, and that's when I saw it. A faint shadow, barely visible in the beam of the flashlight. It moved slowly, swaying with the creak of the porch boards, but there was nothing to cast it. No figure, no person, just the shadow itself, dark and shapeless, pacing back and forth. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The shadow stopped, as if it had noticed me, and then, in the blink of an eye, it vanished. I stumbled back into the cabin, slamming the door behind me, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I didn't know what I had just seen, but I knew one thing for sure: we needed to leave. Now. I woke Jess, trying to stay calm as I explained that we had to go. She was groggy, confused, but the panic in my voice must have convinced her. Within minutes, we were packed and in the car, driving away from the cabin as fast as the winding road would allow. As we left, I glanced back one last time. The cabin stood there, silent and still, as if nothing had ever happened. But I knew the truth. I'd felt it, seen it. When we got home, I tried to look up the cabin again, out of curiosity, but it was gone. The listing had been taken down, no trace of it anywhere online. Even the blog posts that had raved about it were gone, wiped from the web as if the place had never existed. But I know it was real. And whatever was in that cabin, whatever was pacing on that porch, it's still there, waiting. The trees whispered secrets as I stumbled through the undergrowth, my heart pounding in sync with my frantic footsteps. I was lost, hopelessly lost, and the fading light only amplified my growing panic. That's when I saw it, a glimmer of hope in the form of a small cabin, its windows glowing with warm, inviting light. Little did I know, crossing that threshold would plunge me into a nightmare far worse than being lost in the woods. I'd always prided myself on my sense of direction and outdoor skills. Hiking was my escape, my way of disconnecting from the chaos of everyday life. But today, something had gone terribly wrong. Maybe it was the new trail I'd decided to explore, or perhaps I'd been too caught up in my thoughts to pay attention to my surroundings. Whatever the reason, as the sun began to dip below the tree line, I found myself in unfamiliar territory with no idea how to get back to my car. My phone was useless. No signal this deep in the forest. The map I'd brought was soaked through from an unexpected rainstorm earlier in the day, the ink running in blues and greens that no longer resembled any discernible path. As darkness crept in, the forest seemed to come alive with sounds that sent shivers down my spine: the hoot of an owl, the rustle of unseen creatures in the underbrush, and the ominous crack of branches that sounded far too heavy to be caused by any small animal. That's when I saw it, a faint glow through the trees. At first, I thought I was imagining things, my mind playing tricks on me in my desperate state. But as I moved closer, the glow solidified into the unmistakable shape of windows, a cabin. My heart leapt with relief. Civilization. Help. I practically ran towards it, branches whipping at my face and arms. But I didn't care. All I could think about was getting inside, calling for help, and ending this nightmare of a hike. As I burst into the small clearing where the cabin stood, I took a moment to catch my breath and take in my surroundings. The cabin was small and rustic, its log exterior weathered by years of exposure to the elements. A thin trail of smoke curled from the stone chimney, promising warmth and comfort inside. The windows glowed with soft, yellow light that spilled onto the overgrown grass surrounding the structure. It looked like something out of a fairy tale, almost too perfect to be real. I approached the door, my footsteps crunching on the gravel path. My hand hesitated for just a moment before I knocked. 3 sharp raps that seemed to echo in the quiet of the forest. For a long moment, there was no response, and I felt a flicker of fear. What if no one was home? What if I'd imagined the whole thing? But then I heard movement inside, the creak of floorboards, and the door swung open. The man who stood there was not what I expected. He was tall and lean, with a wild mane of gray hair and a beard that reached nearly to his chest. His eyes, a startling blue, seemed to pierce right through me. "Well, well," he said, his voice rough as if from disuse. "What do we have here?" I stumbled over my words, suddenly feeling foolish and intrusive. "I'm so sorry to bother you, sir. I got lost on a hike, and I saw your cabin. I was hoping I could use your phone to call for help." The man's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, I thought he might slam the door in my face. But then his expression softened, and he stepped back, gesturing for me to enter. Come in. Come in. Can't leave you out here in the dark, can I?" Relief washed over me as I stepped inside. The cabin was small but cozy, with a crackling fire in the stone fireplace and shelves lined with books and odd trinkets. The man bustled about, pulling out a chair at the small wooden table. "Sit, sit," he insisted. "You look half frozen. Let me get you something warm to drink." I sank into the chair gratefully, the warmth of the fire already beginning to seep into my chilled bones. "Thank you so much, Mr. Gus," he said, filling a kettle with water. "Just call me Gus." As Gus busied himself making tea, I took the opportunity to look around the cabin more closely. It was cluttered but clean, every surface covered with an eclectic mix of items. Old books with cracked spines sat next to delicate glass figurines. A collection of antique clocks ticked softly, each keeping its own time, and everywhere there were photographs, faded, sepia-toned images of people and places I didn't recognize. "You have quite a collection," I said, trying to make conversation. "Have you lived here long?" Gus chuckled, a low, rumbling sound. "Oh, longer than you'd believe, my dear. This forest and I were old friends." He set a steaming mug of tea in front of me, the aromatic steam curling up invitingly. I wrapped my hands around it, savoring the warmth. "It's beautiful out here," I said. "But I can't imagine living so far from everything. Don't you get lonely?" Something flashed in Gus's eyes, there and gone so quickly I almost thought I'd imagined it. "Lonely? No, no. I have everything I need right here." He gestured around the cabin. "And sometimes, like tonight, the forest brings me company." I sipped my tea, a strange herbal blend that tasted of earth and something I couldn't quite place. "About that phone call." "Ah, yes," Gus said, settling into the chair across from me. "I'm afraid I don't have a phone out here. Never saw the need for one." My heart sank. "Oh, I see. Well, could you perhaps point me in the direction of the nearest town? I could try to make it there in the morning." Gus leaned back, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "The nearest town? Well now, that's quite a trek. Wouldn't be safe for you to attempt it on your own, especially not after a night in the woods. No, I think it's best if you stay here tonight. I can guide you out in the morning." I felt a flicker of unease. Stay the night with this stranger. But as I glanced out the window at the pitch-black forest beyond, I knew I didn't have much choice. The thought of stumbling around in the dark, possibly getting even more lost, was terrifying. "That's very kind of you," I said, forcing a smile. "If you're sure it's not too much trouble." "No trouble at all," Gus said, his blue eyes twinkling. "It's not often I get visitors. It'll be nice to have some company." As the night wore on, my initial unease began to fade. Gus was a fascinating conversationalist, full of stories about the forest and its history. He spoke of old legends, of spirits that roamed the woods and secrets hidden in the very trees themselves. I found myself drawn in, leaning forward to catch every word. But as captivating as his tales were, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the way his eyes never seemed to leave me, watching my every move with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Or perhaps it was the way he deflected any questions about his own past, always turning the conversation back to me, probing for details about my life, my family, my reasons for being in the forest. As midnight approached, I began to feel drowsy. My limbs felt heavy, and my thoughts were fuzzy around the edges. Gus noticed my drooping eyelids and stood up. "You must be exhausted, my dear. Let me show you where you can sleep." He led me to a small room off the main living area. A narrow bed was pushed against one wall, covered in a patchwork quilt. "It's not much," Gus said apologetically, "but it should be comfortable enough for one night." I thanked him, fighting to keep my eyes open. As soon as he left, closing the door behind him, I collapsed onto the bed. Despite my lingering unease, exhaustion won out, and I quickly fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke with a start, my heart racing. Something had pulled me from my slumber, but I couldn't pinpoint what. The room was pitch black, the silence oppressive. I lay there for a moment, straining my ears, when I heard it, the soft creak of a floorboard just outside my door. My breath caught in my throat. Was Gus checking on me? Or the thought I'd been pushing away all night surfaced with terrifying clarity. What if he had more sinister intentions? I sat up slowly, trying not to make a sound. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and I could make out the faint outline of the door. The handle turned achingly slow, and I felt panic rise in my chest. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. My hand closed around something solid, a heavy book from the bedside table. I gripped it tightly, my palms sweaty, as the door began to open. A sliver of light appeared, widening as the door swung inward. I tensed, ready to spring, when a voice called out softly, "Are you awake, my dear? I thought I heard you stirring." It was Gus, his silhouette framed in the doorway. I relaxed my grip on the book, feeling foolish. "Yes, I'm awake," I said, hoping he couldn't hear the tremor in my voice. "Is everything okay?" "Oh yes," Gus said, stepping into the room. "Everything is just fine. I was just thinking. It's such a beautiful night. Perhaps you'd like to join me for a walk." A walk? In the middle of the night. Every instinct I had screamed that this was wrong, that I needed to get out of there. But as I opened my mouth to decline, I realized with growing horror that I couldn't move. My limbs felt leaden, unresponsive. Gus moved closer, and in the dim light, I could see that his eyes were no longer twinkling with warmth. They were cold, calculating, filled with a hunger that made my blood run cold. "You see," he said, his voice low and menacing. "It gets so lonely out here, but the forest she provides. She brings me company like you, and in return, I give her offerings." I tried to scream, to run, to do anything, but my body wouldn't respond. As Gus reached for me, his fingers unnaturally long and sharp, I realized with sickening clarity that I had walked right into a trap. The cabin that had seemed like salvation was anything but, and the nightmare I thought I'd escaped was only just beginning. The last thing I remember before darkness claimed me was Gus's voice, soft and almost tender, as he whispered, "Don't worry, my dear. You'll be part of the forest forever now, and I'll never be alone again." The engine sputtered, coughed, and died, leaving me stranded in a sea of darkness. The headlights flickered once, twice, then extinguished completely, as if the night had swallowed them whole. I sat there, gripping the steering wheel, my knuckles white with tension. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was alone on this desolate country road, miles from anywhere, with no cell service and a dead car. Little did I know, my night was about to get much, much worse. I'd been driving for hours, making my way back from a business trip that had dragged on far longer than expected. The GPS had suggested this back road as a shortcut, promising to shave an hour off my journey. Now, as I peered into the impenetrable darkness beyond my windshield, I cursed my decision to trust that disembodied voice. For a moment, I just sat there, listening to the tick of the cooling engine and my own ragged breathing. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the occasional rustle of wind through the trees that lined the road. I fumbled for my phone, squinting at the bright screen. No service, of course, and the battery was dangerously low. Okay, I muttered to myself, trying to stay calm. Think, Mark. What are your options? I could stay with the car and hope someone drove by, but I hadn't seen another vehicle for at least an hour. I could try to fix the problem myself, but my mechanical skills were limited to changing a tire, and this seemed far beyond that. The only real option was to start walking and hope I found help. With a deep breath, I grabbed my jacket from the passenger seat and stepped out of the car. The night air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and something else, something wild and unfamiliar. I shivered, zipping up my jacket and wishing I'd packed something warmer. I used my phone's flashlight to check under the hood, more out of a sense of obligation than any real hope of fixing the problem. As expected, everything looked normal to my untrained eye. With a sigh, I closed the hood and locked the car. At least my insurance would cover a tow, if I ever managed to call them. I started walking, my phone's flashlight creating a small bubble of light around me. The road stretched out ahead, disappearing into darkness. On either side, dense woods pressed close, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Every rustle and snap made me jump, my imagination populating the shadows with all manner of threats. I'd been walking for maybe 15 minutes when I heard it, the low rumble of an engine in the distance. Relief flooded through me. Finally, another car. I turned, waving my arms and flashing my light, ready to flag them down. The vehicle came into view, its headlights cutting through the darkness. It was a truck, old and battered from what I could see. It slowed as it approached, and for a moment I felt a surge of gratitude, but as it drew level with me, instead of stopping, it just crawled along, matching my pace. I couldn't see the driver through the glare of the headlights, but something about the situation made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and uncertain in the night air. "My car broke down a ways back. Could you help me?" No response. The truck just continued to creep along beside me, its engine idling. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. This wasn't right. Why weren't they stopping? Why weren't they saying anything? I picked up my pace, and the truck matched it. My heart began to race, panic clawing at my chest. I was exposed out here, vulnerable. There was nowhere to run except into the woods, and the thought of plunging into that darkness was almost as terrifying as the silent truck beside me. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "If you can't help, that's fine. I'll just keep walking." Still no response, just the low rumble of the engine and the crunch of gravel under tires. I walked faster, almost jogging now. The truck kept pace effortlessly. My breath came in short gasps, fear and exertion taking their toll. What did they want? Why were they toying with me like this? Suddenly, the passenger window rolled down. Hope and dread warred within me as I turned, expecting to finally see the driver, to hear an explanation for this bizarre behavior. But the cab was empty. I stumbled, nearly falling in shock. How was this possible? The truck was clearly moving, keeping pace with me, but there was no one behind the wheel. My mind reeled, unable to process what I was seeing. That's when I heard it, a low, rasping chuckle coming from the empty cab. It was a sound that didn't belong to any human throat, a noise that sent icy fingers of terror down my spine. I ran. I sprinted down the road, my legs pumping furiously, driven by pure animal fear. The truck's engine roared, and I could hear it speeding up behind me. In desperation, I veered off the road, plunging into the woods. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush. I could hear the truck on the road, keeping pace. How was it following me through the dense forest? I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. Finally, I collapsed behind a large tree, gasping for breath. I couldn't hear the truck anymore. Had I lost it? I peered around the trunk, straining my eyes in the darkness. For a long moment, there was nothing but the sound of my own labored breathing and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Then, a twig snapped nearby. I held my breath, pressing myself against the rough bark of the tree. Another snap, closer this time. Something was moving through the woods, heading straight for me. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and oddly misshapen. As it drew nearer, I realized with horror that it wasn't a person at all, but some kind of creature. It walked on two legs, but its proportions were all wrong. Its arms were too long, nearly dragging on the ground, and its head was elongated, almost canine in appearance. It sniffed the air, and I knew with sickening certainty that it was tracking me. I had to move, had to run, but fear had frozen me in place. The creature's head swiveled in my direction, and I found myself staring into eyes that glowed with an unnatural, yellowish light. A low growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that vibrated in my very bones. In that moment, survival instinct overrode my paralysis. I bolted, no longer caring about the noise I made. Behind me, I could hear the creature giving chase, its heavy footfalls and ragged breathing drawing ever closer. I burst out of the woods and back onto the road, my feet pounding against the asphalt. Ahead, I could see lights, my car. Somehow, in my panic-fueled flight, I had circled back to where I started. I reached the car, yanking at the door handle in desperation. It was locked. Of course it was locked. I had locked it myself. With shaking hands, I fumbled for my keys. The creature emerged from the woods, its eyes fixed on me with predatory intensity. It loped towards me with an unnatural gait, covering the distance between us with terrifying speed. Just as its clawed hand reached for me, I managed to unlock the car. I dove inside, slamming the door shut mere inches from the creature's snapping jaws. It hurled itself against the car, rocking it violently. I could hear its claws scraping against the metal, see its twisted face pressed against the window, saliva dripping from its fanged mouth. With trembling hands, I tried the ignition, praying for a miracle. The engine turned over once, twice, and roared to life. I didn't question this sudden reversal of fortune. I threw the car into drive and slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires squealed as I peeled away, the creature's howl of rage fading into the distance. I drove like a madman, taking turns too fast, constantly checking the rearview mirror for any sign of pursuit. It wasn't until I reached the highway, with its comforting streetlights and occasional passing car, that I began to relax. As the adrenaline wore off, my mind struggled to make sense of what had happened. The truck with no driver, the creature in the woods, it all seemed impossible, like something out of a nightmare. But the scratches on my arms from the branches, the mud on my shoes, and the deep gouges in the car's paint told me it had all been terrifyingly real. I drove straight through until morning, not daring to stop until I was far, far away from that lonely country road. As the sun rose, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds, I found myself wondering if I would ever be able to drive at night again, or if the darkness would forever hold the memory of glowing eyes and the sound of an empty truck. One thing was certain, I would never take another shortcut again. Sometimes, the long way around is the safest path after all. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was the blinking red light. It caught my eye as I was changing for bed, a tiny pinprick of crimson nestled in the corner of the rustic wooden beams above. At first, I dismissed it as a trick of the light, a reflection from my phone perhaps. But as I stared, a chill crept down my spine. That light shouldn't be there. And if it was what I thought it was, our romantic getaway had just taken a sinister turn. Sarah and I had been planning this trip for months. Both of us were swamped with work, our relationship strained by long hours and constant stress. This secluded cabin in the mountains seemed like the perfect escape. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, just us and nature. A chance to reconnect and rekindle the spark that had brought us together in the first place. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun already dipping behind the towering pines that surrounded the property. The cabin was everything the pictures had promised. A cozy, two-story log structure with a wraparound porch and floor-to-ceiling windows that offered breathtaking views of the surrounding wilderness. "Oh, Tom, it's perfect," Sarah exclaimed as we lugged our bags inside. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and I felt a surge of pride at having found this place. It had been a bit more expensive than we'd initially budgeted for, but seeing the joy on her face made it all worth it. We spent that first evening exploring the cabin and its surroundings. There was a small lake just a short hike away, its surface like glass in the fading light. Inside, the cabin was a perfect blend of rustic charm and modern comfort. A massive stone fireplace dominated the living room, and the kitchen was equipped with high-end appliances that seemed almost out of place in the woodland setting. As night fell, we curled up on the plush sofa, a crackling fire warming the room. Sarah nestled against me, her head on my shoulder, and for the first time in months, I felt the tension begin to leave my body. "This was such a good idea," she murmured, her fingers intertwined with mine. I can't remember the last time I felt this relaxed. I kissed the top of her head, breathing in the familiar scent of her shampoo. "Me too. We should do this more often." We stayed like that for hours, talking, laughing, reminiscing about the early days of our relationship. It felt like we were rediscovering each other, peeling away the layers of stress and responsibility that had accumulated over the years. When we finally made our way upstairs to the bedroom, the mood was charged with a playful energy we hadn't experienced in far too long. As Sarah disappeared into the bathroom to freshen up, I flopped onto the king-sized bed, marveling at how comfortable it was. That's when I saw it. The red light, barely noticeable at first, but once I'd spotted it, impossible to ignore. I sat up, squinting at the ceiling. It had to be my imagination, right? But as I stood on the bed for a closer look, my blood ran cold. It was unmistakably a camera lens, the red light indicating it was active and recording. "Tom, what are you doing?" I nearly fell off the bed at the sound of Sarah's voice. She stood in the bathroom doorway, wrapped in a towel, her brow furrowed in confusion. "There's a camera," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Up there in the corner." Sarah's eyes widened as she followed my gaze. "What? No, that can't be right. Are you sure?" I nodded grimly. "I'm sure. And it's on." The playful mood from earlier evaporated instantly, replaced by a sickening mix of violation and fear. Sarah clutched her towel tighter, as if suddenly aware of her vulnerability. "We need to check the rest of the cabin," I said, jumping down from the bed. "If there's one camera, there might be more." We spent the next hour combing every inch of the cabin. Our search revealed our worst fears. There were cameras everywhere. In the living room, hidden in the eye of a mounted deer head. In the kitchen, disguised as part of the coffee maker. Even in the bathroom, tucked behind the vanity mirror. "Oh God," Sarah whispered, sinking onto the couch. "Who would do this? Why?" I paced the room, my mind racing. "I don't know, but we can't stay here. We need to leave now." Sarah nodded, her face pale. "Should we call the police?" I pulled out my phone, cursing under my breath. "No service, remember? That's why we chose this place. We'll have to drive until we get a signal." We threw our belongings haphazardly into our bags, constantly glancing over our shoulders, painfully aware of the hidden eyes watching our every move. As I tossed the last of our things into the car, a thought struck me. Wait here, I told Sarah, ignoring her protests as I ran back into the cabin. I found what I was looking for in the kitchen, a notepad and pen left for guests to use. Scrawling a hasty note, I held it up to the camera I knew was hidden in the coffee maker. We know about the cameras. We're leaving and calling the police. Back in the car, I gunned the engine, gravel spraying as we peeled out of the driveway. Sarah clutched the dashboard, her knuckles white. "What if they try to stop us?" she asked, her voice trembling. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, scanning the road ahead. They won't. They can't risk exposing themselves. But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at me. Who were they? The owners. Some sick voyeur who had hacked the cabin's security system. And what if they decided we knew too much? We had been driving for about 20 minutes, the cabin long out of sight, when Sarah's phone chimed. She jumped at the sound, fumbling to unlock the screen. "We have service," she said, relief evident in her voice. "I'm calling 911. As she spoke to the dispatcher, I kept my eyes on the road, hyper-aware of every shadow, every curve. The dispatcher advised us to keep driving until we reached the nearest town, where we could meet with local law enforcement. We drove in tense silence after Sarah hung up, both lost in our own thoughts. The events of the night played on a loop in my mind, each replay revealing new, terrifying possibilities. "Tom," Sarah said suddenly, her voice tight with fear. "Look." I glanced in the rearview mirror and felt my heart skip a beat. A pair of headlights had appeared behind us, closing the distance rapidly. "It's probably nothing," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just another car on the road." But as the vehicle drew closer, I knew it wasn't just another car. It was gaining on us too quickly, its high beams flooding our car with harsh light. "Hold on," I warned Sarah, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The car lurched forward, engine roaring as we took the winding mountain road at dangerous speeds. But our pursuer matched our pace effortlessly, staying right on our tail. Sarah fumbled with her phone. "No signal again," she said, panic edging into her voice. "Tom, what are we going to do?" I didn't answer. All my concentration focused on keeping us on the road. The headlights behind us suddenly swerved, pulling alongside us. It was a large black SUV, its windows tinted so dark I couldn't make out the driver. For a moment, we were side by side, our fate balanced on a knife's edge. Then the SUV swerved towards us, metal screeching as it scraped along the side of our car. Sarah screamed as I fought to maintain control, the steering wheel jerking violently in my hands. The SUV pulled back, only to ram us again, harder this time. We were approaching a sharp bend in the road, a sheer drop-off visible just beyond the guardrail. The SUV was positioning itself for another hit, one that would surely send us over the edge. In that moment, time seemed to slow. I saw the determination in Sarah's eyes as she braced herself against the dashboard. I felt the car's tires lose grip as we entered the curve too fast, and I made a decision. Just as the SUV started its final charge, I slammed on the brakes. Our car fishtailed, tires screaming in protest. But we managed to stay on the road. The SUV, caught off guard by our sudden deceleration, shot past us, unable to correct its course in time. We watched in horror as the SUV smashed through the guardrail and sailed into the darkness beyond. There was a moment of eerie silence, then the sound of twisting metal and shattering glass as it tumbled down the mountainside. Sarah and I sat in stunned silence, our ragged breathing the only sound. After what felt like an eternity, I put the car in drive and slowly pulled away from the scene. We drove straight to the police station in the nearest town, our story spilling out in a rush of adrenaline and fear. The officers were skeptical at first, but a quick check confirmed that the cabin was indeed rigged with hidden cameras. As for the SUV and its driver, a search of the area where it went off the road turned up nothing. No vehicle, no body. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. In the days that followed, as we gave statements and dealt with insurance claims, Sarah and I clung to each other. finding solace in the shared trauma. The authorities never did find out who was behind the cameras or who had chased us that night. We never did take another vacation in a secluded cabin, but in a strange way, the experience brought us closer together. We had faced our worst fears and survived, our bond stronger for having weathered the storm together. Still, to this day, I can't help but scan every room I enter for hidden cameras, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can see a tiny red light blinking in the darkness, watching, always watching. The first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, casting eerie shadows across the forest floor. As I unzipped my tent, a chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the morning air. Something was different, wrong. The once familiar woods now felt alien, threatening. And there, carved into the bark of the nearest tree, was a symbol I'd never seen before. Intricate, unsettling, and unmistakably fresh. I had always been a solitary person, finding more comfort in the quiet of nature than in the chaos of human interaction. That's why solo camping trips were my escape, my way of recharging. This particular expedition was meant to be a week-long trek through one of the most remote areas of the national forest. No cell service, no other campers, just me and the wilderness. The first 2 days had been perfect. I'd hiked deep into the backcountry, setting up camp in a small clearing near a bubbling stream. The solitude was exactly what I needed, a chance to clear my head and escape the pressures of my everyday life. But now, staring at that strange symbol, all sense of peace evaporated. I approached the tree cautiously, my fingers tracing the edges of the carving. It was deep, the wood still damp with sap. This hadn't been here when I'd set up camp the night before. A twig snapped somewhere in the undergrowth, and I whirled around, my heart pounding. The forest suddenly seemed alive with hidden threats, every shadow concealing potential danger. I forced myself to take a deep breath, trying to rationalize the situation. It was probably just an animal, maybe another hiker who'd passed through in the night. But as I scanned the area around my campsite, my blood ran cold. The symbol wasn't just on one tree. It was everywhere. Every tree surrounding my small clearing bore the same intricate carving, forming a perfect circle around my tent. Panic clawed at my throat. This was no coincidence, no random act of vandalism. Someone, or something, had been here while I slept, meticulously marking the trees. And for what purpose? I dove back into my tent, fumbling for my backpack. My hands shook as I pulled out my compass and map, desperate to orient myself and find the quickest way back to civilization. But as I unfolded the map, my breath caught in my throat. There, inked onto the paper in what looked horribly like blood, was the same symbol that surrounded my camp. A low, rhythmic chanting drifted through the trees, so faint at first that I thought I was imagining it. But it grew steadily louder, coming from all directions at once. The words were in no language I recognized, guttural and ancient sounding. I abandoned any thought of packing up camp. Grabbing only my backpack and water bottle, I burst out of the tent, my eyes darting wildly around for the source of the chanting. The forest seemed to have come alive, the trees looming closer, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I ran. I had no idea if I was going in the right direction, but I knew I had to get away from that clearing. Away from those symbols and that terrifying chant. Branches whipped at my face as I crashed through the underbrush, my lungs burning with each gasping breath. The chanting followed me, always just behind, always drawing closer no matter how fast I ran. Faces seemed to appear in the bark of the trees, twisted and mocking. More symbols flashed past, carved into every surface, each one filling me with a deep, primal dread. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that nightmarish flight through the forest. My legs ached, my lungs screamed for air, but still I pushed on, driven by pure animal fear. Finally, I burst through a line of trees and found myself on the edge of a small lake. The sudden openness was jarring after the claustrophobic density of the forest. For a moment, the chanting seemed to fade, and I allowed myself a flicker of hope. Maybe I'd outrun them, whoever or whatever they were. But as I bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath, I saw it. There, reflected in the still surface of the lake, was a sight that turned my blood to ice. Figures stood at the tree line behind me, dozens of them, their bodies oddly elongated and misshapen. They wore robes of bark and leaves, their faces hidden behind masks carved to resemble the symbols I'd seen on the trees. I straightened slowly, afraid to turn around, afraid to confirm what I was seeing in the lake's reflection. The chanting had stopped, replaced by an expectant silence that was somehow even more terrifying. "Child of the outside world," a voice spoke, ancient and rasping, like dead leaves skittering across stone. "You have trespassed in our domain." I turned, my whole body trembling. The figures stood motionless at the edge of the forest, an impenetrable line of living shadows. The one who had spoken took a step forward, its mask a nightmare of swirling patterns that seemed to move and shift as I watched. "I'm sorry," I managed to croak out, my voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't know. I'll leave, I promise. Just, please let me go." The figure tilted its head, an unnaturally fluid motion that sent shivers down my spine. "Leave," it said, amusement coloring its inhuman voice. "Oh no, child. You cannot leave. The forest has chosen you. You are part of it now." The other figures began to move forward, spreading out to encircle the lakeshore. I backed away, water lapping at my heels. My mind raced, searching desperately for a way out, but I knew with sickening certainty that I was trapped. "What do you want from me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The lead figure raised its arms, the sleeves of its robe falling back to reveal hands that were more like twisted branches than flesh. "We want what the forest wants. New life, new blood, a new vessel for the old magic." As if on cue, the other figures began chanting again, the sound rising and falling like waves. I felt a strange sensation in my feet and looked down to see tendrils of moss creeping up my legs, rooting me to the spot. Panic gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. With a cry of desperation, I tore myself free from the grasping moss and plunged into the lake. The water was shockingly cold, stealing the breath from my lungs, but I forced myself to keep moving, swimming with all my might towards the center of the lake. Behind me, I could hear splashing as the figures entered the water, their chanting never ceasing even as they pursued me. I didn't dare look back, focusing all my energy on putting distance between myself and those terrifying beings. My arms burned with exhaustion, my waterlogged clothes dragging me down, but still I swam. The far shore seemed impossibly distant, but it was my only hope. As I struggled through the water, I became aware of something moving beneath the surface. Long, sinuous shapes glided past my kicking feet, and several times I felt something brush against me, scales rasping against my skin. Just as my strength was about to give out, my feet touched bottom. I staggered onto the shore, coughing and gasping. But there was no time to rest. I could see the figures still coming, gliding through the water with unnatural speed. I turned and ran once more into the forest, my wet clothes clinging to me, every step a monumental effort. But this time, something was different. The trees seemed to part before me, creating a clear path. Was I imagining it, or were the branches reaching out to help me, propelling me forward? I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing onto the forest floor. As consciousness slipped away, I had the strangest sensation of being cradled, of roots and branches enveloping me in a protective embrace. When I awoke, I was lying on the outskirts of the forest, the sounds of a nearby highway reaching my ears. My clothes were dry, leaves and twigs tangled in my hair. Had it all been a dream, a hallucination brought on by isolation and exhaustion? But as I staggered to my feet, I saw it, There, on the inside of my wrist, was a small symbol, exactly like the ones I'd seen carved into the trees. It seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and I knew with chilling certainty that my ordeal had been all too real. I made my way to the highway and flagged down a passing car, grateful beyond words for the return to civilization. But even as I settled into the passenger seat, I could feel the forest calling to me. The symbol on my wrist tingled, a constant reminder of what I'd experienced. I never went camping again after that. But sometimes, in my dreams, I hear that chanting, and I wonder if one day the forest might call me back to finish what it started. The moment I saw his thumb outstretched, I knew I should have driven past. Something in his stance, the way his eyes gleamed in my headlights, set off alarm bells in my head. But it was raining, the kind of downpour that turns the world into a gray smear, and I couldn't bring myself to leave him standing there. I pulled over, my windshield wipers beating a frantic rhythm. As he climbed into my car, I had no idea that I had just made the biggest mistake of my life. I've always considered myself a good judge of character. It's a skill you develop when you spend as much time on the road as I do. As a traveling salesperson, I've crossed this stretch of highway more times than I can count. I've seen all types out here. Families with broken down cars, fellow salespeople hitching a ride between towns, the occasional drifter looking for a fresh start. I thought I'd seen it all. But this guy, he was different. He slid into the passenger seat, bringing with him the scent of rain and something else. Something I couldn't quite place. "Thanks for stopping," he said, flashing me a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Not many people would in this weather. "No problem," I replied, pulling back onto the empty highway. "Where are you headed?" "Just up the road a ways," he said vaguely, his gaze fixed on the rain-slicked asphalt ahead. "I'll let you know when to drop me off." I nodded, trying to shake off the unease that had settled in my stomach. We drove in silence for a while, the only sounds the steady thrum of rain on the roof and the swish of the wipers. I snuck glances at him when I could. He was younger than me, maybe mid-30s, with dark hair plastered to his forehead from the rain. His clothes were nondescript, jeans, a dark jacket, but they looked expensive, at odds with someone hitchhiking in the middle of nowhere. "So," I said, desperate to break the silence, "what brings you out here on a night like this?" He turned to look at me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. His eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dim light of the car. "Car trouble," he said simply. "Broke down a few miles back." "That's rough," I sympathized. "Did you call for a tow?" "No phone," he shrugged. "Besides, I prefer to handle things on my own." Something about the way he said it made me grip the steering wheel tighter. I tried to steer the conversation to safer ground. "I'm Emily, by the way," I offered. He was quiet for a moment, and I wondered if he was going to respond at all. Finally, he said, "John, nice to meet you, Emily." As we continued down the highway, John began to ask me questions. At first, they seemed innocent enough, where I was from, what I did for a living. But as the conversation progressed, I realized he was probing for more personal information. He asked about my family, my relationships, even my daily routine. "You sure seem interested in my life," I said, trying to keep my tone light despite the growing knot of anxiety in my chest. John smiled, that same smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I find people fascinating," he said. "Everyone has a story, don't they?" I nodded, unsure how to respond. The rain had started to let up, and I found myself wishing it would pour again, if only to fill the increasingly uncomfortable silence. That's when he said something that made my blood run cold. "You know, Emily," he said casually, as if commenting on the weather, "I've always wondered what it would be like to live in a house like yours, with the big oak tree in the front yard and the wind chimes on the porch." I felt my heart skip a beat. I'd never mentioned anything about my house. How could he possibly know these details? "What are you talking about?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. John turned to me, his pale eyes gleaming in the darkness. "Oh, come on, Emily. Don't play coy. I know all about you. Your house at 1542 Maple Street. Your cat, Milo, who likes to sleep on the windowsill. The way you always leave your bedroom window cracked open, even on cold nights." My mind reeled. This was impossible. There was no way he could know these things unless... "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice shaking. "How do you know all this?" He laughed, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. "I told you, Emily, I find people fascinating, especially people like you. So trusting, so willing to help a stranger." I felt sick. This man, this stranger I had led into my car, had been watching me. For how long? Days? Weeks? The thought made me dizzy with fear. "I think you should get out now," I said, trying to keep my voice steady as I began to slow the car. But John's hand shot out, gripping my arm with surprising strength. "Oh, I don't think so," he said, his voice low and menacing. "We're just getting started, you and I." I yanked my arm free, swerving the car as I did so. "Get out," I shouted, panic rising in my throat. John's demeanor changed in an instant. Gone was the calm, collected stranger. His face contorted with rage, and he lunged at me, trying to grab the steering wheel. I fought back, struggling to maintain control of the car as we careened down the highway. Rain had started to fall again, making the road slick and treacherous. We wrestled for control, the car swerving wildly across the empty lanes. In the chaos, I managed to slam on the brakes. The car fishtailed, spinning across the wet asphalt. I saw John's eyes widen in surprise just before we hit the guardrail. The impact was deafening. Metal crunched, glass shattered, and I felt a searing pain in my side as I was thrown against the door. Then, everything went black. I don't know how long I was unconscious. When I came to, the first thing I noticed was the rain. It was pouring again, drumming on the crumpled roof of the car. I was slumped against the steering wheel, my whole body aching. As I slowly lifted my head, wincing at the pain, I remembered what had happened. "John." I turned to the passenger seat, my heart racing. It was empty. The door was open, rain pelting the torn upholstery. There was no sign of him. With shaking hands, I unbuckled my seatbelt and stumbled out of the wreckage. The guardrail was bent and twisted where we'd hit it, but it had kept us from plunging down the steep embankment beyond. I looked around wildly, expecting to see John's body thrown from the car, but there was nothing. He was gone. I limped to the middle of the road, rain soaking through my clothes, and looked in both directions. The highway stretched out, empty and dark in both directions. There was no sign of John, no indication that he had ever been there at all. As the adrenaline began to wear off, the pain in my side intensified. I lifted my shirt to find an angry bruise blooming across my ribs. I needed help. I made my way back to the car, praying my phone had survived the crash. By some miracle, it had. With trembling fingers, I dialed 911. The wait for help was agonizing. Every sound made me jump, convinced that John was going to emerge from the darkness to finish what he'd started, but no one came. When the police and ambulance finally arrived, I told them everything. About picking up the hitchhiker, the things he knew about me, the struggle in the car. They searched the area but found no trace of John, no footprints leading away from the crash, no blood, nothing. At the hospital, as the doctors patched me up, the police questioned me again. They were skeptical of my story. How could a man simply vanish from a crash site? And if he had been stalking me, as I claimed, why was there no evidence of it at my home? I began to doubt myself. Had I imagined it all? Was it possible that the stress of my job, the loneliness of the road, had caused me to hallucinate the entire encounter? But then, as I was being discharged, a young officer approached me. He looked uncomfortable, glancing around as if afraid of being overheard. "Ma'am," he said quietly, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but you're not the first. We've had reports over the years. Drivers picking up a hitchhiker who knows things he shouldn't, who causes accidents, who vanishes without a trace. I felt a chill run through me. "What is he?" I whispered. The officer shook his head. "I don't know. Nobody does. But be careful out there. And maybe don't pick up any more hitchhikers." I nodded, speechless. In the weeks that followed, I tried to put the incident behind me. I installed a security system in my house, changed my routines, even considered finding a new job that didn't require so much travel. But no matter what I did, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Sometimes, late at night, I think I see a figure standing under the streetlight outside my house, a man with pale, colorless eyes. But when I look again, he's gone. I don't know if John was real, or if he was some kind of supernatural entity, or if he was simply a product of my imagination. But one thing's for certain, I'll never stop for a hitchhiker again. And I always check my rearview mirror, just in case I see a thumb outstretched on the side of the road. The shortcut was supposed to save me time. Instead, it led me into a nightmare I couldn't have imagined in my darkest dreams. As I drove down that narrow, unfamiliar street, the shadows seemed to deepen, the houses grew more dilapidated, and an overwhelming sense of wrongness settled in my gut. I should have turned back then, but I kept driving, unaware that with each passing second, I was sealing my fate. It had been a long day at the office, one of those soul-crushing days where nothing goes right and everyone seems to be against you. I was exhausted, irritable, and desperate to get home to my apartment and a much-needed glass of wine. When my GPS suggested a new route, one that would shave 15 minutes off my usual commute, I didn't think twice about accepting it. At first, the neighborhood seemed normal enough. Older homes, sure, with paint peeling and yards a bit overgrown, but nothing too out of the ordinary for this part of the city. But as I drove deeper into the maze of streets, things began to change subtly. The streetlights, which should have been flickering to life in the gathering dusk, remained dark. The few cars I saw parked along the curb were old models, covered in a thick layer of dust as if they hadn't moved in years. And the people? Where were the people? No one was out walking dogs. No children playing in yards. The entire neighborhood seemed deserted. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on exactly what. My GPS chirped, instructing me to turn left onto a street named Shadowwood Lane. Even the name sent a shiver down my spine. As I made the turn, the houses seemed to press in closer, their windows dark and vacant, like empty eye sockets staring down at me. The trees lining the street were gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out over the road like grasping fingers. That's when I saw them. People, but not like any people I'd ever seen before. They emerged from the shadows between houses, from behind trees, even seeming to materialize out of thin air. Men, women, children, all moving with an unnatural, gliding gait. Their faces were pale, almost translucent in the fading light, and their eyes, God, their eyes were wrong. Too large, too dark, focused intently on my car as I drove past. My heart began to race, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. This wasn't right. None of this was right. I needed to get out of here, now. I pressed down on the accelerator, but my car didn't respond. The engine sputtered and coughed, and to my horror, I felt the vehicle begin to slow. Panic clawed at my throat as I pumped the gas pedal frantically, but it was no use. The car rolled to a stop in the middle of the street. For a moment, there was silence. I sat there, my breathing loud in the stillness of the car, watching as the strange people began to approach. They moved slowly, almost leisurely, as if they had all the time in the world. as if they knew I wasn't going anywhere. I tried to start the car again, turning the key with shaking hands. The engine made a pitiful whining noise but refused to turn over. My phone, I could call for help. But when I grabbed it from the cup holder, the screen was black, dead. I hadn't noticed the battery draining, but now it was useless. A tap on my window made me jump. I turned to see a face pressed against the glass, inches from my own. It was a woman, or something that looked like a woman. Her skin was so pale it was almost translucent, blue veins visible beneath the surface. Her eyes were huge, pitch black, with no whites visible. She smiled, revealing teeth that were just a little too sharp. "Car trouble?" she asked, her voice muffled through the glass but still sending chills down my spine. It was too high, too sweet, like a parody of a real voice. I shook my head, unable to speak. More of them had gathered around my car now, their dark eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made me feel like a butterfly pinned to a board. "You should come out," another voice said, this one belonging to a man standing near my rear bumper. "Oh, it's not safe to stay in there?" A hysteric laugh bubbled up in my throat. "Not safe in here, as opposed to out there with them." "No, thank you," I managed to croak out. "I'm fine. I'll just wait for help." The woman's smile widened, stretching her face in a way that shouldn't have been possible. "Oh, but we are the help," she said. "We've been waiting for you." A chill ran through me at her words. Waiting for me? How was that possible? I'd never been to this neighborhood before, never even knew it existed until my GPS led me here. As if reading my thoughts, the woman's hand moved to the door handle. "Don't worry about how or why," she said softly. "Just know that you're home now. You're where you belong." The door lock clicked open of its own accord. I scrambled to hit the lock button, but it was no use. As soon as I locked it, it would unlock again. Panic overwhelmed me, and I did the only thing I could think of. I climbed into the back seat, pressing myself against the opposite door. They were opening the driver's side door now, reaching in with those too long, too pale hands. I fumbled with the handle of the back door, my sweaty fingers slipping on the metal. Just as I felt a cold hand grasp my ankle, the door gave way, and I tumbled out onto the pavement. I didn't think. I just ran. My legs pumped furiously as I sprinted down the dark street, the sound of my ragged breathing loud in my ears. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps unnaturally quiet but somehow still audible over the pounding of my heart. Houses flew by in a blur as I ran, each one looking more decrepit and wrong than the last. The trees seemed to bend towards me, their branches reaching out as if trying to snatch me up. I took random turns, left, right, left again, hoping to lose my pursuers in the maze-like streets. But no matter how fast I ran, how many turns I took, I could still feel them behind me. Their presence was like a physical weight on my back, growing heavier with each step. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw it, a gap between two houses, leading to what looked like a more normal street beyond. Street lights glowed warmly, and I could see cars moving in the distance. Safety, normalcy. With a final burst of speed, I lunged for the gap. As I passed between the houses, I felt something tug at my clothes, heard a hiss of frustration behind me, but then I was through, stumbling onto a well-lit sidewalk. I turned, half expecting to see my pursuers emerging from the darkness. But the gap I'd just run through was gone. In its place was a solid wall, the brick seamless and weathered as if it had been there for decades. I stood there, gasping for breath, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. People walked past me on the sidewalk, giving me curious looks but otherwise paying me no mind. Cars drove by, their headlights illuminating the normal, busy street. It was as if the nightmare neighborhood had never existed. In a daze, I managed to flag down a taxi and give the driver my address. As we drove through familiar streets, I tried to make sense of what I'd experienced. Had it been real? A hallucination brought on by stress and exhaustion? Some kind of elaborate prank? But deep down, I knew. The terror had been too real. the strangeness too profound to be anything but truth. Somehow, I had stumbled into a place I wasn't meant to be, a place that wanted to keep me. When I got home, I immediately pulled up maps on my computer, searching for any trace of Shadowwood Lane or the twisted neighborhood I'd driven through. But there was nothing. According to every map, every city record, that area was just a normal residential zone, indistinguishable from any other in the city. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to put the incident behind me. I changed my route home, avoiding even the possibility of driving near that area again. I threw myself into work, into social activities, anything to keep my mind occupied. But sometimes, late at night, I catch a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye. A pale face peering in through my window, gone when I turn to look. Or I'll be driving and suddenly realize the street signs don't look familiar, the houses a little too dark and still. In those moments, my heart races, and I'm back there, running for my life through those shadowy streets. And I wonder, did I really escape? Or are they still out there, waiting patiently for me to take another wrong turn, to find my way back to the place they say I belong? I don't know if I'll ever have the answers, but one thing's for certain, I'll never trust a shortcut again. The sound that woke me wasn't loud. It was just a faint creak, the kind old houses make as they settle. But in the oppressive silence of that enormous, empty home, it might as well have been a gunshot. I lay there, heart pounding, straining my ears for any other noise. That's when I heard it again, a soft thud, followed by the unmistakable sound of footsteps coming from the attic above. I hadn't wanted to take this babysitting job in the first place. The Hendersons' house was on the outskirts of town, a sprawling Victorian mansion that looked like it belonged in a horror movie. But the pay was good, and at 16, I needed all the money I could get for college. When I arrived earlier that evening, Mrs. Henderson had given me a quick tour. The place was a maze of rooms and hallways, filled with antique furniture and creepy old paintings. But it was the locked door at the end of the upstairs hallway that really caught my attention. "Oh, that just leads to the attic," Mrs. Henderson had said dismissively when she caught me looking. "It's full of junk. No need to go up there." Now, lying in the dark guest room, those words echoed in my mind. If the attic was locked, where were those footsteps coming from? I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, its screen casting a faint blue glow in the darkness. 2:37 a.m. The Hendersons weren't due back for hours. Another creak, closer this time. I slipped out of bed, my bare feet silent on the plush carpet. Part of me wanted to run, to get out of the house and never look back. But I couldn't leave the kids. 8-year-old Tyler and 6-year-old Emma were sleeping down the hall, blissfully unaware of the terror gripping my heart. I crept to the door, pressing my ear against the wood. The hallway beyond was silent, but I could feel a change in the air, a heaviness that hadn't been there before. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Taking a deep breath, I turned the doorknob and peered out into the hallway. Moonlight filtered through the large windows, casting long shadows across the floor. Everything looked normal, but the feeling of wrongness intensified. I tiptoed down the hall, checking on the kids. They were both sound asleep. Tyler sprawled across his bed, Emma clutching her favorite stuffed animal. I closed their doors quietly, not wanting to wake them. That's when I saw it. At the end of the hallway, the door to the attic was open. My breath caught in my throat. I stood frozen, staring at the rectangle of darkness that yawned before me. How was this possible? The door had been locked. I'd seen Mrs. Henderson try the handle herself. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, a shadow moved across the opening. Something was up there, moving around in the attic. I should have woken the kids. I should have gotten them out of the house. But curiosity, that dangerous, irresistible force, propelled me forward. I had to know what was up there. Each step towards the attic door felt like an eternity. The floorboards creaked beneath my feet, and I winced at each sound, sure that whatever was up there would hear me coming. But the noises from the attic continued, oblivious to my approach. When I reached the door, I hesitated. The darkness beyond seemed absolute, impenetrable. I fumbled with my phone, turning on its flashlight. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating a narrow staircase leading up. I took the first step, then another. The stairs groaned under my weight, the sound impossibly loud in the quiet house. At the top, I paused, sweeping my light across the attic. It was a vast space, the ceiling following the slope of the roof. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight. The air was thick and stale, with an underlying scent I couldn't quite place. Something musty and organic, like old leaves or damp earth. Piles of boxes and old furniture created a maze of shadows. As my light played across the room, I caught glimpses of odd shapes. A cracked mirror here, a weathered trunk there, but nothing seemed out of place. Nothing moved. I was about to turn back, to convince myself I had imagined the whole thing when I saw it. In the far corner of the attic, partially hidden behind a stack of boxes, was a door that shouldn't exist, given the layout of the house. My feet moved of their own accord, drawing me closer to that impossible door. It was old, the wood warped and stained with age. Strange symbols were carved into its surface, curves and lines that hurt my eyes to look at directly. As I stood before it, my hand reached out, almost against my will. My fingers brushed the rough wood, tracing one of the bizarre symbols. The door swung open. Beyond was not the outside of the house, as logic dictated there should be. Instead, I found myself staring into a room. No, not a room, a chamber. The walls were rough stone, glistening with moisture. Roots and vines snaked across the ceiling, pulsing slightly as if alive. In the center of the chamber stood an altar, a slab of black stone that seemed to absorb the light from my phone. And on that altar, I stumbled back. A scream lodged in my throat. What I saw defied explanation, defied reality itself. It was a shape, a form that shifted and writhed, never settling into anything recognizable. One moment it seemed almost human, the next it was a mass of tentacles and eyes. Then something else entirely, something my mind couldn't or wouldn't comprehend. As I watched, frozen in horror, the thing on the altar turned towards me. I felt its attention like a physical weight, crushing and invasive. It saw me. It knew me. I ran. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, taking the attic stairs 3 at a time, not caring about the noise I made. I burst into the hallway, ready to grab the kids and flee the house. But the hallway wasn't there. I found myself in a long stone corridor, identical to the chamber I had just fled. The same roots crawled across the ceiling, the same moisture glistened on the walls. And at the end of the corridor, another door waited, its surface carved with those maddening symbols. Panic clawed at my throat. This wasn't possible. I was still in the house. I had to be. But as I turned, I saw that the attic door had vanished. There was only smooth stone where it had been. A sound echoed down the corridor, a wet, slithering noise that set my teeth on edge. It was coming closer. I ran again, this time towards the door at the end of the corridor. I didn't want to open it, didn't want to see what new horror waited beyond, but I had no choice. As my hand touched the handle, I heard a voice. No, not a voice, a thought, pushing its way into my mind. "Welcome home," it said, in a language that was not language, in a tone that was not sound but pure, distilled meaning. "We've been waiting for you." I woke up screaming. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the guest room. I was tangled in the sheets, drenched in sweat. For a moment I just lay there, my heart racing, trying to convince myself it had all been a dream. But then I saw it. There on my hand, was a symbol, one of the strange, eye-hurting shapes I had seen carved into that impossible door. It stood out against my skin, dark and crisp as if it had been tattooed there. A knock at the door made me jump. "Hello?" Mrs. Henderson's voice called out. "Is everything all right in there?" I stared at the symbol on my hand, my mind reeling. What had happened last night? What was real and what was dream? "Everything's fine," I managed to call back, my voice shaky. "I'll be out in a minute." As I got dressed, I tried to make sense of it all. The symbol on my hand was undeniably real, but the rest, the attic, the door, the thing on the altar, it couldn't be real. Could it? I made my way downstairs, where the Hendersons and the kids were having breakfast. Everything seemed normal. Sunlight filled the kitchen, the smell of coffee and bacon hanging in the air. Tyler and Emma chattered excitedly about their plans for the day. "Did you sleep well?" Mr. Henderson asked as he handed me a cup of coffee. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. As I raised the cup to my lips, I caught Mrs. Henderson staring at my hand, at the symbol. Her eyes met mine, and in that moment, I knew. She knew what had happened. She had known all along. "We should talk," she said quietly, her smile never wavering. "After breakfast." As I sat down at the table, a chill ran down my spine. What had I stumbled into? And more importantly, how was I going to get out? The symbol on my hand seemed to pulse, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. The GPS chirped cheerfully, announcing our arrival at our destination. But as I looked out the car window, my heart sank. This couldn't be right. Instead of the quaint bed and breakfast we'd booked for our family vacation, we found ourselves on the outskirts of a town that looked like it had been frozen in time. Faded storefronts lined the empty main street, their windows dark and uninviting. A sense of unease settled over me as I realized our technology had led us astray, guiding us to a place that felt more like a ghost town than a tourist destination. "Dad, where are we?" my daughter Sarah asked from the back seat, her voice tinged with worry. I forced a smile, trying to hide my own growing concern. "Just a little detour, sweetheart. I'm sure we'll find our way soon." My wife, Lisa, shot me a skeptical look. She knew me too well to be fooled by my false bravado. "Maybe we should turn around," she suggested quietly. "This doesn't feel right." But something compelled me to press on. Maybe it was stubbornness, or maybe it was the strange allure of the abandoned-looking town. Either way, I made a decision that would change our lives forever. "Let's just ask for directions," I said, pulling the car to a stop in front of what appeared to be a general store. "I'm sure someone can point us in the right direction." As we stepped out of the car, the silence hit me like a physical force. There were no birds singing, no distant hum of traffic. Even the wind seemed to have died down, leaving the air unnaturally still. The bell above the store's door jangled discordantly as we entered, the sound echoing in the empty street. Inside, the store was dimly lit and cluttered, shelves stocked with dusty cans and boxes that looked like they hadn't been touched in years. An old man stood behind the counter, his weathered face impassive as he watched us approach. "Can I help you folks?" he asked, his voice gravelly and low. I explained our situation, showing him the address of the bed and breakfast on my phone. As he looked at the screen, a flicker of something crossed his face. Surprise? Fear? It was gone so quickly I couldn't be sure. "Ah, yes," he said slowly. "I know the place. But you won't be able to get there tonight. Roads washed out from the storm last week." I frowned. "What storm? The weather's been clear for days." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Maybe where you come from. Things are different here." Before I could question him further, he continued. "There's a hotel in town. Only place you'll find to stay tonight. 2 blocks down. Can't miss it. Something about his tone made me uneasy. But what choice did we have? It was getting late, and the kids were tired from the long drive. We thanked the old man and left, the bell's discordant jangle following us out. The hotel was indeed impossible to miss. It was a looming Victorian structure, its paint peeling and windows dark. As we approached, I could have sworn I saw a curtain twitch in one of the upper windows, but when I looked again, all was still. The lobby was musty and dimly lit, decorated with faded floral wallpaper and antique furniture that had seen better days. A thin, pale woman stood behind the desk, her fingers tapping an irregular rhythm on the worn wood. "We need a room for the night," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The woman's lips curved into what might have been a smile. "Of course, we've been expecting you." A chill ran down my spine. Expecting us? But we just decided to stop here. She waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, always expecting visitors in a town like this. Not many come through, but when they do..." She trailed off, her eyes gleaming in the low light. We were given a key, an actual metal key, not a key card, and directed to our room on the 3rd floor. The elevator was out of order, so we trudged up the creaking stairs, our footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. Our room was large but oppressive, with heavy drapes and dark wood furniture. The kids huddled together on one of the beds, their earlier excitement replaced by quiet apprehension. "It's just for one night," Lisa said, trying to sound reassuring, but I could see the worry in her eyes. As we settled in for the night, strange noises kept us on edge. Footsteps in the hallway that never seemed to pass our door. Whispers that sounded just on the edge of comprehension. And once, a long, low moan that seemed to come from the very walls themselves. None of us slept well that night. The next morning, we were eager to leave. But as we stepped out of the hotel, we were met with a sight that stopped us in our tracks. The town was different. The empty storefronts now bustled with activity. People in oddly old-fashioned clothing hurried along the sidewalks. A horse-drawn carriage clattered down the street. "What's going on?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide. "Is this some kind of festival?" I shook my head, unable to form words. This wasn't just a festival. Somehow, overnight, we had stepped into a different time. We made our way back to the general store, hoping to find answers. The old man was there, looking exactly the same as he had the day before. "What's happening?" I demanded. "What is this place?" He regarded us calmly, as if our panic was an everyday occurrence. "This is Millhaven," he said simply. "And you're home now." "Home?" Lisa echoed, her voice rising. "This isn't our home. We need to leave." The old man's expression hardened. Nobody leaves Millhaven. Not really. You might think you've gone, but you'll always find your way back. The town calls to its own." A crowd had begun to gather outside the store. Their faces were friendly, welcoming even, but there was something off about their smiles. Something hungry. We ran back to our car, which thankfully still started. As we peeled out of town, I could see the people of Millhaven in the rearview mirror. They didn't chase us. They just stood there, watching as if they knew something we didn't. For hours we drove in silence, the events of the past day too strange to process. It wasn't until we crossed the state line that we began to relax, to believe that we had truly escaped. But our relief was short-lived. As night fell and fatigue set in, I realized we needed to stop. Up ahead, I saw lights. A small town. "We'll stop here for the night," I said, pulling off the highway. As we drove down the main street, a sense of déjà vu washed over me. The storefronts looked familiar. The hotel loomed ahead, its Victorian silhouette unmistakable in the gathering darkness. Impossible. We had driven for hours. We were in a different state, but there was no denying it. We were back in Millhaven. The old man's words echoed in my mind. Nobody leaves Millhaven. Not really. As we sat in the car, staring at the town that had somehow called us back, I realized the truth of his words. We were home now, and home, it seemed, would never let us go. In the days and weeks that followed, we tried to leave countless times, but no matter which direction we drove, no matter how far we went, we always ended up back in Millhaven. The town existed in some sort of loop, a pocket of reality that bent the rules of time and space. We learned to adapt, to live in this place that was both wonderful and terrifying. The townspeople welcomed us with open arms, teaching us their ways, showing us the magic that thrummed just beneath the surface of everyday life. Sarah and Tommy grew to love it here, reveling in the freedom to explore a town where time had no meaning. Lisa found purpose in the town's library, cataloging books that contained knowledge from every era. As for me, I took over the general store when the old man decided it was time to move on, whatever that meant in a place like this. I became the gatekeeper, the one who welcomed new arrivals, seeing the same fear and confusion in their eyes that I once had. Sometimes, late at night, I still dream of the world we left behind. I wonder if time is passing there, if anyone has noticed our absence, but then I wake to the sound of horses, hooves on cobblestone streets, to the sight of gas lamps flickering in the perpetual twilight. And I remember, this is home now, Millhaven, the town that calls to its own, the place where lost souls find their way. And as I open the store each morning, ready to greet whatever travelers might stumble upon our little pocket of unreality, I can't help but smile. After all, everyone finds their way to Millhaven eventually. It's just a matter of time. The first thing I noticed when I stepped into my new home was the smell. It wasn't the musty odor of an old house or the chemical scent of fresh paint. No, this was something else entirely. A sickly sweet aroma that seemed to seep from the very walls. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a product of nerves and excitement. After all, this was supposed to be a fresh start. But as I would soon learn, in this house, nothing was ever quite what it seemed. I'd bought the place on a whim, really. After my divorce, I needed a change of scenery, somewhere to rebuild my life. When I saw the listing for the old Victorian on the outskirts of town, it seemed perfect. Sure, it needed some work, but that was part of the appeal. A project to keep my hands and mind busy. The realtor had been oddly eager to close the deal, practically shoving the keys into my hand the moment the paperwork was signed. I should have seen it as a red flag, but I was too caught up in the thrill of new beginnings to notice. That first night, I barely slept. The house creaked and groaned, settling into itself like a living thing. But it was more than that. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that eyes were following me from room to room. In the light of day, I tried to laugh it off. Old houses had character, I told myself. That's why I'd bought it. After all, I threw myself into cleaning and repairs, determined to make the place my own. It was while I was stripping wallpaper in the upstairs hallway that I found the first oddity. Behind a particularly stubborn section of paper, I uncovered a small door, no bigger than a shoebox. It was locked, the keyhole old and rusted. Curiosity got the better of me. I spent the better part of an hour trying various keys I'd found around the house, but none fit. Finally, frustrated, I decided to force it open. The wood splintered easily under the pry bar, revealing a small, dark space beyond. Reaching in, my fingers brushed against something soft. I pulled it out, heart racing with anticipation. It was a doll, old and worn, its porcelain face cracked and one eye missing. But it was the expression on its face that sent a chill down my spine, a twisted grimace that seemed more like a silent scream than a smile. I should have gotten rid of it then and there, but something stopped me. Instead, I placed it on a shelf in my bedroom, telling myself it was just a piece of the house's history. That night, the dreams started. I found myself wandering the halls of the house, but everything was wrong. The proportions were off, doorways too tall and narrow, staircases twisting at impossible angles. And everywhere I turned, I saw those dolls, hundreds of them, their cracked faces all wearing that same horrible expression. I woke in a cold sweat, the sweet smell stronger than ever. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The doll I'd found was no longer on the shelf. It sat at the foot of my bed, its one remaining eye fixed on me. I told myself I must have moved it in my sleep, that the dream had confused my memories. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Over the next few weeks, things escalated. Objects would move when I wasn't looking. I'd hear footsteps in empty rooms, childlike laughter echoing through the halls, and always, that sickly sweet smell grew stronger. I tried to ignore it, to rationalize it away. I was just stressed, I told myself. The isolation of living alone in a big, old house was getting to me. But I couldn't ignore the way the air seemed to thicken when I entered certain rooms, or the shadows that moved in ways shadows shouldn't. It was the discovery in the attic that finally forced me to confront the truth. I'd been avoiding the attic, telling myself it was just because I hadn't gotten around to cleaning it yet. But one night, unable to sleep, I found myself drawn there. The pull was undeniable, like a siren's call. The attic door opened with a creak that seemed to echo through the entire house. As I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight, I was hit by a wave of that sweet smell, so strong it made me gag. In the beam of my flashlight, I saw them, dolls. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, covering every surface. They hung from the rafters, sat in neat rows on shelves, spilled out of old trunks and boxes. And every single one had that same twisted expression, that silent scream. But it was the far corner of the attic that drew my attention. There, partially hidden behind a stack of old furniture, was a door. A door that, according to the house's layout, shouldn't exist. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run from this house and never look back. But I couldn't stop myself. I had to know. The door swung open easily, revealing a small, dark room beyond, and there, in the center of the room, was a rocking chair. It moved slowly back and forth, creaking softly, though there was no breeze to move it. As I stepped closer, my flashlight illuminated the figure in the chair. It was a doll, larger than the others, almost the size of a child. But this one was different. Its face wasn't frozen in that horrible grimace. Instead, it smiled. A wide, knowing smile that seemed to grow as I watched. And then it opened its eyes. I don't remember much of what happened next. I have flashes, running down the stairs, the sound of childlike laughter all around me, the feeling of small hands grabbing at my clothes. Somehow, I made it out of the house, my car peeling out of the driveway as those laughing voices faded behind me. I drove all night, not stopping until I was 3 states away. I left everything behind. My clothes, my possessions, my dreams of a fresh start. None of it mattered. I just had to get away. It's been years now, and I've never gone back. I've tried to move on, to forget about that house and what I saw there. But sometimes, late at night, I catch a whiff of that sickly sweet smell. And in my dreams, I still see that doll in the rocking chair, its eyes opening to reveal the darkness within. I know now that some houses are never truly empty. Some have histories, secrets that cling to the walls and seep into the very foundations. And sometimes, those secrets are best left undiscovered. I often wonder about the family that moved in after me. Did they experience the same things? Did they uncover the truth hidden in the attic? Or did the house choose to stay silent? biding its time until the right person came along. I'll never know for sure. But one thing I do know, I'll never buy an old house again. Some fresh starts come at too high a price, and some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. As for the doll, well, I try not to think about it, but sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I swear I see a small porcelain face watching me, waiting, and I wonder if, maybe, I didn't leave everything behind after all. Maybe, just maybe, a piece of that house came with me, ensuring that I'll never truly escape the horrors I uncovered. So if you're ever house hunting and come across a beautiful old Victorian that seems too good to be true, take my advice. Walk away. Some bargains aren't worth the cost, and some houses are hungry for more than just your money. They want your soul, and they're patient enough to wait until you willingly give it to them. I've always been a light sleeper, but that night, something jolted me awake with a force I'd never experienced before. My eyes snapped open, heart racing, every nerve on high alert. The digital clock on my nightstand glowed an eerie 3:33 a.m. As I lay there, trying to calm my breathing, I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the hallway outside my bedroom. But that was impossible. I lived alone. Forcing myself to remain still, I strained my ears, listening intently. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. The handle turned slowly, the hinges creaking as the door swung open. I held my breath, eyes wide in the darkness, as a figure stepped into my room. Even in the dim light filtering through the curtains, I could make out the intruder's silhouette. Tall, broad-shouldered, moving with an eerie familiarity. As the figure approached my bed, moonlight fell across its face, and I felt the world tilt on its axis. I was staring at myself, not a reflection, not a twin, but me. Exactly as I looked at that very moment, down to the old t-shirt and boxers I wore to bed. The doppelganger's eyes met mine, and I saw my own terror reflected back at me. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. The other me just stood there, staring, its expression unreadable. Then, slowly, its lips curved into a smile that was anything but friendly. "Hello, Mark," it said, my own voice echoing back at me. "We need to talk." I found my voice then, a strangled whisper escaping my throat. "Who? What are you?" The thing that looked like me tilted its head, considering. "I'm you, of course. Or rather, I'm the you that could be, the you that should be." I shook my head, trying to clear it. This had to be a dream, a nightmare. I'd wake up any second now, laugh it off, and go about my day. But the weight of the other me sitting on the edge of my bed felt all too real. "This isn't a dream, Mark," it said, as if reading my thoughts. "I'm here because you've been wasting your potential, squandering the life we could have had." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean?" The doppelganger's eyes hardened. "Look at you. Stuck in a dead-end job. No girlfriend, no ambition. Do you know what I've accomplished? The life I've built?" As it spoke, images flashed through my mind. I saw myself, no, the other me, in a corner office, shaking hands with important-looking people. I saw a beautiful house, a loving family, awards and accolades. Everything I'd ever dreamed of but had been too afraid to pursue. "That could have been you," the other me continued. "But you let fear hold you back. Every time you had a chance to take a risk, to reach for something better, you chose the safe path. And look where it's gotten you." Anger flared within me, pushing back the fear. "You don't know anything about my life," I spat. "You're not real. You're just some manifestation of my insecurities or something." The doppelganger laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. "Oh, I'm very real, Mark, and I'm here to take what should have been mine." Before I could react, It lunged forward, hands wrapping around my throat. I struggled, gasping for air, my fingers clawing at the arms that felt exactly like my own. But the other me was stronger, its grip unyielding. As black spots danced in my vision, I felt a strange pulling sensation. It was as if my very essence was being drained away, flowing into the creature that wore my face. I saw flashes of my life, childhood memories, first kisses, moments of triumph and failure, all being absorbed by this thing that claimed to be a better version of me. With the last of my strength, I managed to wrench one of its hands away from my throat. Gulping in air, I croaked out, "Why? Why are you doing this?" The doppelganger paused, its grip loosening slightly. "Because I deserve it," it hissed. "I made the hard choices, took the risks. I became everything you were too scared to be, and now I'm taking the life that should have been mine all along." In that moment of hesitation, I saw my chance. I bucked upwards, throwing the creature off balance. We tumbled to the floor, grappling in the darkness. I felt its fists connecting with my face, tasted blood in my mouth. But I fought back with a desperation I'd never known before. As we struggled, I caught glimpses of the life it had shown me, the success, the family, the achievements. But I also saw the cost, the long hours, the compromised values, the relationships destroyed in the pursuit of success. Was that really the life I wanted? "No," I gasped, finally pinning the doppelganger beneath me. "That's not who I am. That's not who I want to be." The other me snarled, its face contorting with rage. "You're weak," it spat. "You'll never amount to anything." I tightened my grip, staring into eyes that were mirror images of my own. "Maybe not," I said, "but at least I'll be true to myself." As I spoke those words, something shifted. The doppelganger's form began to shimmer, becoming less solid beneath my hands. It thrashed and screamed, its voice distorting into something inhuman. I held on, watching in horrified fascination as it seemed to dissolve, breaking apart into wisps of shadow that dissipated into the air. And then, suddenly, it was gone. I was alone in my room, sprawled on the floor, my heart pounding and my body aching from the fight. For a long moment, I just lay there, trying to process what had happened. Had it all been a dream, a hallucination? But the bruises forming on my skin and the metallic taste of blood in my mouth told me it had been all too real. Slowly, I picked myself up off the floor and stumbled to the bathroom. The face that stared back at me from the mirror was my own, battered, scared, but undeniably me. There was no sign of the other, better version of myself. As the adrenaline wore off, I was left with a profound sense of, not peace exactly, but acceptance. The doppelganger had shown me a version of my life that, on the surface, seemed perfect. But it wasn't my life. It wasn't the path I had chosen for myself. In the days that followed, I found myself reflecting on the encounter more and more. Had it been some sort of supernatural event? A physical manifestation of my own self-doubt and regret? Or simply a vivid nightmare that had left very real marks? I may never know the true nature of what happened that night, but one thing was certain. It had changed me. Not in the dramatic, life-altering way the doppelganger had attempted, but in smaller, more meaningful ways. I started taking more chances at work, speaking up in meetings, pitching ideas I would have previously kept to myself. I rekindled old friendships I'd let fade and made an effort to form new ones. And most importantly, I learned to appreciate the life I had built for myself, imperfect as it might be. Sometimes, late at night, I still find myself glancing nervously at my bedroom door, half expecting to see that other version of myself standing there. But the fear is tinged with something else now. Gratitude. Gratitude for the wake-up call, for the chance to reaffirm who I am and who I want to be. We all have paths not taken, versions of ourselves we could have been. But that night taught me that the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Sometimes, the best version of yourself is the one you choose to be, day by day, decision by decision. As for the doppelganger, well, I like to think it's still out there somewhere in some parallel universe, living that other life. And I hope it's happy. But I'm glad that, in this reality, I'm the one who gets to be me. The walls seemed to breathe, a subtle in and out motion that made my stomach churn. I blinked hard, convinced my eyes were playing tricks on me. But when I looked again, the decrepit hallway of the abandoned asylum continued its eerie pulsation. My friends, oblivious to the nightmarish sight, pushed deeper into the building's bowels. As I hesitated, a chill ran down my spine. We'd come looking for thrills, but I was beginning to realize we'd stumbled into something far more sinister, and escaping might not be as simple as walking back out the way we came. It had all started as a dare, really. The five of us, Mike, Sarah, Jess, Alex, and myself, had been swapping urban legends over beers when Mike brought up the old Ravenscroft Asylum on the outskirts of town. Abandoned for decades, it had a reputation for being severely haunted. Locals whispered about strange lights, unearthly screams, and unlucky explorers who went in but never came out. "We should check it out," Mike had said, his eyes gleaming with the particular bravado that comes after a few drinks. "Tonight, unless you're all chicken." I should have said no. We all should have. But caught up in the moment, fueled by liquid courage and the desire to prove ourselves, we'd piled into Mike's beaten-up Jeep and headed for Ravenscroft. The asylum loomed before us, a hulking silhouette against the star-studded sky. Its windows were dark, empty sockets in a face of crumbling brick. As we approached, I couldn't shake the feeling that the building was watching us, assessing our worth as potential victims. "Last chance to back out," Sarah had whispered, her voice betraying a nervousness she was trying hard to hide. But Mike was already moving forward, flashlight in hand, and the rest of us followed like sheep to the slaughter. The interior of Ravenscroft was a maze of decaying corridors and rooms filled with the remnants of its dark past. Rusted gurneys, ancient medical equipment, and graffiti-covered walls told the story of decades of abandonment. The air was thick with dust and the musty smell of rot. At first, it was almost disappointing. We crept through the halls, jumping at shadows and our own echoing footsteps, but nothing truly scary materialized. Mike led the way, his bravado growing with each empty room we explored. "See? Nothing to worry about," he declared, swinging his flashlight in a wide arc. "Just a bunch of old ghost stories." That's when things started to go wrong. It began subtly. A door slamming shut behind us, though there was no breeze. The sound of footsteps when all of us were standing still. A child's laughter echoing from a distant corridor. "Hunkies?" Jess said, her voice trembling. "Maybe we should go back." But as we turned to retrace our steps, we found ourselves facing an unfamiliar hallway. Somehow, without realizing it, we had become turned around in the labyrinthine building. "No problem," Alex said, though I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. "We'll just find another way out." That's when I first noticed the walls, the subtle movement, like the building itself was alive and breathing. I rubbed my eyes, convinced it was just a trick of the light. But the motion continued, growing more pronounced with each passing second. "Do you guys see that?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. They all turned to look, and I saw the moment realization dawned on their faces. The color drained from Mike's cheeks, his earlier bravado evaporating like mist in sunlight. "What the hell?" Sarah breathed, reaching out to touch the undulating wall. As her fingers made contact, she jerked back with a yelp. "It's warm!" Panic began to set in. We started moving faster, our earlier caution forgotten in the face of this impossible, terrifying phenomenon. Corridors twisted and turned, leading us deeper into the asylum's heart. Doors that should have led to exits opened onto more hallways or rooms filled with unspeakable horrors. Operating theaters with blood-stained tables, padded cells with claw marks on the walls, and all the while, the building seemed to be coming alive around us. The walls pulsed faster, the floor beneath our feet becoming soft and yielding, like walking on flesh rather than tile. The air grew thick and humid, carrying the coppery scent of blood. "We need to get out of here," Jess screamed, her composure finally breaking. She took off running down a hallway, ignoring our shouts to stay together. We heard her scream, a sound of pure terror that cut off abruptly. When we rounded the corner, she was gone. The hallway ended in a solid wall, as if it had never contained a doorway at all. "This isn't happening," Alex muttered, running his hands through his hair. "This can't be real." But it was real. All too horrifyingly real. We pressed on, our group now down to 4, searching desperately for an exit. But it seemed the more we searched, the more lost we became. The asylum was a living maze, constantly shifting and changing around us. At one point, we found ourselves in what must have been the main lobby. A grand staircase led up to the second floor, and large windows offered a view of the grounds outside. Hope surged within me. Surely we could break a window and escape. But as we approached, the view outside changed. Instead of the overgrown asylum grounds, we saw a hellish landscape of twisted trees and blood-red sky. Shapes moved in the distance, things that couldn't possibly exist in our world. "Oh God," Sarah whimpered, backing away from the window. "Where are we?" I had a sinking feeling that we were no longer in our own reality. Somehow, the asylum had transported us to somewhere else. Somewhere nightmares called home. We turned away from the windows, only to find that the lobby had changed behind our backs. Where the entrance should have been, there was now only a blank wall. The staircase had transformed into a twisting, organic-looking structure that pulsed and writhed. Mike, who had been our fearless leader at the start of this misadventure, now looked like a scared child. "I'm sorry," he said, his voice cracking. "This is all my fault. I never should have." His words were cut off as the floor beneath him suddenly liquefied. He sank like a stone, his scream muffled by the churning, flesh-like substance that had moments ago been solid ground. Sarah lunged for him, but Alex and I held her back, watching in horror as our friend disappeared. Now we were 3. Exhaustion and terror warred within me as we continued our desperate search for escape. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Had we been in this nightmare for hours? Days? The asylum toyed with us, offering glimpses of hope, a door that looked like it might lead outside, a window that showed our own world, only to snatch them away at the last second. Sarah was the next to go. We had paused to catch our breath in what looked like an old administrative office. She leaned against a filing cabinet, and before we could react, it had enveloped her. The metal twisted and warped, becoming organic, swallowing her whole as she screamed for us to help her. Alex and I ran. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead, and still, the asylum tormented us. Voices whispered from the walls, some begging for help, others cackling with malicious glee. Shadows moved at the edge of our vision, always disappearing when we turned to look. "There has to be a way out," Alex panted as we paused in yet another identical corridor. "Maybe if we—" He never finished the thought. The ceiling above him suddenly dipped down, like a giant hand pressing through soft clay. Before I could even shout a warning, it had engulfed him, leaving me alone in the pulsing, breathing hallway. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by despair. This was it. I was going to die here, swallowed up by this impossible, living building. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end to come, but then I heard it. A voice, different from the mocking whispers that had been haunting us. It was faint but clear. "Wake up." My eyes snapped open. The hallway around me flickered, like a glitch in a video game. For just a moment, I saw past the nightmare, saw the mundane reality of a rundown, abandoned building. Wake up! The voice came again, stronger this time. I understood suddenly. This wasn't real, or at least, not entirely. The asylum had trapped us in some kind of shared hallucination, feeding off our fear. But if I could break free... I closed my eyes, concentrating with every fiber of my being. Wake up, I told myself. This isn't real. Wake up. The world shattered around me. I felt a sensation of falling, and then I opened my eyes to find myself lying on the floor of the asylum's entrance hall. My friends were there too, all of them, groggily sitting up and looking around in confusion. The building around us was just a building, old and creepy, yes, but not the living nightmare we had experienced. We didn't speak as we stumbled out into the cool night air. There would be time later to try to make sense of what had happened. For now, we were just grateful to be alive, to be free. As we drove away, I looked back at Ravenscroft Asylum one last time. In an upper window, I thought I saw a face watching us leave. A face that smiled with too many teeth before melting back into the darkness. I shuddered and turned away. We had escaped this time, but I knew the asylum would be waiting for its next victims. After all, a place like that is always hungry for more. The gentle hum of the lighthouse beacon was the only sound that broke the oppressive silence of the island. I stood at the window of the keeper's quarters, watching the hypnotic sweep of light across the churning sea. It had been 3 weeks since I'd taken this job, eager for solitude and a chance to escape my troubled past. But as I stared out into the darkness, a chill ran down my spine. Something was out there, something that didn't belong in this world. And I was beginning to suspect that this lighthouse held secrets far more terrifying than anything I'd left behind. My name is Daniel Cooper, and I never intended to become a lighthouse keeper. But when life deals you a series of brutal blows, sometimes you find yourself grasping at any opportunity for escape. After losing my job, my marriage, and nearly my sanity in the span of a year, the ad for a temporary lighthouse keeper on a remote island seemed like a godsend. The job interview was brief and conducted over the phone. The Coast Guard officer who hired me seemed more concerned with my ability to handle isolation than any specific skills. It's just for 3 months, he'd said. Maintain the light, keep the logs, and report any unusual activities. Think you can handle that? I jumped at the chance. 3 months of peace and quiet, away from the chaos of my life, sounded perfect. If only I'd known what I was really signing up for. The island was smaller than I'd expected, barely more than a rocky outcropping jutting from the sea. The lighthouse itself was an imposing structure, its white tower stark against the gray sky. As the boat that brought me pulled away, I felt a momentary pang of anxiety. I was truly alone now. The first few days passed uneventfully. I familiarized myself with the equipment, studied the logs left by previous keepers, and settled into a routine. During the day, I'd perform maintenance tasks and explore the small island. At night, I'd ensure the light was functioning properly and lose myself in books or my own thoughts. It was on the 5th night that I first noticed something was amiss. I was making my final check of the beacon before turning in when I saw it. A flickering light out on the water, where no light should be. It pulsed with an eerie, greenish glow, bobbing on the waves like some bioluminescent jellyfish. I watched it for nearly an hour, transfixed. It seemed to be moving, but not in the random way a piece of flotsam would. No, this light was moving with purpose, zigzagging across the water in a pattern I couldn't quite discern. Finally, as suddenly as it had appeared, the light winked out. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if I'd imagined the whole thing, but a quick check of the logbook revealed something unsettling. Similar lights had been reported by keepers going back decades, always described in the same way: greenish glow, purposeful movement, sudden disappearance. Over the next few weeks, the sightings became more frequent. Sometimes it was just one light, other times a whole cluster of them, dancing across the waves like some otherworldly ballet. I found myself spending more and more time at the window, watching and waiting for their appearance. But it wasn't just the lights. Strange things began happening on the island itself. Tools would go missing, only to turn up in places I knew I hadn't left them. I'd wake up to find intricate patterns drawn in the sand around the lighthouse, too precise to have been formed by wind or waves. And sometimes, in the deep of night, I'd hear whispers, words in a language I didn't recognize, seeming to come from the very walls of the lighthouse itself. I tried to rationalize it all. Isolation can play tricks on the mind, I told myself. The lights were probably just bioluminescent algae, the missing tools the result of my own forgetfulness. The patterns in the sand formed by animals I hadn't yet seen. But deep down, I knew I was lying to myself. Something was happening on this island, something beyond the realm of normal explanation. It all came to a head on the night of the full moon, exactly 3 weeks after I'd arrived. The sea was unusually calm, a mirror-like surface reflecting the swollen moon above. I was in the lantern room, polishing the lens, when I heard it, a sound like massive stones grinding against each other, coming from the base of the lighthouse. Heart pounding, I made my way down the spiral staircase. The sound grew louder with each step, until it was all I could hear, drowning out even the sound of my own ragged breathing. As I reached the bottom, I saw something that stopped me in my tracks. The floor was opening. There's no other way to describe it. The solid stone was splitting apart, revealing a yawning chasm beneath. And rising from that impossible depths was a sight that nearly drove me mad on the spot. It was a creature, if such a word can even apply to the monstrosity I saw. Massive tentacles, each as thick as a tree trunk, writhed and twisted as they emerged from the pit. They were covered in pulsing, bioluminescent spots, the same eerie green I'd seen out on the water. Behind the tentacles came a bulbous body, its flesh translucent enough that I could see shadowy organs pulsing within. And then I saw its eyes, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, covering its body like a horrible constellation. They all turned to focus on me at once, and in that moment, I knew true terror. I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything but stand there frozen in horror. But I couldn't move. It wasn't paralysis born of fear, but something else. The creature was holding me in place somehow, its gaze penetrating into the very core of my being. And then it spoke. Not with words, but directly into my mind. Images and sensations flooded my consciousness. Ancient cities beneath the waves, civilizations rise and fall, secrets of the universe both beautiful and terrible. I saw the true purpose of the lighthouse, not as a beacon for ships, but as a signal for something far older and more powerful. I understood then that this creature, this entity, had been here long before humans ever set foot on this island. The lighthouse was built on its resting place, the keepers unwitting guardians of a slumbering god. How long I stood there, my mind overwhelmed by the entity's communication, I'll never know. It could have been minutes or hours, but eventually, mercifully, it released me from its mental grip. The tentacles began to recede, slipping back into the chasm. The grinding sound returned as the floor sealed itself, leaving no trace of the horror I'd witnessed. I stumbled back up to the keeper's quarters, my mind reeling. Part of me wanted to flee, to swim if necessary, anything to get off this cursed island. But a deeper part knew it was futile. I had been chosen for this, whether I liked it or not. I was now the guardian of something ancient and powerful, something that defied human comprehension. The next morning, I made my usual report to the Coast Guard. Nothing unusual to report, I said, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. But what could I tell them? Who would believe me? As I sit here now, writing this account, I can see the green lights dancing on the waves again. I know now what they truly are, not bioluminescent algae or strange fish. but extensions of the entity that slumbers beneath the lighthouse. They're searching, always searching, for something I can't begin to understand. My 3-month contract is almost up, but I know I won't be leaving. How can I, knowing what I know? Someone has to keep watch, to maintain the lighthouse not for the ships that pass, but for the thing that sleeps below. So I'll stay, keeping my lonely vigil. And if you ever find yourself on a ship passing a remote lighthouse, and you see strange green lights in the water, don't look too closely. Some secrets are better left in the depths, where they belong. The old camera felt heavy in my hands, its weathered leather strap rough against my skin. I'd picked it up on a whim at a flea market, charmed by its vintage look and the seller's claim that it still worked. Little did I know that this innocuous purchase would plunge me into a nightmare beyond my wildest imagination. As I developed the film left inside, I realized with growing horror that this camera didn't just capture moments, it captured souls. My name is Alex, and I've always been fascinated by photography. There's something magical about freezing a moment in time, preserving it forever. So when I saw the old Leica M3 at Mrs. Gillespie's stall, I couldn't resist. The price was steep, but the camera was in surprisingly good condition for its age. "Oh, that old thing," Mrs. Gillespie had said, her rheumy eyes twinkling. "Found it in an estate sale. Previous owner was quite the traveler, they say. Bet it's seen some sights." I should have asked more questions, should have wondered why she seemed so eager to part with such a valuable item. But I was too excited by my find to notice the tremor in her hand as she handed it over, or the relief in her eyes as I walked away. At home, I examined my prize more closely. The camera was indeed in excellent shape, with only minor scratches on the body. To my surprise, there was still film inside. Curious to see if it would work, I finished off the roll by taking a few test shots around my apartment. I have a small darkroom set up in my spare bathroom, another hobby of mine. As I developed the film, I felt a childlike anticipation. What kinds of images had the previous owner captured? What stories might they tell? The first few photos were unremarkable, landscapes, cityscapes, nothing out of the ordinary. But as I hung them up to dry, I noticed something odd about the next image. It showed a crowded street scene, people hurrying by. But one figure stood out. A man, staring directly at the camera, his face a mask of terror. The strange thing was, he seemed blurred, almost transparent, as if he was fading away. I shook my head, attributing it to a quirk of the old film. But the next photo made my blood run cold. It was a picture of a young woman, smiling at the camera. Behind her, reflected in a shop window, was the same terrified man from the previous shot. Only now, he was even more transparent, reaching out toward the woman with a desperate expression. My hands shook as I developed the rest of the roll. Each photo was similar, normal scenes at first glance, but always with that fading figure somewhere in the frame, growing more transparent with each shot. In the final photo, taken in what looked like a graveyard, the figure was barely visible at all, little more than a wisp of smoke among the headstones. I stared at the photos for hours, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It was impossible, and yet the evidence was right there in front of me. Somehow, this camera had captured a man's, spirit, soul, and with each photo, it seemed to be drawing him further out of this world. That night, I barely slept. I tossed and turned, my dreams filled with fading figures and desperate, silent screams. When I finally dragged myself out of bed the next morning, I was determined to uncover the truth about this camera. I started with an internet search, looking for any information about haunted or cursed cameras. Most of what I found was obviously fake, stories made up for clicks or views. But buried in a forum thread, I found a post that made my heart race. My grandfather had a camera like that. Leica M3, right? Get rid of it, now, before it's too late. The user had deleted their account shortly after posting, but it was enough to convince me I wasn't imagining things. This camera was dangerous. I knew I should destroy it, smash it to pieces, burn the film, and forget I'd ever seen those horrifying images. But curiosity got the better of me. I had to know more. I spent the next few days digging deeper, reaching out to photography experts and paranormal researchers alike. Most dismissed me outright, but a few seemed intrigued. One historian even agreed to meet with me. Dr. Eleanor Vance was a small, bird-like woman with sharp eyes that seemed to look right through me. She examined the camera carefully, her expression growing more troubled with each passing moment. "This is no ordinary camera," she said finally. "Where did you say you got it?" I told her about the flea market, about Mrs. Gillespie. Dr. Vance nodded, as if confirming something to herself. "There are stories," she began, her voice low, "of objects that can capture more than just light. Some believe that the right combination of materials, crafted with dark intent, can create items capable of trapping the human soul." I shivered, remembering the fading figure in the photos. But why? What's the purpose? Dr. Vance's eyes met mine, and I saw genuine fear there. Power, Mr. Chen. The kind of power that comes from consuming the essence of others. She went on to explain her theory, that the camera was designed to slowly drain the life force from its subjects, feeding it to whoever controlled the camera. With each photo taken, the victim would fade a little more from this world, until they're gone completely. I finished, feeling sick. "Doctor," Vance nodded gravely, "I would strongly advise you to get rid of that camera, Mr. Chen. Destroy it if you can. Objects like that have a way of resisting attempts to be rid of them, but you must try." I left her office with my head spinning. Part of me still wanted to believe this was all an elaborate hoax, or maybe I was losing my mind. But deep down, I knew. The camera was evil, and I had to destroy it. That night, I gathered everything I needed: the camera, the photos, the negatives. I drove out to an abandoned lot on the edge of town, my heart pounding the whole way. Once there, I doused everything in lighter fluid and struck a match. The flames sputtered to life, and I hesitated for just a moment. Then, steeling myself, I dropped it onto the pile. The fire caught immediately, flames leaping up to consume the camera and its grisly products. I watched, mesmerized, as the leather bubbled and peeled, the metal warping in the heat. And then I heard it. A scream, not from outside, but inside my own head. A howl of rage and pain that felt like it was tearing my skull apart. I fell to my knees, clutching my head, as visions flashed before my eyes. I saw the man from the photos, no longer fading but vibrant and alive. I saw others too, dozens of them, hundreds, all trapped within the camera. And I saw the one who had trapped them, a figure shrouded in shadow, consuming their essence like a man dying of thirst. The visions faded as quickly as they had come, leaving me gasping on the ground. The fire had burned out, leaving nothing but ashes. The camera was gone. I'd like to say that was the end of it, that destroying the camera freed those trapped souls and ended the nightmare. But life is rarely so neat. Since that night, I've been different. I see things others don't. Flickers of movement at the corner of my eye, transparent figures that vanish when I turn to look. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear them, the trapped souls of the camera, whispering to me from beyond the veil. I don't know if I'll ever be free of this curse. All I know is that I have to keep searching, keep trying to understand what happened. Because if there was one camera like that out there, there might be others. And next time I'll be ready. So if you're ever at a flea market or an antique shop, and you see an old camera that seems too good to be true, walk away. Some relics of the past are better left undiscovered, because you never know what might be looking back at you through that lens. The attic door creaked open, releasing a cloud of dust that danced in the shaft of afternoon sunlight. I coughed, waving away the particles, and peered into the gloom. Among the usual clutter of forgotten belongings and family heirlooms, a weathered leather-bound book caught my eye. Its spine was cracked, its pages yellowed with age. As I picked it up, a chill ran down my spine. Little did I know, I was about to uncover a family secret that would shake the very foundations of my reality. I'm Emily, and I've always been the curious type. When my grandmother passed away, leaving me her old Victorian house, I saw it as an opportunity to delve into my family's history. The house had been in our family for generations, passed down from mother to daughter. It was a treasure trove of memories and untold stories. The attic was my last stop on my exploration of the house. I'd been putting it off, partly because of the dust, I'm mildly allergic, and partly because attics in old houses always gave me the creeps. But my curiosity finally won out. The book I found was a journal, its leather cover soft and supple despite its age. On the first page, in faded ink, was my great-great-grandmother's name, Elizabeth Blackwood. I settled onto an old trunk, brushing away cobwebs, and began to read. At first, it seemed like a typical diary of a woman in the late 1800s. Elizabeth wrote about her daily life, her husband, her children. But as I turned the pages, the entries took a dark turn. The voices are getting louder. One entry read, "They whisper from the walls, from the floors. They know things, terrible things, and they want me to know them too." I felt a shiver run through me. Was this some kind of fiction? Or had my great-great-grandmother suffered from mental illness? But as I read on, the entries became more specific, more chilling. They showed me today the truth behind the veil. This house, it's not just a house. It's a gateway, and we are its keepers. My hands were shaking now, but I couldn't stop reading. Elizabeth wrote about rituals performed in the basement, about sacrifices made to keep the door closed. She described creatures that defied description, beings that existed beyond our reality but pressed against the thin barrier between worlds. "The house hungers," she wrote. "It must be fed, or it will open the way. And if that happens, God help us all." I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of joke, right? A work of fiction my great-great-grandmother had written to pass the time. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. There had always been something off about this house. The way shadows seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them. The whispers you'd hear late at night. Too faint to make out words, but unmistakably there. I needed to know more. I spent the next few days poring over the journal, taking notes, trying to make sense of Elizabeth's ramblings. She wrote about a ritual that needed to be performed every full moon, about specific items needed, a silver knife, candles made from rendered fat. I didn't want to know what kind, and always, always, blood. "The house must be appeased," she wrote. "A drop of blood from the keeper, freely given. It's a small price to pay to keep the horrors at bay." I found myself standing in the basement that night, Elizabeth's journal in one hand, a silver letter opener in the other. The full moon shone through the small window, casting eerie shadows on the walls. "This is crazy," I muttered to myself. "You're not actually considering this, are you?" But even as I said it, I knew I was. Because in the weeks since I'd found the journal, things had gotten worse. The whispers had grown louder, more insistent. I'd seen things moving in mirrors, only to vanish when I turned to look. And last night, I could have sworn I saw a door in my bedroom wall, a door that had never been there before, and was gone in the morning. With a deep breath, I pricked my finger with the letter opener. A bead of blood welled up, bright red in the moonlight. I let it fall to the floor, half expecting something dramatic to happen. Nothing did, at least, not at first. But as I stood there, heart pounding, I felt a change in the air. The oppressive feeling that had been building all week seemed to lift. The whispers faded to nothing. The house settled with a sigh, like a great beast appeased. I sank to the floor, my legs suddenly weak. "What have I done?" I whispered, but I knew exactly what I'd done. I'd taken up the mantle of keeper, just as my grandmother had, and her mother before her, all the way back to Elizabeth. I'd acknowledged the terrible truth, that this house was more than just a building, that it held back horrors beyond imagination, and that it was now my responsibility to keep those horrors contained. Over the next few months, I delved deeper into Elizabeth's journal, learning the intricacies of being a keeper. I performed the ritual every full moon, watching as my blood sank into the basement floor, consumed by something I couldn't see but could definitely feel. I learned to listen to the house, to feel its moods. I learned to recognize the signs of when the barrier was weakening, the increase in whispers, the shadows that moved too quickly, the impossible geometries that would appear and disappear in the corners of rooms. And I learned about the consequences of failure. Elizabeth wrote about a time before she understood her role, when she'd left the house for months. She returned to find the town in chaos, people gone mad from glimpsing things they were never meant to see. It had taken all her strength, and the sacrifice of something far more precious than blood, to close the rift she'd allowed to open. I couldn't let that happen. I was the keeper now, and I had a duty to uphold. But it wasn't easy. The things I saw, the knowledge I gained, it weighed on me. I couldn't maintain relationships. How could I, when I couldn't tell anyone the truth? I couldn't leave the house for long periods, not without risking another incident. My life became the house, and the house became my life. Years passed. I watched from my windows as the world changed, as technology advanced and society evolved. But inside the house, time seemed to stand still. I performed the rituals, I kept the horrors at bay, and I aged. Now, as I write this, I'm an old woman. My hair has gone gray, my hands shake as I hold the pen. I have no children to pass this burden to, no daughter to take up the mantle of keeper. I worry about what will happen when I'm gone. Will the house find a new keeper? Or will the horrors finally break through, spilling out into a world that's not prepared for them? I've done what I can to prepare. I've written my own journal, more detailed than Elizabeth's, explaining everything I've learned. I've set up a trust, ensuring the house will always be maintained, always occupied. But in the end, I know it might not be enough. The house is patient, but it's also hungry. And one day, it might just decide that the small offerings we've been giving it are no longer enough. So if you're reading this, if you've found yourself in possession of a house that feels just a little too alive, pay attention. Listen to the whispers, watch the shadows, and if you see a door where no door should be, think very carefully before you open it, because some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed again. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was when my GPS started speaking in tongues. One moment, the robotic voice was calmly directing me to take the next right. The next, it was spewing a stream of guttural sounds that made my skin crawl. I should have turned back then, should have recognized it as the warning it was. But I was tired, frustrated, and more than a little lost. So I pressed on, deeper into the maze of back roads that seemed to be swallowing me whole. It wasn't until my phone died and the last rays of sunlight faded that I realized just how dire my situation had become. My name is Sarah, and I've always prided myself on my sense of direction. I'm the person friends call when they're lost, the one who can navigate a new city without a map. So when I decided to take a shortcut on my way to visit my sister, I didn't think twice about it. Even as the roads grew narrower and the houses more sparse, I remained confident. I'd find my way back to the highway eventually. The trouble started when I hit a fork in the road not marked on any map. My GPS, which had been increasingly unreliable as I ventured further off the main roads, suddenly came to life with that horrifying stream of inhuman language. I jabbed at my phone, trying to silence it, but the sound only grew louder, more insistent. In a panic, I threw the phone into the back seat, where it continued its eldritch monologue. The silence that followed when its battery finally died was almost as unnerving as the noise had been. By now, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the unfamiliar landscape. The trees seemed to press in closer to the road, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I flicked on my headlights, but they seemed weak against the encroaching darkness. I drove on, hoping to find a town, a gas station, any sign of civilization where I could ask for directions. But the road just kept winding, taking me deeper into nowhere. The pavement gave way to gravel, then to dirt. Still, I pressed on, fear and stubbornness warring within me. It was full dark when my car finally gave up. The engine sputtered and died, leaving me stranded in the middle of a road that felt more like a tunnel through the woods. I sat there for a long moment, listening to the tick of the cooling engine and my own ragged breathing. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit there all night. With a deep breath, I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and stepped out of the car. The silence hit me first. There were no sounds of traffic, no distant barking dogs, not even the rustle of wind through leaves. It was as if the world had been muffled, wrapped in a thick blanket of quiet. I shone my flashlight down the road in both directions, hoping to see some sign of which way to go. But the beam seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, illuminating only a few feet ahead. With no better option, I started walking in the direction I'd been driving. The dirt road felt soft under my feet, almost spongy. I tried not to think about what might be making it feel that way. I'm not sure how long I walked. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that oppressive darkness. But eventually, I saw a light in the distance. Hope surged within me. Civilization at last. As I drew closer, I realized it wasn't the warm glow of a house or streetlight. It was a single, bare bulb, swinging gently from a post at a crossroads. The light it cast was harsh and cold, creating more shadows than it banished. I approached cautiously, my footsteps sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. As I reached the edge of the light's influence, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, nailed to the post, was a sign, but it wasn't giving directions or marking a town limit. No, this sign bore a single word, crudely painted in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. Choose. I stood there, frozen, staring at that ominous message. Choose what? And what would happen if I chose wrong? That's when I noticed them. In each direction, leading away from the crossroads, there was a path. But these weren't roads. Not really. They were, different. To my left, a path of bones stretched out into the darkness. They clattered softly, though there was no wind to move them. To my right, a trail of mist hovered just above the ground, swirling and coiling like a living thing. Straight ahead, the dirt road continued, but now it pulsed faintly, as if alive. And behind me, the way I'd come was now a river of shadows, flowing like water, but darker than the night around it. I felt panic clawing at my throat. This couldn't be real. I must have fallen asleep at the wheel. Crashed, maybe. This was a dream. A hallucination. It had to be. But the chill night air on my skin felt real enough. The rough wood of the signpost was solid under my trembling fingers. This was happening. I don't know how long I stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Each path seemed more impossible, more terrifying than the last, but I couldn't stay at the crossroads forever. I had to choose. In the end, I chose the path straight ahead. The living road. I don't know why. Maybe because it seemed the most familiar, the closest to the normal world I'd left behind. As soon as my foot touched the pulsing earth, I felt a jolt run through me. The ground seemed to ripple, reacting to my presence. And then, to my horror, it began to move. I was pulled forward, the living road carrying me along like a conveyor belt. I tried to turn back, but my feet were stuck fast. All I could do was watch as the crossroads receded into the distance, the swinging light growing smaller until it was swallowed by the night. The journey that followed was a nightmare of sensation. The road beneath me writhed and undulated, sometimes smooth as silk, other times rough and jagged. Shapes loomed out of the darkness, twisted trees, impossible rock formations, things I couldn't begin to describe, and always that feeling of movement, of being carried inexorably forward to an unknown destination. I lost all sense of time. It could have been hours or days. I was aware of changes, the air growing warmer, then impossibly cold, the sky above shifting through colors that had no names. At some point I must have slept, or perhaps lost consciousness, because suddenly, jarringly, it was over. I found myself standing on solid ground again, blinking in bright sunlight. I was in a small clearing surrounded by normal-looking trees. In the distance, I could hear the faint sound of traffic. Relief flooded through me. I was back. I had made it through, whatever that was. I started walking toward the sound of cars, my legs shaky but cooperating. It wasn't until I reached the road, a normal paved highway, that I realized something was wrong. The cars looked odd, sleeker, more futuristic than anything I'd ever seen. And when I finally managed to flag one down, the driver looked at me with a mixture of confusion and concern. "Are you okay, ma'am?" he asked, his accent strange to my ears. "Do you need help?" What year is it?" I managed to ask, dreading the answer. He told me, and I felt the world spin around me. Somehow, impossibly, I had traveled more than a decade into the future. I've spent the years since then trying to make sense of what happened to me. I've researched quantum physics, parallel universes, every fringe theory I could find. I've sought out others who've had similar experiences, though few believe my story. Sometimes, I wonder if I really did make it back. If this world, with its unfamiliar technology and changed landscapes, is truly my own. Or if, perhaps, I'm still on that living road, experiencing some kind of elaborate illusion. But mostly, I think about that crossroads, about the choices I didn't make. What would have happened if I'd taken the path of bones, or the misty trail, or the river of shadows? Where would I be now? I may never know the answers. But one thing's for certain, I'll never take a shortcut again. Sometimes the long way around is the safest path after all. And if you ever find yourself on a dark, unfamiliar road, with your GPS speaking in tongues and your phone battery dying, turn back before it's too late. The grinding of metal on metal was the first sign that our road trip was about to take a nightmarish turn. I glanced at Jenny, my fiancée, as she wrestled with the steering wheel, trying to guide our sputtering car to the side of the desolate highway. As we rolled to a stop, the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the barren landscape. Little did we know, the encroaching darkness would be the least of our worries in the hours to come. "What the hell was that?" I asked, peering out the window at the empty road stretching endlessly in both directions. Jenny shook her head, frustration etched on her face. "I don't know, Mark, it just died." She turned the key in the ignition, but the engine only wheezed in response. I pulled out my phone, already knowing what I'd see. No signal. We were in the middle of nowhere, having taken a scenic route on our way to visit Jenny's parents. It had seemed romantic at the time, just the two of us on the open road. Now, with night falling and our car dead, it felt like the beginning of every horror movie I'd ever watched. "Okay, don't panic," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "There's got to be a town nearby. We passed a sign a while back, remember?" Jenny nodded, her blonde hair catching the last bit of twilight. "Yeah, Millbrook. It can't be too far." We grabbed our jackets and a flashlight from the glove compartment before setting out. The air was cool, carrying the scent of dust and distant rain. Our footsteps crunched on the gravel shoulder, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see headlights approaching. But the road remained empty, a black ribbon cutting through the darkening landscape. It was fully dark by the time we saw lights in the distance. Relief washed over me, followed quickly by a surge of unease. There was something off about the town's silhouette. The buildings seemed to lean at odd angles, their proportions not quite right. "Thank God," Jenny breathed, picking up her pace. "Maybe we can find a mechanic, or at least a phone." As we entered the town limits, my sense of wrongness only grew. The streets were empty, no cars parked along the curbs, no people visible anywhere. Yet lights glowed in every window, warm and inviting. The effect was eerie, like walking onto an abandoned movie set. We made our way down what appeared to be the main street, our eyes darting from building to building. There was a diner, its neon "open" sign buzzing faintly. A small grocery store, shelves visible through dusty windows. A gas station, pumps standing like silent sentinels. "Hello," Jenny called out, her voice echoing off the buildings. "Is anyone here? We need help." No response, just that unnerving silence. "Let's try the diner," I suggested, pointing to its cheery facade. "There's got to be someone in there." As we approached, I could see movement inside, shadows passing behind the windows, the vague outlines of people seated at booths. Hope surged within me. Finally, some signs of life. But when I pulled on the door, it didn't budge. I tried again, harder this time, but it was like trying to move a solid wall. Through the glass, I could still see people inside, going about their business as if we weren't there at all. "What the hell?" I muttered, peering through the window. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The people inside, they weren't quite right. Their movements were jerky, almost mechanical, and their faces, I couldn't make out any features. It was as if they had smooth, blank ovals where faces should be. I stumbled back, grabbing Jenny's arm. "We need to go, now." "What? Why? What did you see?" She tried to look for herself, but I pulled her away. "Trust me, we don't want to be here," I said, my voice shaking. "This place, it's wrong." As if in response to my words, the town seemed to come alive around us. Not in a good way. The buildings began to shift and warp, their angles becoming even more impossible. The streetlights flickered, casting wild shadows that moved independently of anything around them. And then we saw them. People, if you could call them that, began emerging from the buildings. They moved with that same jerky gait I'd seen in the diner, their featureless faces turned towards us. They didn't speak, didn't make any sound at all, but their intent was clear. They were coming for us. We ran, back the way we came, towards the edge of town and our broken-down car beyond. The entities followed, their footsteps a discordant rhythm behind us. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see. As we reached the town limits, I felt a shift in the air, a pressure, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. The town was folding in on itself. Buildings twisted and merged, streets rippled like water, and the entities pursuing us were changing too, their forms blurring and stretching in ways that defied physics and sanity alike. We kept running, our lungs burning, legs aching. The highway stretched out before us, our car a distant silhouette in the moonlight. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by a low, ominous hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Just as we reached the car, the world blinked. There's no other way to describe it. One moment, we were running for our lives from an impossible, nightmare town. The next, we were standing next to our car on an ordinary stretch of highway, the first light of dawn breaking on the horizon. We stood there, gasping for breath, trying to make sense of what had happened. The town was gone. No lights in the distance. No sign it had ever existed at all. Did that really happen? Jenny asked, her voice small and shaky. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Instead, I tried the car door, half expecting it to be locked. It opened easily. The key was in the ignition, right where we'd left it. With a trembling hand, I turned it. The engine roared to life as if nothing had ever been wrong with it. We drove in silence, both of us too shaken to speak. As the sun rose, painting the sky in pinks and golds, I began to wonder if it had all been some kind of shared hallucination. Maybe we'd both fallen asleep in the car, had the same nightmare. But then Jenny reached out, taking my hand in hers. "Your knuckles," she said softly. I glanced down. My knuckles were scraped raw, as if I'd been pounding on a door that wouldn't open. We drove straight through to Jenny's parents' house, making no more stops along the way. We never talked about that night, not really. How could we explain it, even to ourselves? But sometimes, late at night, I'll wake up in a cold sweat, the echo of that low hum ringing in my ears. And I'll wonder, what if we hadn't made it out? What if, somewhere in that twisted, impossible town, there are two more entities wandering the streets, their faces smooth and blank, trapped in an endless, surreal nightmare? I don't take unfamiliar roads anymore. I stick to the main highways, the well-traveled paths, and if I ever see a small town appearing out of nowhere as night falls, I'll keep driving, no matter how inviting the lights might seem, no matter how badly I might need help, because some places, once you enter, you might never truly leave. So if you're ever on a long drive, and you find yourself on a lonely stretch of road as darkness falls, be careful. Watch the horizon, and if you see lights appearing where no town should be, don't stop. Don't even slow down. Just keep driving, and hope that whatever lies behind those lights doesn't decide to follow you home. The first thing that struck me about Everdale was the silence. As I hiked deeper into the valley, the usual sounds of the wilderness, birdsong, rustling leaves, the scurry of small animals, faded away, replaced by an eerie stillness that seemed to press against my eardrums. I should have turned back then, should have recognized the wrongness of it all. But my curiosity, that damnable trait that had led me into trouble more times than I could count, urged me forward. Little did I know, I was walking into a trap centuries in the making. My name is Jake, and I'm what you might call an urban explorer with a twist. I seek out not just abandoned buildings or forgotten tunnels, but entire lost communities, ghost towns, failed utopias, places wiped off the map by disaster or simply the passage of time. It was this passion that led me to the rumors of Everdale. The story went that sometime in the late 1800s, a group of settlers had founded a community deep in the mountains, isolated from the rest of the world. They'd thrived for a while, but sometime in the early 1900s, all contact with the outside world had ceased. Expeditions sent to investigate found nothing. No buildings, no bodies, not so much as a rusty nail to show that humans had ever lived there. It was exactly the kind of mystery that set my pulse racing. I spent months researching, piecing together fragments of information from old newspapers, land records, and local legends. Finally, I thought I had pinpointed the location of the lost settlement. The hike was grueling. The terrain was rough, the trail often disappearing entirely, forcing me to rely on my map and compass. But as I crested a final ridge and looked down into the valley below, I felt a surge of triumph. There, nestled among the trees, I could see the unmistakable signs of human habitation. Buildings, fields, even what looked like a church spire rising above the canopy. My elation was short-lived, however. As I descended into the valley, That unnatural silence fell, bringing with it a sense of wrongness that I couldn't shake. The air felt thick, almost syrupy, and colors seemed muted, as if I was looking at the world through a faded photograph. Still, I pressed on. I had come too far to turn back now. As I entered the outskirts of the town, the wrongness intensified. The buildings looked off somehow. Their proportions were slightly skewed, angles that should have been straight were subtly curved. It was as if the entire town had been built by someone who had only a vague idea of what buildings should look like. And then there were the people. I saw the first one as I passed what appeared to be a general store. A man, dressed in clothes that looked straight out of the 19th century, was sweeping the porch. He moved with an unsettling fluidity, his motions too smooth to be natural. As I approached, he turned to look at me, and I had to stifle a gasp. His face was wrong. The features were there, eyes, nose, mouth, but they seemed to shift and blur, never quite settling into a fixed arrangement. It was like trying to focus on a face underwater, constantly distorted by ripples and waves. "Welcome, traveler," he said, his voice oddly melodious. "We've been expecting you." A chill ran down my spine. How could they have been expecting me? I hadn't told anyone about my expedition. I'm just passing through," I managed to stammer out. I didn't mean to intrude. The man's face rippled into what might have been a smile. "Nonsense. You're right where you're meant to be. Come, the others will want to meet you." Before I could protest, more people began to emerge from the buildings around us. Men, women, children, all dressed in antiquated clothing, all moving with that same unnatural grace, all with those shifting, blurring faces. They surrounded me, their not quite voices rising in a cacophony of greetings and exclamations. I felt dizzy, overwhelmed by their presence and the wrongness of it all. "Please," I said, trying to back away. "I should go. I have to get back." "Back!" A woman's voice cut through the noise. The crowd parted, revealing a figure that made my blood run cold. She was tall, impossibly so, her head nearly brushing the roof of the nearby porch. Her face was the most defined I'd seen yet, but it was a face that belonged in nightmares. Too angular, too symmetrical, with eyes that seemed to glow from within. "There is no back, dear Jake," she said, my name rolling off her tongue like she'd known it all along. "You're home now." I ran. I don't remember making the conscious decision to do so, but suddenly, I was sprinting down the town's main street, my heart pounding in my ears. The buildings blurred as I passed, seeming to twist and reach for me with impossible angles. Behind me, I could hear them pursuing, their footsteps a terrible rhythm that seemed to shake the very ground. I dared not look back, afraid of what I might see. I reached the edge of town, expecting to see the forest I'd walked through earlier. Instead, I found myself facing a shimmering, translucent barrier. Beyond it, I could see the trees, the mountains, the world I knew. But it was like looking through warped glass, everything distorted and strange. I pressed my hands against the barrier, desperately seeking a way through. It felt solid, yet yielding, like pushing against a membrane. With a surge of effort, I managed to force my way through, the barrier stretching and then snapping back behind me like a rubber band. I didn't stop running until I reached my campsite, my lungs burning, legs shaking with exhaustion. Only then did I dare to look back. The valley was empty. No town, no fields, no church spire reaching towards the sky. Just wilderness, untouched and serene. I packed up my gear with shaking hands and hiked out, not stopping until I reached my car. As I drove away, I tried to convince myself it had all been some sort of hallucination. Maybe I'd eaten some bad trail mix, or the altitude had gotten to me. But deep down, I knew the truth. What I'd seen in that valley was real, as impossible as it seemed. In the weeks that followed, I threw myself into research, trying to make sense of what I'd experienced. I found more stories, accounts from other explorers who'd stumbled upon Everdale over the years. Some had fled, as I had. Others hadn't been so lucky. I learned about the town's origins, how it had been founded not by ordinary settlers, but by a group practicing a strange, esoteric form of magic. They had sought to create a place outside of time, a sanctuary where they could live forever, unchanging, and they had succeeded after a fashion. But their magic had twisted them, trapped them in a half-life of endless repetition. The people I'd seen weren't the original settlers, but something else. Echoes, perhaps, or manifestations of the town's own warped consciousness. I discovered that Everdale doesn't exist in one fixed location. It moves, appearing in different wilderness areas across the country, always isolated, always waiting for unwary travelers to stumble upon it. Sometimes, late at night, I dream of that shimmering barrier. In my dreams, I don't make it through. Instead, I'm pulled back into the town, surrounded by those shifting faces, those two fluid bodies. The tall woman smiles at me, welcoming me home. I wake from these dreams in a cold sweat, my heart racing, and for a moment, just a moment, I see my own face in the mirror, blurring and shifting like theirs. I don't go hiking anymore. I've given up my urban exploration, my quest for lost places. Some things, I've learned, are better left unfound. Some communities disappear for a reason. But I can't help but wonder about Everdale. Is it still out there, waiting for its next victim? Are the people I saw still going about their endless routines, trapped in a moment that stretches for eternity? And sometimes, when the wind is just right and the world grows quiet, I swear I can hear them calling to me, welcoming me home. So if you're ever hiking in the wilderness and you come across a town that's not on any map, a place that seems too perfect, too preserved, run, and don't look back, because Everdale is always waiting, always hungry for new residents, and once it welcomes you home, you may never leave again. The scratching sound from the attic was so faint at first, I almost convinced myself I was imagining it. But as the days wore on, it grew louder, more insistent, like something was trying to claw its way out. Or perhaps, more terrifyingly, in. I told myself it was just the house settling, maybe squirrels in the eaves. But deep down, I knew. Something was up there, something that didn't belong. And it was only a matter of time before I'd have to face it. My name is Lisa, and I'd always dreamed of owning a big old house. So when I landed a job in a small town upstate and found a beautiful Victorian going for a steal, I jumped at the chance. Sure, it needed some work, but that was part of the charm. I imagined myself slowly restoring it to its former glory, uncovering its secrets room by room. The first few weeks were blissful. I threw myself into cleaning and minor repairs, reveling in the creaky floorboards and ornate moldings. The previous owners had left behind some furniture and knickknacks, which I planned to sort through eventually. For now, though, I was content to let the house reveal itself to me gradually. It was about a month in when I first heard the scratching. I was up late one night, reading in bed, when the sound caught my attention. Soft, rhythmic, coming from somewhere above me. I held my breath, listening intently, but it stopped as suddenly as it had started. The next night I heard it again, and the night after that. Always after dark, always when the house was at its quietest. I tried to ignore it, to rationalize it away. Old houses make noises, right? It's perfectly normal, but the sound grew louder, more frequent. Sometimes I'd hear it during the day now, a frantic scrabbling that would send me rushing to the attic access in the hallway. But every time I opened it and shone a flashlight up into the darkness, I saw nothing. No animals, no signs of habitation, just dust and old boxes left by previous owners. I started having trouble sleeping. Every creak, every groan of the house settling had me sitting bolt upright in bed, my heart racing. Dark circles appeared under my eyes, and my coworkers started asking if I was feeling all right. It was about 2 months into my stay when things escalated. I woke one night to a tremendous crash from the attic. It sounded like something heavy had been toppled over. Gathering my courage, I grabbed a baseball bat and climbed the narrow stairs to investigate. The beam of my flashlight danced over piles of boxes and old furniture. At first, I saw nothing amiss. Then my light fell on an overturned trunk. Its contents spilled across the floor. Old clothes, yellowed papers, and something else. Something that made my blood run cold. It was a doll, antique and eerily lifelike. Its porcelain face was cracked, one eye missing, but its remaining eye seemed to stare right at me. I approached cautiously, my skin crawling. As I got closer, I noticed something clutched in the doll's hand. A piece of paper, old and brittle. With trembling fingers, I pried it free. It was a photograph, sepia-toned and faded. It showed a family standing in front of a house. My house, I realized with a start. A man, a woman, and between them, a little girl holding a doll, the same doll that now lay at my feet. I flipped the photo over. On the back, in spidery handwriting, was written, "The Coopers, 1897. Emily always did love that doll." A chill ran down my spine. I looked back at the doll, and for a moment, just a moment, I could have sworn its eye moved, focusing on me with malevolent intent. I bolted, slamming the attic door behind me and not stopping until I was back in my bedroom, door locked and lights blazing. Sleep was impossible that night. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the house sounded like footsteps. The next day, I threw myself into researching the house's history. I discovered that the Coopers had been the original owners. They'd lived there happily for years until tragedy struck. Their daughter, Emily, had fallen ill and died at the age of 8. The parents had moved away shortly after, unable to bear the memories. As I dug deeper, I found whispers of darker things. Rumors that Emily hadn't simply died, but had been the victim of some sort of ritual gone wrong. That her parents had dabbled in the occult, trying to cure her illness, and had instead unleashed something terrible. That night, the scratching was louder than ever, but now it wasn't just coming from the attic. It seemed to be in the walls, under the floorboards, all around me. And mixed with it, so faint I could almost convince myself I was imagining it, was the sound of a child's laughter. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag and fled to a hotel, planning to put the house on the market as soon as possible. But as I lay in the sterile hotel room, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd left something unfinished, that by running away, I was condemning the next owners to the same fate. After a sleepless night, I made a decision. I had to go back, had to face whatever was in that house and put an end to it. I returned the next evening, armed with sage, holy water, and every protection charm I could find. As I approached the house, I could feel its malevolence, like a physical weight pressing down on me. Inside, everything was as I'd left it, but the air felt thicker, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I made my way up to the attic, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The doll was where I'd left it, its one eye gleaming in the beam of my flashlight. But now, instead of fear, I felt a surge of anger. This thing, whatever it was, had no right to be here. This was my house now. "Emily," I said, my voice shaking only slightly. "I know you're here. I know what happened to you. But it's time for you to move on." The temperature in the attic plummeted. My breath came out in white puffs, and frost began to form on the windows. The doll's eye seemed to glow with an inner light, and then I saw her. A shimmering, translucent figure of a little girl in an old-fashioned dress. Her face was gaunt, her eyes sunken and filled with a mixture of loneliness and rage. "You can't make me leave," she said, her voice echoing strangely. "This is my home. My dolly is here." I steeled myself, fighting against the urge to flee. "No, Emily. This isn't your home anymore. You've been here too long. It's time to let go." she screamed then, a sound of pure anguish that shook the very foundations of the house. Objects began to fly around the room, narrowly missing me. The doll rose into the air, its cracked face contorting into a grotesque smile. I don't know where I found the strength, but I stood my ground. I began to recite the prayers and incantations I'd memorized, my voice growing stronger with each word. I sprinkled holy water and lit the sage, filling the attic with pungent smoke. Emily's form flickered, her scream turning to a wail of despair. The doll shuddered and fell to the ground, its remaining eye popping out and rolling across the floor. And then, suddenly, it was over. The temperature rose, the flying objects dropped, and Emily's spirit seemed to dissolve like mist in sunlight. In her place, I saw a brief image of a smiling, healthy girl who mouthed a silent, "Thank you," before fading away completely. I sank to my knees, exhausted but triumphant. The house felt different now, lighter somehow. The oppressive energy that had filled it was gone, replaced by a sense of peace. In the days that followed, I had the doll and all of Emily's remaining possessions properly buried in the local cemetery. I finished restoring the house, no longer afraid of what I might uncover. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear noises from the attic. But now, instead of scratching, it's the gentle creak of floorboards, as if someone is walking around up there. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of a little girl in an old-fashioned dress, smiling and playing. I don't fear these occurrences. Instead, they fill me with a sense of warmth, because I know now that this house isn't just mine. It's a home for both the living and the memories of those who came before. And as long as I'm here, Emily will never be forgotten or alone again. The vintage camera felt heavier in my hands than it should have, as if it carried the weight of untold stories within its metal casing. I'd stumbled upon it at a dusty flea market, drawn by its retro charm and the seller's claim that it still worked perfectly. But as I peered through the viewfinder for the first time, a chill ran down my spine. The world through that lens wasn't quite right. Shadows seemed deeper, colors more vivid, and in the corner of the frame, I could have sworn I saw a figure that wasn't there when I lowered the camera. Little did I know, this seemingly innocuous purchase was about to plunge me into a nightmare where reality and the supernatural blurred like an overexposed photograph. My name is Michael, and I've always been fascinated by photography. There's something magical about capturing a moment in time, freezing it forever. So when I saw the old Leica M3 at Mrs. Donovan's stall, I couldn't resist. The price was steep, but the camera was in surprisingly good condition for its age. "Oh, that old thing," Mrs. Donovan had said, her rheumy eyes twinkling. "Found it in an estate sale. Previous owner was quite the artist, they say. Captured things nobody else could see." I should have paid more attention to the way her hands shook as she handed it over, or the relief in her eyes as I walked away, but I was too excited by my find to notice. At home, I examined my prize more closely. The camera was indeed in excellent shape, with only minor scratches on the body. To my surprise, there was still film inside. Curious to see if it would work, I finished off the roll by taking a few test shots around my apartment. I have a small darkroom set up in my spare bathroom, another hobby of mine. As I developed the film, I felt a childlike anticipation. What kinds of images had the previous owner captured? What stories might they tell? The first few photos were unremarkable. Landscapes, cityscapes, nothing out of the ordinary. But as I hung them up to dry, I noticed something odd about the next image. It showed a busy street scene, people hurrying by, but one figure stood out. A woman, staring directly at the camera, her face a mask of terror. The strange thing was, she seemed blurred, almost transparent, as if she was fading away. I shook my head, attributing it to a quirk of the old film. But the next photo made my blood run cold. It was a picture of a park I often visited. In the foreground, everything looked normal, but in the background, partially hidden behind a tree, was a figure. Tall, unnaturally thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its face was blurred, but I could make out what looked like a wide, leering grin. My hands shook as I developed the rest of the roll. Each photo was similar. Normal scenes at first glance, but always with some nightmarish figure lurking in the background. In the final photo, taken in my own living room, the entity was front and center. Its face was clearer now, a twisted parody of human features, its eyes dark pits that seemed to stare right through me. I stared at the photos for hours, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. It was impossible, and yet the evidence was right there in front of me. Somehow, this camera was capturing things that shouldn't exist, things that lurked just beyond the edge of normal perception. That night, I barely slept. I tossed and turned, my dreams filled with shadowy figures and that leering, inhuman grin. When I finally dragged myself out of bed the next morning, I was determined to uncover the truth about this camera. I started with an internet search, looking for any information about haunted or cursed cameras. Most of what I found was obviously fake, stories made up for clicks or views. But buried in a forum thread, I found a post that made my heart race. The Leica M3, serial number 70358. If you have it, get rid of it, now, before they notice you. The user had deleted their account shortly after posting, but it was enough to confirm my worst fears. I checked the serial number on my camera, 70358, exactly the same. I knew I should destroy it, smash it to pieces, burn the film, and forget I'd ever seen those horrifying images. But curiosity, that dangerous, irresistible force, propelled me forward. I had to know more. I spent the next few days digging deeper, reaching out to photography experts and paranormal researchers alike. Most dismissed me outright, but a few seemed intrigued. One historian even agreed to meet with me. Dr. Eleanor Vance was a small, bird-like woman with sharp eyes that seemed to look right through me. She examined the camera carefully, her expression growing more troubled with each passing moment. "This is no ordinary camera," she said finally. "Where did you say you got it?" I told her about the flea market, about Mrs. Donovan. Dr. Vance nodded, as if confirming something to herself. "There are stories," she began, her voice low, "of objects that can capture more than just light. Some believe that the right combination of materials, crafted with dark intent, can create items capable of revealing the hidden world that exists alongside our own." I shivered, remembering the terrifying figures in my photos. But why? What's the purpose? Dr. Vance's eyes met mine wide, and I saw genuine fear there. Power, Mr. Davidson. Knowledge of things beyond our understanding. But it comes at a price. Those who peer too long into the abyss often find the abyss peering back. She went on to explain her theory, that the camera was designed to gradually thin the veil between our world and whatever lay beyond. With each photo taken, the barrier weakened, allowing these entities to push further into our reality. "I would strongly advise you to get rid of that camera, Mr. Davidson," she said. "Destroy it if you can. Objects like that have a way of resisting attempts to be discarded, but you must try." I left her office with my head spinning. Part of me still wanted to believe this was all an elaborate hoax, or maybe I was losing my mind. But deep down, I knew. The camera was a window to something terrible, and I had opened it. That night, I gathered everything I needed: the camera, the photos, the negatives. I drove out to an abandoned lot on the edge of town, my heart pounding the whole way. Once there, I doused everything in lighter fluid and struck a match. The flame sputtered to life, and I hesitated for just a moment. Then, steeling myself, I dropped it onto the pile. The fire caught immediately, flames leaping up to consume the camera and its grisly products. I watched, mesmerized, as the leather bubbled and peeled, the metal warping in the heat. And then I heard it, a scream. Not from outside, but inside my own head. A howl of rage and pain that felt like it was tearing my skull apart. I fell to my knees, clutching my head, as visions flashed before my eyes. I saw the entities from the photos, no longer confined to film, but vibrant and terrifyingly real. I saw the world as they saw it, a place of shadows and decay, where humanity was nothing but prey. And I saw myself, through their eyes, a beacon of light in their dark world, a doorway they were determined to keep open. The visions faded as quickly as they had come, leaving me gasping on the ground. The fire had burned out, leaving nothing but ashes. The camera was gone. But as I staggered to my feet, I realized with growing horror that it wasn't over. The world around me looked different. Shadows seemed deeper, colors more vivid, and at the edge of my vision I could see them, the entities, watching, waiting. I ran to my car, drove home in a panic. But they followed. I see them everywhere now. In reflections, in the corner of my eye, sometimes bold enough to stand right in front of me, grinning those terrible grins. I write this as a warning. If you ever come across an old camera, especially a Leica M3 with the serial number 70358, leave it be. Don't let curiosity get the better of you, because once you've seen what lies beyond the veil, you can never unsee it, and they'll never stop watching you. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear the click of a shutter, and I wonder, am I still taking photos, capturing moments of a world I was never meant to see? Or am I the one being captured now, my soul slowly fading away like those terrified figures in the photographs? I don't know if I'll ever be free of this curse. All I know is that I have to keep running, keep hiding, because in this new reality I've stumbled into, I'm no longer the photographer. I'm the subject, and the entities behind the lens are always hungry for more. The fog rolled in like a living thing, tendrils of mist creeping across our lawn and enveloping the house in an eerie, white shroud. At first, we thought nothing of it, just an unusually thick morning fog. But as hours turned into days, and the mist showed no signs of dissipating, an unsettling realization began to dawn on us. This was no ordinary weather phenomenon. The fog was alive, sentient, and it was slowly closing in on us, bringing with it horrors beyond our wildest imagination. I'm Tom Sullivan, and until a week ago, I led a perfectly ordinary life with my wife, Sarah, and our 2 kids, Emily and Max, in our suburban home. We were the typical American family: weekend barbecues, movie nights, and the occasional argument over whose turn it was to do the dishes. Nothing could have prepared us for the nightmare that was about to unfold. It started on a Tuesday morning. I remember because I was running late for work, cursing under my breath as I fumbled with my tie. Sarah called out from the kitchen, "Tom, come look at this fog. It's so thick I can barely see the driveway." I glanced out the window, and sure enough, a dense white mist had settled over our neighborhood. It was unusual, but not alarming. I kissed Sarah goodbye, told the kids to behave, and headed out to my car. As I opened the front door, the fog seemed to pulse, recoiling slightly before surging forward again. I paused, a chill running down my spine. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw shapes moving within the mist, twisted, elongated forms that disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. Shaking off the unsettling feeling, I got in my car and drove to work. The fog thinned as I got further from our neighborhood, and by the time I reached the office, it was a bright, clear day. But when I returned home that evening, the fog was still there, thicker than ever. Our house sat like an island in a sea of white, the mist lapping at the edges of our property like waves on a beach. Sarah met me at the door, her face pale with worry. "It hasn't lifted all day," she said. "And Tom, I think I saw something out there." Over dinner, we tried to keep things normal for the kids' sake, but I could see the tension in Sarah's eyes, mirroring my own unease. After we put Emily and Max to bed, Sarah and I sat in the living room, watching the fog press against our windows. "We should leave," Sarah said suddenly. "Pack up the kids and go stay with my sister until this passes." I nodded, relieved that she had voiced the thought I'd been too afraid to suggest. First thing in the morning, Anna and I agreed. But morning never came. We woke to darkness. The fog so thick it blotted out the sun. Our phones had no signal. The TV only static. When I tried to start the car, the engine sputtered and died, as if smothered by the mist. That's when the whispering started. At first, it was so faint we thought we were imagining it. But as the day wore on, it grew louder, more insistent. Voices that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, speaking in languages we didn't understand, occasionally broken by sounds that might have been laughter or screams. The kids were terrified. We huddled together in the living room, telling stories and playing games, trying to pretend everything was normal. But we couldn't ignore the shadows that moved past our windows, the scratching sounds on the roof and walls. On the third day, we saw them for the first time. Emily was the first to spot it. "Daddy," she whispered, pointing at the window. "There's a man out there." I looked where she was pointing and felt my blood turn to ice. It wasn't a man, not really. It was vaguely humanoid, but too tall, too thin, its limbs bending at impossible angles. Its face, if you could call it that, was a swirling mass of fog with two pinpricks of light where eyes should be. As we watched, frozen in horror, more shapes emerged from the mist. Some were like the first, twisted parodies of human form. Others were different, bulbous, tentacled things that slithered across our lawn, winged creatures that flitted through the fog, their shrieks sending shivers down our spines. "We need to block the windows," I said, my voice sounding strangely calm to my own ears. "Board them up, now." We worked feverishly, using anything we could find: bookshelves, dressers, planks torn from the deck outside. All the while, the entities in the fog watched us, their not-quite faces pressed against the glass. For days, we huddled in our boarded-up house, rationing our dwindling food supplies, jumping at every creak and groan. The whispering never stopped, growing louder and more frantic with each passing hour. On the fifth day, they tried to get in. It started with gentle taps, like raindrops on the roof, then scratching, clawing sounds from every direction. The boards over the windows shuddered under impacts from things we couldn't see. We retreated to the basement, barricading the door behind us. Sarah held the kids close, singing softly to drown out the sounds of our home being torn apart above us. I don't know how long we stayed down there. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness. But eventually, the noises stopped. An eerie silence fell, broken only by our ragged breathing. After what felt like hours, I gathered the courage to check upstairs. Sarah begged me not to go, but we both knew we couldn't stay in the basement forever. I crept up the stairs, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. But when I opened the basement door, I was met with nothing. The house was intact. The boards still covered the windows, untouched. There was no sign of the violent entry we had heard. Confused and wary, I made my way to the front door. With trembling hands, I removed the barricade and turned the knob. The fog was gone. Sunlight streamed down on our quiet suburban street. Birds chirped. A lawnmower hummed in the distance. It was as if the past week had never happened. Calling to Sarah that it was safe, I stepped outside, blinking in the bright light. Our neighbors were out too, looking as dazed and confused as I felt. "Some fog, huh?" Mr. Johnson from next door called out, trying to sound casual but unable to hide the tremor in his voice. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak, because while everything looked normal, I could feel it, a change in the air, in the very fabric of reality. The fog had receded, but it hadn't gone. It had seeped into our world, thinning the veil between what we knew and whatever lay beyond. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the whispers. We tried to go back to our normal lives. Sarah and I returned to work, the kids to school. We never talked about what happened, not even among ourselves. It was easier to pretend it had all been some shared delusion, a mass hallucination brought on by tainted water or gas leak. But we all knew the truth. We had glimpsed something that we were never meant to see, and it had changed us irrevocably. Now, I find myself constantly on edge, watching the horizon for any sign of mist. I've started stockpiling supplies in the basement, food, water, weapons, just in case. Because deep down, I know it's not over. The fog will return. And next time, boarding up our windows might not be enough to keep the horrors at bay. So if you ever wake up to find your world shrouded in an unnatural mist, don't dismiss it as a quirk of weather. Listen for the whispers, watch for the shapes that move just at the edge of your vision. And whatever you do, don't let them in. Because once the fog has touched you, you'll never truly be free of it. It's always there, waiting in the shadows, ready to roll in and reclaim what it believes is rightfully its own. And in those quiet moments between sleep and waking, when the world seems soft and unreal, I sometimes wonder, did the fog ever really leave? Or are we still trapped in that mist-shrouded nightmare, living out a comforting illusion while the true horrors lurk just beyond our perception, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves once more? The tow truck's headlights cut through the darkness, a beacon of hope on the desolate highway. I breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that help had finally arrived. But as the vehicle drew closer, an inexplicable sense of dread settled in the pit of my stomach. The driver's silhouette seemed oddly distorted, too tall and angular to be human. As he stepped out of the cab, his movements unnaturally fluid, I realized with growing horror that my savior might just be my doom. I'm Alex, and until that night, I'd never believed in anything supernatural. I was a rational person, an accountant who dealt in cold, hard numbers. But sometimes, the universe has a way of shattering our perceptions of reality in the most terrifying ways possible. It had started as a routine drive. I was heading back from a late meeting with a client, taking the scenic route home along a stretch of highway that wound through dense forest. The moon was full, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. I remember thinking how beautiful it was, in a slightly unsettling way. That's when my car started acting up. The engine sputtered, the lights flickered, and suddenly I was coasting to a stop on the shoulder of the road. I tried restarting the car, but it was dead. No lights, no radio, nothing. I pulled out my phone, cursing under my breath when I saw there was no signal. Of course, I was miles from anywhere, stuck on a deserted highway with a broken-down car and no way to call for help. For a while, I just sat there, hoping another car would pass by. But as the minutes ticked by, the silence of the forest began to press in on me. The trees loomed overhead, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent my heart racing. I was just about to give up and start walking when I saw the headlights in my rearview mirror. The flood of relief I felt was almost dizzying. Help had arrived, but as the tow truck approached, that relief quickly turned to unease. There was something off about it. The proportions weren't quite right. The engine's rumble too deep and rhythmic, almost like breathing. When it pulled up behind me, I got out of my car, waving gratefully. That's when I got my first good look at the driver, and my blood ran cold. He was tall, impossibly so, his head nearly brushing the top of the truck's cab as he unfolded himself from the seat. His limbs were too long, joints bending in ways that human anatomy shouldn't allow. And his face? It was like looking at a photograph that's slightly out of focus. I could make out the general features, but they seemed to shift and blur when I tried to focus on any one part. "A car trouble?" he asked, his voice a low rumble that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I nodded, unable to speak. Every instinct was screaming at me to run. But where could I go? We were surrounded by miles of dark forest, and my car was dead. The driver, if you could call him that, moved toward my car with that unsettling, fluid grace. He bent over the engine, his impossibly long fingers probing the machinery in ways that made no mechanical sense. "Looks like your your battery is dead," he said, turning those shifting, blurry features toward me. Was he smiling? I couldn't tell, and I didn't want to look too closely to find out. "I can give you a tow," he continued. "Take you somewhere. Safe." The way he said safe sent shivers down my spine. I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that if I got into that truck, I would never be seen again. At least, not in this world. No, thank you," I stammered. "I think I'll just wait for another car." His head tilted at an angle that should have snapped a human neck. "Another car? Oh, I'm afraid that won't do. You see, this road, it doesn't exist anymore. Not in your world, anyway." I blinked, confused. "What do you mean, my world?" He made a sound that might have been a laugh, but it was all wrong. Too high, too sharp, like glass breaking. "You took a wrong turn a few miles back. Didn't you notice how the moonlight changed? How the trees grew closer to the road? You're not in Kansas anymore, Dorothy." As he spoke, I became aware of subtle changes in my surroundings. The moonlight did seem different, tinged with colors that had no names. The trees were definitely closer, their branches now intertwining over the road, forming a canopy that blocked out the sky. "This can't be real," I muttered, more to myself than to him. I must have fallen asleep at the wheel. "This is a dream." The driver shook his head, the motion too smooth, too controlled. "Oh, it's very real. And you have a choice to make. Come with me, and I'll take you somewhere interesting. Or stay here and become part of the forest. Either way, your old life is over." As if to emphasize his point, I heard movement in the woods around us. Shapes darted between the trees, things that slithered and crawled, that flew on impossible wings. Eyes gleamed in the darkness, too many eyes, watching with hungry anticipation. I looked back at the driver, at his blurred features and too long limbs. He wasn't human, that much was clear. But was he a devil or an angel? A tormentor or a twisted kind of savior? In that moment, I realized that it didn't matter. Whatever he was, whatever this place was, it was beyond my comprehension. And my only chance of survival, if survival was even possible and was to play along. "Okay," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I'll go with you." His face rippled in what might have been satisfaction. A wise choice. Get in. As I approached the truck, I noticed that it too had changed. The metal seemed to pulse and shift, more organic than mechanical. The cab door opened on its own, revealing an interior that was larger than it should have been, filled with shadows that moved of their own accord. I climbed in, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. The driver folded himself into the seat beside me, his elongated form somehow fitting perfectly in the impossible space. "Where are we going?" I asked as the truck began to move, the engine's rumble now unmistakably alive. "Oh, everywhere and nowhere," he replied cryptically. "Time and space work differently where we're headed. You might see wonders beyond imagination, or horrors that will shatter your sanity, or both. It's always a surprise." As we drove, the world outside the windows began to change. The forest gave way to landscapes that defied description, cities made of light and shadow, oceans of liquid fire, mountains that floated in the air. Creatures I had no words for moved through these impossible realms, some beautiful, some terrifying, all utterly alien. I lost all sense of time. It could have been hours or years that we traveled through that kaleidoscope of realities. Throughout it all, the driver remained silent, his blurred features focused on a road I couldn't see. Finally, after an eternity or a moment, the truck came to a stop. We were in a place that looked almost normal, a city street at night, but with subtle wrongness that set my teeth on edge. The streetlights flickered with colors that shouldn't exist, and the few people I could see moved in ways that weren't quite human. "This is your stop," the driver said. "Welcome to your new home." As I stepped out of the truck on shaky legs, I turned to ask him one last question, but he was gone, the truck with him, leaving me alone in this almost familiar, utterly alien world. I've been here for, I don't know how long. Time doesn't work the same way here. I've learned to navigate this strange city, to communicate with its inhabitants, to survive in a reality that constantly shifts and changes. Sometimes, I see other lost souls arrive, people who took a wrong turn, who stumbled into places they shouldn't have been. I try to help them when I can, to ease their transition into this new existence. And sometimes, late at night, I hear the rumble of an engine that sounds almost like breathing. I see headlights in the distance that cut through more than just darkness. And I wonder, was I rescued that night? Rescued? Or was I taken? I may never know the answer, but I do know this. If you're ever driving on a lonely road at night, and you see a tow truck approaching when your car breaks down, think carefully before you accept that ride. Because some journeys, once begun, can never be undone. And somewhere out there, on a highway that exists in the cracks between realities, a driver with a blurred face and two long limbs is always waiting, ready to take another lost soul on the ride of their life, or afterlife. The lighthouse beam swept across the churning sea, a futile attempt to pierce the impenetrable fog that had enveloped the island for days. As I stood at the top of the tower, I couldn't shake the feeling that something out there was watching me, waiting. The isolation had been bearable at first, even welcome. But now, as the fog thickened and strange noises echoed across the water, I realized that taking this job might have been the biggest mistake of my life. And the worst part, I was beginning to suspect that I wasn't as alone on this island as I'd thought. My name is Jack, and until 3 months ago, I was just another burned-out office worker looking for a change. When I saw the ad for a temporary lighthouse keeper position, it seemed like the perfect escape. 3 months on a remote island, just me and the lighthouse. No office politics, no deadlines, no stress. Or so I thought. The first few weeks were exactly what I'd hoped for. I settled into a routine of maintaining the lighthouse, keeping logs, and exploring the small, rocky island. The solitude was refreshing, and I found myself more relaxed than I'd been in years. But then the fog rolled in. It started as a typical marine layer, not unusual for this time of year. But day after day, it grew thicker, until I could barely see the rocks at the base of the lighthouse. The world beyond became a blank, white void. That's when I started hearing things. At first, it was just the usual sounds of the sea and the wind. But gradually, other noises crept in. Whispers carried on the breeze. Too faint to make out words, but unmistakably there. The scrape of something heavy being dragged across rocks. And sometimes, late at night, a mournful wailing that made my hair stand on end. I told myself it was just my imagination, my mind playing tricks after weeks of isolation. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right. It was on the 23rd day of fog that I saw it for the first time. I was doing my nightly check of the lighthouse lamp when movement caught my eye. There, just at the edge of the light's reach, was a figure. Tall and thin, it stood motionless on the rocks, facing the lighthouse. As I stared, frozen in shock, it raised an arm and waved, the gesture almost mocking in its casualness. I blinked, and it was gone. Sleep became elusive after that. I spent my nights pacing the lighthouse, jumping at every creak and groan of the old structure. During the day, I scoured the island, looking for any sign of the figure I'd seen. But there was nothing. No footprints, no disturbed areas, not even a stray pebble out of place. As the days wore on, the sightings became more frequent. The figure would appear at the edge of the fog, always just out of clear sight. Sometimes it was alone. Other times I could swear I saw multiple shapes moving in the mist. They never came closer, never tried to approach the lighthouse. They just watched. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were fishermen, lost in the fog. But why didn't they call out for help? And how could they stand so still on those slippery rocks? I began to leave food out, thinking that if they were real people, they might be hungry. But the food remained untouched, eventually eaten by seagulls or washed away by the tide. It was the whispers that finally broke me. One night, as I huddled in my bed, trying to block out the sounds of the fog, I heard them clearly for the first time. They came from just outside my window, a chorus of voices speaking in a language I didn't understand. The words seemed to slither into my mind, leaving me with a sense of profound wrongness. I bolted upright, heart pounding. The whispers stopped abruptly, replaced by a sound like nails scraping down the lighthouse wall. Something was climbing up towards my window. In a panic, I grabbed the emergency flare gun I kept by my bed and fired it out the window. The red light illuminated the fog for a brief, terrifying moment, and in that instant, I saw them. Dozens of figures surrounding the lighthouse. Their bodies were wrong, too thin, too tall, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. Their faces, I thank whatever gods may exist that I couldn't see their faces clearly. As the flare sputtered out, I heard a sound that I can only describe as disappointed, like a predator whose prey had narrowly escaped. Then, silence. I spent the rest of the night in the lantern room, the brightest place in the lighthouse. As dawn broke and the fog began to thin slightly, I made a decision. I had to get off this island. There was a small motorboat docked on the island for emergencies. I hadn't used it, hadn't even checked on it since I arrived. Now, it was my only hope. I packed quickly, throwing some food and water into a bag. As I stepped out of the lighthouse, the fog seemed to retreat, like it was giving me space. I didn't trust it for a second. The path to the dock was treacherous, slippery with seaweed and morning dew. Every step felt like it might be my last. Like at any moment, one of those things might emerge from the fog and grab me. I reached the dock without incident, my spirits lifting as I saw the boat still tied up where it should be. But as I drew closer, that hope turned to ash. The boat was destroyed. The hull was smashed, long gouges torn in the metal as if by massive claws. The engine had been ripped out entirely, leaving a gaping hole. As I stood there, staring at my ruined escape route, I heard it. A low chuckle, coming from the fog behind me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. Just the swirling mist and the distant sound of waves. I ran back to the lighthouse, no longer caring about stealth or caution. I slammed the door behind me, sliding every lock and bolt into place. For good measure, I dragged a heavy cabinet in front of it. Now I sit in the lantern room, writing this account. The fog has closed in again, thicker than ever. I can hear them out there, moving around the lighthouse, waiting. I don't know what they are or what they want. I don't know why they haven't just broken in and taken me. Maybe they can't enter the lighthouse itself. Maybe this is all part of some sick game they're playing. All I know is that I can't stay here forever. My food will run out eventually. The lamp needs constant maintenance to keep burning. And I'm not sure how much longer I can take this psychological torture. I've tried the radio again and again, but all I get is static. Sometimes, I think I hear voices in that static, whispering in that same unknown language. I turn it off quickly when that happens. If anyone finds this, please send help. But be careful. Don't trust the fog. Don't trust what you see in it. And whatever you do, don't trust the lighthouse keeper. Because I'm not sure, after all this time in the fog, if I'm still entirely myself. The lamp needs tending. I have to go wind the mechanism, make sure the light keeps turning. It's the only thing keeping them at bay, I think. As long as the light shines, I'm safe. I hope. But every time I look out at that fog, I can't help but wonder, am I keeping them out? Or am I trapping myself in? And how long before the line between the two blurs? Just like everything else in this God-forsaken place. The fog is calling. And God help me, some part of me wants to answer.